Right, I'm going to play a theme tune, chaps. Where is it? Here it is.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
If it's Wednesday, it must be Mirpur. Is it Wednesday? Or is it Thursday or Friday? I really can't remember. The incredible merry-go-round of international cricket continues, and despite arriving at Gorilla Towers this morning at the same time as we were leaving it yesterday, we could not let 3 England ODIs in Bangladesh, England there for the first time since 2016, go to waste. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Gorilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and this is the tastiest, crunchiest, revolutionary cricket commentary you will hear today. Joining me this morning at this ungodly hour of nearly 6 o'clock GMT, I have none other than Wee Willie Winky himself. It's Gary Naylor.
I don't know if it's today or tomorrow either, but what I do know is that we're in for a slow ODI when we could be having all the excitement of thriller-minute Test cricket.
Oh, that's
what's going on in India.
That's true. There's Test cricket going on in India. There's a Test match that began sometime this week in South Africa. That was quite interesting, wasn't it? Because they had a very good start, and then it all fell apart a bit for South Africa. Anyway, the news from Mirpur is that Bangladesh have won the toss and have decided to bat. And according to our correspondent, I haven't introduced Messi Jez. Messi Jez, as you can see, if you're watching on YouTube, he's not showing his face, he's showing his T-shirt, which says, "We get on air because of the bear." Well, we have. I mean, the bear's just gone back to bed, the bastard, leaving us to do this game. I'm afraid to say. Messi, how is it down there in the weather cave in Perth?
It's been hot today, actually.
Hot.
It's probably going to be about 35 degrees, but I'm still recovering from what I'm calling the wonder in Wellington yesterday.
The wonder in
that
Wellington.
was amazing.
It was amazing.
so-
Did we lose that game? Did England lose that game in the end?
And Ben Sake smiled, much to your annoyance. at the time.
I'm going to write something about that for the Smaximum this week about the smiling Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes. Anyway, let's move on from Test cricket to one-dayers and think about the World Cup that's coming up in India in the autumn. Bangladesh have won the toss. They've decided to bat, and I was going to say our correspondent, who used to be in Bangladesh for wrong, who now is in Bangkok, tells us that that's a good move, batting first, because it's going to be difficult under the lights later on.
Hendo, I just want to say that I was listening to TalkSport earlier.
Don't want to do that, mate.
They said that England were 2-1 on to win this match.
Oh,
and when Bangladesh won the toss, they came in to 3-1 on. And I think England are pretty big outsiders. I mean, Bangladesh don't lose series ODIs in home conditions.
This is very true. Now, let me tell you the teams, because they're already out there. I'm going to have to jingle people up fairly smartish. Bangladesh, Tamim Iqbal, Liton Das, Najmal Hossain Shanto, Mushfiqur Rahim, Shakib Al Hassan, Mamadullah. How long has Mamadullah been going on? Afif Hussain, Mahdi Hassan, Taskin Ahmed, Mustafiza Rahman, and Taijul Islam. For England, Jason Roy, Phil Salt, Dawid Malan, James Vince, Josh Butler, Will Jacks, in because I think it was Tom Abel was unable because of injury to go out there. Moen Ali, Chris Wokes, Adil Rashid, Mark Wood, and Jofra Archer. And by my reckoning, there are only 3 players not in the team today, or not in the squad, that might get into that team, and those are Joe Root, Johnny Bairstow, or would get into that team, Johnny Bairstow and Harry Brook. Anyway, we're going to open with a little bit of Chris Wokes, and he's got a jingle that goes like this.
Wokes was fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net, found this way that his heel had healed, passed the test, and he went into the team.
And here he comes, bowling to Tamim Iqbal, first ball of the morning, and he beats him with a good one that carries through quite quickly to Butler. There's a little bit of zip in that one. Let's jingle up the opening batsman.
Check out Tamim Iqbal. He has a century at Lords. When he's in rhythm, he doesn't need to take a risk and swing. They say his bat is much more deadly than a sword. When he gets up on the pitch to play his thing.
That's a great jingle. 2 slips England have in place. In comes Wokes again, full, driven, nicely driven, half stopped at mid-on. And Adil Rashid, I think it is. No, Jofra Archer perhaps running across from mid-off to complete the fielding. They'll get back for 2, the first runs of the day. I've got the crowd going. And
Hendo, I think Tamim Iqbal and Mahmudullah were in the first commentary spell I ever did.
Oh, really?
Predecessor to guerrilla cricket back in possibly 2009.
Yes, it would have been. Incredible.
It was Bangladesh. It was Test cricket.
It was.
I would have thought both of them would be in their 40s now, but they're not.
Outside the off stump, he decides to leave this one alone. Again, good carry up towards the shoulders of Josh Butler. I think you're absolutely right on that, Gary. They just seem to have been around forever. Obviously, Shakib as well has been around for a while.
But he behaves in such a childish fashion, Shakib, that you always kind of think of him as a mild teenager. But Tamim Iqbal and Mahmudullah, dear me.
I know.
2008 was Tamim Iqbal's first match.
Wow. I thought
he's played.
Did he not retire and then reconsider? I had a feeling he'd retired not so long ago. And then yet there he is back again. Outside the off stump, he leaves this one alone as well. 84 miles an hour from Chris Woke. The other opening batsman is this man. We're ready for Das. He's the
he's
right-hander.
Good player.
He is a good player.
Litton Das. Can I just take issue with your claim earlier on about only 3 players being absent?
Well,
and I may be wrong about this, but
You may be right. I may have forgotten someone. I mean, it is early in the morning. Defended back to Wokes, who falls over as he stops that, but stop it he does, and there is no run. Name me some more. More.
Well, wouldn't little Sammy Curran be in this?
Oh yes, sorry,
team?
Sammy Curran. Yeah, I was thinking really of those who aren't actually out there at the moment. Sammy Curran is out there, so yes, he would definitely come into the equation. But we've got Mark Wood and Jofra Archer, both pace.
Basically, you're talking about test players who would also play ODIs.
Yes. I mean, Sam Curran could be considered amongst those. Although, looking at England's bowling resources, he might have to wait for a while to get back in the test team. This is tucked away behind square leg by Tamim, who will keep the strike with a single. Bangladesh are 3 for no wicket, and messengers will tell us which crazy people are up wherever they may be in the world.
Jay Grover, morning all. The stream thing was obviously pressed. Mayank says this is the wrong theme tune, Hendo. You put up the end of the day tune. Did not. Mayank says, morning all. Got India, Australia on TV while listening to you. All 82 for 7, 84 for 7.
84 for 7? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, can't believe what's happening over there. It's a shit wicket. It really is. Mike, let's be honest. This series is more pointless than the 3 ODIs played in Australia after the T20 World Cup. I don't agree. I think for Bangladesh in particular, it's really important to have England there. Mog says, who needs the bear when Hendo's crushed the whole starting the show thing? Hello. Well, yeah.
What do you mean?
The bear did it, most of it, to be honest.
No, I turned all the machines on. All the machines were turned on by me. I got here at bloody 5 o'clock. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd get here early, make sure everything's sorted. Then Jason arrived, and just as we were trying to sort it out, we saw the remote hand of the bear, the big paw, the puppet master that is the bear, taking over a machine remotely. Jofra is just going to bowl round the wicket to Tamim Iqbal, the left-hander. He's in. Oh, that's a horrible ball down the leg side. That is definitely going to be one of those. Well, let's jingle him up.
He will break your helmet, break your heart. Hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
He's got 2 slips. It's all happening here. It's all happening. It's a 4. Archer's second ball was nearer to the leg stump, but it was a full toss, and Tamim just tucked it away through square leg for the boundary. Now Archer's coming. Isn't Archer coming? Oh, it's a no ball as well. It's a no ball. It's all going horribly wrong, I'm afraid, for Jofra. And it was so promising, wasn't it, after the South Africa series?
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
So it's a free hit. It's a free hit.
What?
It's a free hit jingle. What's he going to do with this? Oh, it's awful!
That's a shock.
He was
sorry, Hendo.
He was free to tonk it, but he bowled a terrible slower ball, actually, which completely confused Tamim. It was way outside the off stump, but he was fooled by the pace. So I suppose you could say it was quite well bowled, actually. Saved himself fetching that from the stands. He's in again. Bowls to Tamim, and he gets that one to just nibble away. Actually, he went a fair way, but it's first one that's hit the deck, really. And goes through to Butler. There is no run. Yes, Messi.
I was going to apologise. It's a very rare occasion where my feed on YouTube is ahead of yours.
Good God!
Strange.
Well, just keep quiet then. Don't let everyone know what's happened.
You know,
Don't go,
Hendo, you said that first ball was terrible. I'll come back to that description after.
But it was terrible. It really was terrible.
I'm gonna.
You're going to disagree that was terrible. Well, I really don't understand how you can do that. This is going to be more runs for Tamim. Got away off a thick outside edge between cover and backward point. Just hauled in by Roy. Jax helps him out. Surrey relay throwing, and they get through for, one thinks, 3 runs. Okay, so why wasn't that a terrible ball?
Because, albeit delivered right arm rather than left arm, it was pretty much the line that sealed the Test match for New Zealand. That was the line that.
Good try. I like it.
Round the corner to
Yes.
Tom Blundell.
I'd have been happy with a tie. Oh, now good Yorker from Archer, which Tamim almost overbalances in getting his bat down on. It keeps it out very well. Bangladesh have raced on to 11 for no wicket with the help of some rather dubious English bowling. But it is Jeffrey Archer. This is his first game, isn't it, since he took 5 against South Africa, if I remember rightly.
6, wasn't it?
Was it 6 in the end? He came good, didn't he? Came good. He had a very indifferent first game, and then came back for the third game after having a little bit of a rest and bowled really well.
I have a question for Farong if he's listening.
Archer bowls, clipped off his legs, foolish ball, but fielded at mid-on, and there is no run. We've still got a ball to go in this over.
Yeah. Well, my question to Farong, or indeed anyone else who can advise us on the magical Twitter, is what about the crowd? Because the world champions are in town. They don't often go to Bangladesh. And at the moment, it looks sort of reasonably populated under the roof, but there's only one roof that we can. Well, there's not too many roofs we can see on the drone shot.
Flicked away again off the straight. That's a good shot from Tamim. Wasn't much wrong with the ball. Perhaps it was a little bit over pitched, but he's put it away through square leg for another of these. 2 overs bowled, 15 for no wicket. Messi has some more tweets.
Well, speaking of that, Farong says, greetings from Isan region of Thailand. Hope everyone's well. Usual spat between Shakib and Tamim on who should be the captain for the past few days.
Oh,
Would have
really?
batted first as well. Can see Bangladesh making 150 all out or around 250 to 260. The Bangladesh Rickshaw Drivers Union are not happy with the start time, and he's been keeping us in touch that there's been so much confusion about the start time. They've never normally start this early. And I'm sure that's contributed to the lower crowd numbers.
Well, it's contributed to us not knowing what time to come into the office, as it were. We only really confirmed it yesterday, didn't we?
Are they starting early because of the way the over rates are going? I think they took the 25 extra minutes in the Test match in South Africa against West Indies It is in the West Indies, I think, isn't it?
No, it's in South Africa.
No, it's in South Africa.
Yeah.
Well, they got
That's
82.
Centurion.
They got 82 overs in the day, despite adding
It was
25
shocking.
minutes.
Good God. Wokes in again. Bowls hits Litton Das. The first ball he's faced on the pad, and he thinks that's LBW. The umpire would prefer to disagree, and I don't think England are going to review that. It looks as if it was a little leg-sidey to me. But that was Litton Das's first ball. He'll be happy that was judged to be passing down the leg side.
It looked too unadjacent to me. I thought that it might have been a little
Here
high,
is-
perhaps.
Here is the replay. Oh, I didn't think it was high, I have to say. It's hit below the knee roll. Could have
Yeah,
been
maybe not.
could have been clipping leg.
Yeah, could have.
Very
That
much
was
so.
the best, though. Yeah.
Anyway, we
Yeah,
should
perhaps.
talk about the fact that the GPL is open. The Bear has opened the GPL. £109 in it. Get on it. You have an hour and a half. You have until 7:30 GMT into the legs. That was very much going down the leg side, but he lays a bat on this one, does Litton, and pushes to mid-wicket. There is no run. The GPL is open. To play the GPL, you go to our website, which is gorillacricket.com. You go to competition, and you've got all the instructions there. I mean, normally I'll read out the instructions, but it's so easy, even for techno dunderheads like me. I could do it if I was, not banned from doing it. So get on it. Wokes in, bowls onto the back foot goes Litton Das, and he just jabs this down. Ball seems to be coming on nicely to the bat at the moment. It's fielded square in the covers.
We saw the Hawkeye projection of the first ball of the over, which Wokes was very keen on, and it was indeed going down the leg side, not by much, but again, interesting that hit him below the knee roll, but the ball was bail height on the projection. There's a bit of bounce and
There certainly
a
is.
bit of carry.
Bit of life in the pitch. In comes Wokes again, bowls. There's a mixture of pad and bat there. It's gone very fine indeed, and I think it's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4 runs, and it is indeed leg byes.
Yeah. Don't get me started on this.
Don't get you started. It doesn't take much to get you started.
Well,
if
you
you
know,
were a,
Don't.
if you were a,
the batter misses the ball, and you can't set a field for it, and there are runs.
and the problem with that
The batsman
is,
hits the ball, fine. The batsman misses the ball, batsman shouldn't get runs.
well, I've never heard that one from you, Gary. If you were a car, I would never have any worries about you breaking down. Down the leg side, brilliant take by Butler, leaping across to his left. But I think that's going to be signalled as another one of these. You could propel yourself to Sydenham this morning just on your hot air, mate.
Well, I could, but I've got to be outside at the school at 8:30, so that's why I've got to take half an hour out of commentating.
He's on
to go
school
here.
monitor duty.
Yeah, barrier duty.
Full outside the off stump, driven by Lytton Das. This time straight to extra cover, and there is no run.
Scrappy start from England.
Oh, very much so. Very much so.
Bangladesh haven't had to do much really to score 20 runs here in the third over. England have been, both Wokes and Archer have been both sides of the wicket. They are not really finding their lengths either, and they need to tighten this up. This could get away from England quite quickly.
Kind of need to work out what a good length is on this pitch. Anyway, two slips, waiting for a catch. It's into the pads again, hits the pad. This time Wokes doesn't appeal, and the ball just drops out into the offside. 3 overs bowled, Bangladesh 20 for none, Tamim 13, Lytton Das still to get off the mark, and Messi has more messages.
Leah is with us. She says, morning all, and asked me how does it feel to not live in the only test nation that lost a game after enforcing the follow-on anymore. Well, it's a burden I've been carrying for a long time, and I must say it's great to be free of it. She also says, that's a great jingle. Sultans of Swing would also have worked for Jimmy as well, though.
Yeah, we've got about six jingles for Jimmy. We don't need another one.
Yeah.
I think.
PJ Mead says, morning grillers, I'm on my last day of post-surgery house arrest, so I'm with you all day. And glad the current absence has been raised. Offhand, I can't think of anyone else missing.
No.
And he also says, how long before Archer breaks down again? Don't.
Well, we're going to say that every time that he bowls, aren't we? We've already done that in the South Africa series. Here he is, round the wicket to Tamim. It's another full ball. He aims a drive at that one and misses it completely. If that had been straight, it might have been a good delivery, actually. Might have been a Yorker. Anyway, he doesn't seem entirely happy with things, Jofra Archer. He's shaking his head. And in fact, it is another of these. Would you believe it? Over the line again.
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
It is a foul. And it's another run. And it's a free hit. And this time Tamim has smashed it into the onside. It's being chased by Wokes. But that looks like a fairly small boundary. And it ran away from him very quickly. And it's 4 more runs.
Well, this is rubbish from Archer. This really is rubbish. Bowling no balls. Didn't England go something like 10,000 deliveries in ODIs once without bowling a no ball?
Did they? I know Wokes went a long time without bowling a no ball.
No, England did as a whole. I think it was in preparation for the 2019 World Cup. England just said we're not going to bowl any no balls. What you do is you do your preparation properly. You work on your risk aversion, and you don't bowl no balls.
Oh,
he's back over the wicket now for the first time. It's dropped by Butler. It wasn't a catch, but I mean, he just spilled it for no good reason, which is probably why Messi Jez, being a few seconds ahead of us, was going, Jesus. And they've run through for 2 more byes, I imagine. What the hell is going on out there? Oh, my goodness me. This is really scrappy from England. It did maybe dip a little bit on Jos Butler.
Well, it actually went over his hand, so if it's dipped, he's missed it even.
Well, I think he adjusted too much.
There's a bit of movement perhaps carrying through, but mainly this is about concentration here. and England have got to concentrate on the matter at hand.
Well, Archer has bowled the equivalent of 8 balls, and he's gone for 17 runs so far. Tamim has 17. Bangladesh 26 for no wicket. We're not even halfway through the 4th over of the power play. Full onto the legs of Litton Das. Still Litton Das is unable to get off the mark. He's faced 7 balls. He's wondering, is someone different bowling to me than is bowling to Tamim? Because at the moment Tamim is roaring along, 17 off 16. Poor old Litton just can't get off the mark. So it's yes, very scrappy from England, I'm afraid to say, so far. And of course England have only won 3 out of 11 matches they played with Jos Butler as captain. Archer in bowls, full, driven again, but picking out extra cover. There is no run. If you're just joining us, Bangladesh won the toss. Go ahead.
Jofra Archer started that series against South Africa very poorly.
None for 74, I think, off 10 overs, wasn't it? Something like that.
Yeah, but came good by the last match.
Well, I mean, he had one bad match and one good match, didn't he? Because he didn't play the middle match because they didn't want to over-stress him. But maybe he needs more cricket rather than less. Maybe we're wrapping him too much in cotton wool, but he goes past the outside edge this time as Litton props onto the front foot. That's a little bit better.
That was a good ball. Both bowlers have been both sides of the wicket, and they've been at various lengths as well. But it's a boring old thing to say, but even in power play cricket, most of the time, if you're on or about the off stump, then you're not in too bad a place. And that one was a little too wide, but Litton Das, wants to feel bat on ball, so he was stretching for it. Not off the mark yet. Just stay there, Jofra. Just there.
And he does. And he aims a drive at this one. He's going to get a run. Didn't hit it very well. Got it off a thick inside edge, and because of that, it went to the right of mid-on, and he gets through for a single. That's the end of the over. Any more tweets?
Mark has a request. It says rant, Hendo, rant.
Oh yeah, well I probably will before the day's out. I'll either rant or I'll be asleep. I'd rather be
Chris
asleep.
Clark says great job for Jingle, but well, ODI doomed. And Mayank says great job by the ECB putting this series live on their app, but it definitely shows that there's a lack of interest from all the main channels in the UK to show it. It's on Sky Main Event, I think. It's also on YouTube in countries where there isn't any commercial arrangement for it, which is how I'm watching it in Australia.
That's interesting. It's on the ECB app, which is good. It's great. It's fantastic. But it doesn't seem to have caught the public imagination. Maybe it's due to a rickshaw strike or something like that. I don't know why Farong was saying that the rickshaw drivers weren't very happy. Woke starts third over. Ball comes back into Litton Das, but he meets it nicely off the back foot, forces into the offside. There is no run.
Yeah, we have Mick Lynch strikes in this country, whereas in Bangladesh they have rickshaw strikes.
Oh,
yeah, well,
good. Yeah, okay.
Farong is self-appointed president of the Rickshaw Drivers Union, and therefore seeks to speak on their behalf.
Yeah, but does he miss? I bet he misses them actually, because didn't he normally go round and have a cup of tea with them most days?
Yes,
I think he did. Wokes in again, bowls to Litton Das. It's a good ball, probing around that off stump that Gary likes to see. It's defended into the offside again, and so Litton just having a look, getting the pace of the pitch. And England's bowlers beginning to find their line and length.
I'm quite pleased with this pitch. I think it's decent for an ODI. There isn't too much movement either way, but plenty of pace to work with.
Oh, that's a good ball. Gone past Litton Das's outside edge. I've got a feeling Litton was just trying to maybe work that from outside off into the onside, and that's why he missed the ball. Can be dangerous. Could have got an edge. But,
he's looking edgy in both senses of the word as Litton Das. He looks like he wants to manufacture some runs here because he's only got one, and he's looking edgy in the fact he looks more likely to edge it to one of two slips than he is to middle it at the moment.
Be interesting to see how this pitch goes, how it develops over the day. Wokes in short, picked up by Litton Das. He'll feel a bit happier about that. He's deposited it into an empty stand all the way for one of these. Now, Mirpur, if I'm not mistaken, is a suburb of Dhaka. Is that right?
That's correct.
That is correct. So, how difficult is it to get from other parts of Dhaka to Mirpur? If it is particularly difficult, that might explain.
Well, what's not difficult is to hit that ball for 6, because Litton Das was on 1 after 13 and he got 1 short and on his hips, and probably that would have been hit for 6 by about 80% of the world's batsmen.
Beautiful delivery that from Wokes, and he's been given out LBW. I thought it had bowled him for a moment, but that was an absolute corker from Wokes. Just as he's getting criticised by Gary Naylor, he produces an absolute snorter, and I think that's going to be given out. However, well, it was given out. It has been reviewed by...
Tamim immediately said it's missing off stump.
It might be missing off
stump.
might have done a little bit too much, but let's see.
There was no conference between Tamim and Litton Das.
No, that's going to be hitting.
To extend my career. Not that I believe that they'll save me, but it could be more iffy than it appears. 'Cause if I don't, then someone else might use it, get a second chance and go on to do very well and consign my career to hell. 'Cause that is them and this is me. I have a higher destiny. I think I'll use all reviews every game.
There's nothing showing an ultra edge. I mean, it could be a bit high. No, it isn't. It's hitting the top of off. He did move his leg outside off stump, but after the ball had hit it, and that decision is upheld, and England have a breakthrough.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Well, I did say Wokes bowled a rubbish ball a previous ball, but I'm going to accept a little bit of kudos, because I said the line here is to bowl at the top of off stump, and that would have hit the top of off stump.
Never knowingly not giving himself kudos. That is Gary Naylor 999.
It's my middle name.
33 for 1. First wicket goes down. Litton does might be a little bit annoyed, having picked up that previous ball for 6. He must have thought, "Oh, I found a little bit of form. I found the middle of the bat." But sadly not. He's on his way, and on his way to the middle now is this man.
Nazmul Hussain Shanto, he'd be pretty good in a panto. I don't know if he could act though. It's probably best if he sticks to cricket.
Is that Mog rhyming Shanto with the only other thing he could think of to rhyme it with was panto?
Fair enough.
If Mog's there, I'm expecting him to come on with a tirade of abuse now and shout at me. But I like that.
He's not one to disappoint in that regard.
He's not one to disappoint, isn't he? 24 years old. He's playing his 17th one-day international innings, or is about to. He's only got a best of 38, so England might be just thinking that they can get another one under their belts. Wokes to the left-handed Shanto, who pushes inelegantly into the offside. It's fielded by Dawid Malan, and there is no run. Can I remind you that the Guerrilla Prediction League is open for an hour and a half this morning, so at 7:30 GMT it will be closing. You have until then to get your guesses in as regards how many runs in total, that's both innings, you think will be scored today. You pay us £1 for the privilege, and if you get it on the nose, right on the nostril, you get all the money that's in the pot. £109 to start with, so that's not to be sniffed at by that nostril. So get in there, and take part in the GPL. GuerrillaCricket.com/competition. All the instructions you need are there. Archer starting his third over, bowls to Tamim, who comes forward to a good length ball. Seems to prefer bowling over the wicket to these left-handers. Seems to be in much better rhythm from that angle. There is no run.
I might squeeze a few tweets in if I can before we get too far behind. Mike says, I've still got on my New Zealand Test jersey since last night's win. I can't believe that match ended the way it did. It was superb, wasn't it?
It was.
And our roundup of 40 and me is our biggest selling Guerrilla roundup so far, I'm pleased to say.
Biggest selling. Archer in again, too wide of the off stump, but Tamim decides not to throw the the bat at that. He just lets it go. So how many people did we have watching that then, Messi?
It's over 300 already.
Wow! Wow! That's about 5 times what it's been before.
As with all our videos, the drop-off rate from the analytics shows that about 60% of people drop off in the first 2 minutes. It's strange.
Do you think it's to do with you, Messi?
Yeah, I'm going to see it's to me again.
Maybe we need a new front man. Archer bowls. Oh, he has him tucked up there as he's trying to turn it into the onside. It runs off the thigh pad into the offside.
Well, he beat him for pace there, did Archer. That was 91 miles an hour, and it looks like that. He does seem to have clicked into some rhythm, having had a pretty poor start, really, with no balls and spraying it around. Where now, and he can do this, Archer. He can look like he's a real tyro. And then all of a sudden look like a Rolls Royce once everything clicks into place.
Well, the aforementioned little Sammy Curran is out there for somebody. Can't be injured already, someone. This is played, again, a little bit uneasily, because he seemed to be reaching for that a bit and hoping to lay bat upon it. He's going to get a single, though, towards square leg. Tamim moves to 18, 34 for 1.
Mog says Bangladesh have already just about made as many runs as India did in the whole first session in indoor. Well, actually, they didn't do too badly. They made 84, but they did lose 7 wickets. And Mike says, I've been looking forward to this series for a while, because for the first time I rediscovered you guys after the test match was in the 2016 series. 6 years has flown by.
Yeah, and Bangladesh have not lost a one-day international series at home since Shanto faces his first ball. It's a rising delivery from Archer, and Shanto does well to drop his hands and get everything out of the way of that. And there is no run.
Mog is quite deliberately stirring the pot by saying, is Gary suggesting that buys and leg buys shouldn't be a thing? Just leg buys, that'll do. Ravi Nair says, we're going to lose this one, guys. Thanks for making the effort to bring it to us, though. We're going to lose, of course, because we're still selecting Wokes. Oh dear.
He's just taken a wicket with a fantastic delivery. Now Archer's gone back to round the wicket, and I'm not sure this is the right move. Let's hope he doesn't overstep. Mind you, that was a hell of a ball. That was quick, and it rose on Shantu, who's getting a bit of a baptism of fire from Archer here. Managed not to overstep.
Genuine pace in this wicket. I wouldn't fancy facing the likes of Cummins and Hazelwood on here. Mind you, I wouldn't fancy facing Mark Wood, who's still up the sleeve of Joss Butler.
Yeah, I wonder whether the ball's going to soften and it's going to get a little bit tamer as time goes on, and especially when England come into bat, maybe it'll have just died completely. Anyway, Tamim would you believe, playing his 232nd one-day international, 8,092 runs. That's pretty darn good. I have to say. So he's not the most capped in this team, though. Mushfiqur Rahim has played 240 matches. Here is Wokes in to Tamim. Tamim drives almost one-handed. Just the top hand throws it through, but gets no real timing as he pushes up to mid-off.
We haven't seen much in the way of deflections or sort of tip and run here from Bangladesh. I think their approach is that, they're going to try and hit the ball hard, sort of Harry Brooks style. But on a wicket like this, you'd expect to see far more deliveries sort of riding them and taking them to sort of backward point for a single. I haven't seen any of that.
Wokes in and forced off the back foot, finding the gap this time, Tamim. He's done that quite well. It's quickish outfield. Desperate effort by Phil Salt to get there, but he can't, and it is 4 more runs to Tamim Iqbal.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Great as the Tamim Iqbal jingle was, based on Sultans of Swing, I did like the old one, which was Sherwood singing Tamim to the tune of Jammin' by Stevie Wonder, which was of course, and I liked it because it was my suggestion. So there you go.
Oh, of course.
So it was vastly superior to anything else. Wokes in, bowls. Oh, he found an edge there, almost. Tamim played forward. I thought just maybe tickled that through to Joss, but no, nothing on it at all. Bangladesh remain 38 for 1 halfway through the 7th over.
the outfield is quick. You're right, and it seems somewhat unusual because it seems a long time since we've seen a genuinely quick outfield. We've seen some slow ones in India, and indeed in New Zealand. But this is
there was a lot.
quick one.
Kept raining overnight in Wellington, didn't it? Wokes in, bowls, hits Tamim on the pad. He wants a run. He's come a third of the way down, and then realises that Shanto is not interested, so he scarpers back, and no damage is done.
Decent work from Wokes there because he was very quick to get off the mark. Barely completed his bowling action before he realised nobody in short mid-wicket, and so it's his job to field the ball. He did so.
It's a man standing with a shaking Al Hassan. Is he shaking? Why is he shaking? Someone with a banner there saying shaking Al Hassan. Maybe he's shaking because Tamim's getting on his case. Wokes in, bowls onto the back foot goes Tamim, forces but won't beat Phil Salt at extra.
The exploding heads do some very good work with banners at football matches, doing a kind of the banner helpline where they make fun of the banners at Premier League games, and they could do some good work with some of the banners you see at cricket grounds. The handheld ones in particular are, shall we say, not filled with wit.
No, but they're not filled with. But they're great. They're homemade, aren't they? Forced up to mid-off. I give them credit for having done it. Up to mid-off, Jofra Archer fields. There is no run. It's the end of the 7th over. Bangladesh 38 for 1. Tamim 22. Shanto yet to score. Messi.
Sorry. PJ Mead, and this was 15 minutes ago, to be fair. One of those, and another thing, questions. Why have England got 2 slips when most of the deliveries are on the leg stump or even wider?
That was about 15 minutes ago, yes.
Ravi Nair says, middle match. An epic 19th century tale by Jofra Elliott with a cast of 11s. All about the perils of stress fractures and Dorothea Casaubon. Dave Barrett sends us a picture of, a short video of a swimming pool with spooky music saying 1 p.m. is a much more civilised time for me to listen. I'm sorry, I'm a bit slurry today, aren't I? Mike says Mirpur is a neighbourhood within Dhaka. It's only a short distance from the centre of the city, only about 5 miles west.
Okay. Thanks for that. Archer around the wicket to Shanto, who edges it. He may have played it deliberately, to be fair. It's gone through where second slip was, but second slip is no longer there, and he's got his first runs. It's 4 for him.
It's Nissan Shi. It's Nissan Shi.
Well, it's the shot that I was suggesting that Bangladesh were missing out on playing, with the ball coming onto the bat and a lot of pace on. Running the ball to third man is the shot to play, and actually I think that would have been wide of second slip. I'm going to give him some credit there, that it was a decent shot from Shanto off the mark.
Archer in again, bowls into his legs, and brought a short leg in. That's why there's no second slip, irrespective of whether he would have been able to catch it. He's now moved to short leg, but Shanto took advantage.
Yeah, I think it's a good move to have the short leg in. I'd have been inclined to keep the second slip in as well, because Archer has slipped into rhythm here, and he's quite a prospect for Shanto. It's early in his career, 15 matches.
It's quite interesting that having got his rhythm, he switched back to round the wicket and is bowling a lot better. Oh, this one really rises on Shanto, and he plays it well in front of his chin. And ball drops down, not up to Phil Salt, who's in there now at short leg. Of course, a man who might on another day be keeping wicket for England. So you'd imagine that he's got eagle eyes and reflexes for that position. That was pretty much played off the handle and glove by Shanto in the end.
Yeah, he just about had enough control on that, Shanto. Had that ball got slightly higher, he would have been in even more difficulty.
Archer in again, comes forward, slides off a thick outside edge to backward point. And again, there is no run. 42 for 1. Tamim 22 from 26. Shanto 4 from 7. And I can tell you that by listening to Guerrilla Cricket and having the sound down, you are not suffering Dominic Cork.
That's true.
Which is always a benefit, isn't it, really?
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't know what Archer's figures were after 2 overs, but he might have been gone for 20 off 2 overs. Well, he's He's only gone for 23, and here we are, sort of 4 balls into the 4th over. He really has. Well, he couldn't have gone for 20 because he could only have gone for 19 because he's conceded a 4 in this over. But he really has, in the second 2 overs of the 4 that he's about to bowl, he really has been top class stuff from Jofra. Maybe he just needed those no balls to wake himself up a little bit.
He's got a third slip now, a first slip and a third slip, as this is played nicely, well, I say nicely, decently by Shanto into the offside, again forcing him onto the back foot. So he's got 2 slips effectively now, and he's also got the short leg.
Well,
I recall
because he's bowling really well.
I recall after I looked up, and after 7 balls, legal balls, although there's been at least 1 free hit amongst that. After 7 balls of his spell, Archer had gone for 17.
Yeah.
So he's gone for 6 in 2.5 overs since then. Here he is again, and this time Shanto cut, but brilliantly saved there at backward point by Jason Roy, who is quite superb in that position, and he prevents that running away for a second boundary of the over. Well done him. He seems to have hurt himself a little bit. He's holding his head.
Oh, he likes it, Jason Roy. He really enjoys showing that he's suffering.
Yeah, maybe he is though. Maybe he is suffering. Maybe it's genuine. But he did well there. He did well. And that is in fact the last ball of the over. 42 for 1, 8 overs bowled. Tamim 22, Shanto 4, and Messi Jez catch up with those tweets.
I told you Mog would not disappoint. He says, please note, I also rhymed Shanto with though in that jingle. You fucking Philistinic cloth-eared pricks. How is that?
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I like that. I was listening for another rhyme. I was going to see if there was another one, but I didn't. I missed the though. So next time we get a chance to, I might just listen to it again so we can appreciate it when there's a sort of slow break in play or something. Oh, now that has sped past the outside edge of Tamim's outside edge. That was a fabulous ball again by Wokes. It was one of those again that seems to gain pace off the pitch. It really fizzed.
Well, somehow the speed gun's telling us that was below 80 miles an hour from Wokes, and Butler took that at shoulder height. Sometimes these speed guns, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I say to the police every day. Wokes is just about to bowl, and Tamim pulls away. Maybe someone behind the bowler's on.
Can I say something that's really, really irritating me, and it might irritate you?
Surely not. Surely not something irritating you, Gary.
Well, the score box, which is at the bottom of the screen, has 2 white lights circling it. Well, it's a rectangle, but they're circling, going round. And not only are they irritating from the fact that they don't need to be there, we can see it's a score box, we don't need these lights going round it, but they're also reminding me of Pong, the early video game of the mid-70s. And
this is driven by Tamim down into the ground, and then out to the outstretched hand of the bowler as he follows through.
Hendo, I just want to check, did we call that stop of Rise as a dropped catch? Because it was.
Was it?
Oh, that's why I was looking in all.
Yeah.
We didn't. I do apologise. Wow.
Yeah, they've replayed it a couple of times.
And you see, this is the thing. This is what happens if you make me go to sleep at 5 o'clock in the morning one day, and then make me come into work at 5 o'clock the next day. I will miss things like that. Flicked away. Nice control this time from Tamim, and he'll get a single to deep square leg.
I missed it as well, didn't
we? All missed it because we're all absolutely knackered. And we're so knackered, I think it's time for you to show your appreciation for Guerrilla Cricket. If you haven't become a Patreon yet, get on it. There's going to be a Smaximum this week. I'm determined, if I haven't fallen into the sleep of all sleeps, that there will be an issue out this Friday. You get that, and you get the Bishop and Bear, the podcast. So please become a Patreon. Patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. And slashed by Shanto this time through the offside. That was a dominant shot. Shows a little bit of what he can do and what he's about. And that has run away to the cover boundary for one of these. Gives me a chance to listen to Shanto's jingle again.
It's probably best if he sticks to cricket.
Well,
Don't know if you can act, though.
cricketers in pantos do not need to be able to act, I can promise you that.
Oh yeah, because Ian Botham did it quite a bit, didn't he, in the old days? Don't know who he played. Who did he play? Anyone know? Anyone ever see Ian Botham in a panto? Full from Wokes, and it's not a good ball. That was just offered up there for it, and Shanto puts it away for another of these.
It's probably best if he sticks to cricket.
I might go to sleep to that tonight, or whenever I finally get to bed. I love that Mog. That is a brilliant jingle. Wokes in again, onto the back foot goes Shanto. Can I have an excuse to play it again? No, alright, okay. Jingles, not jingles, tweets.
Well, first, really good news. We've got 2 new patrons. Nicholas Fuster joined us yesterday. I think Nicholas is a New Zealander, if I'm correct. And Dave Shirar became a patron this morning. So thank you both very much. And Red Bull Quarry says, predicting only 555 runs today. My first entry in the GPL. Good luck all.
Thank you very much for that. Excellent.
Yeah. Chris Aquaz says, Hendo and Gary like Harrods crackers, a gem in every one.
It's 51 for 1. 1 over remaining of the batting power play, the main batting power play, the one where only 2 fielders are allowed outside the circle. Looks like we're going to get a change of bowling. I think we are. Are we going to see some spin? No.
Farong's got some interesting news. He says the inevitable dummies bit by the part-time cricketer, full-time salesman, and Tamim is deplorable. Tamim retired from T20Is in not ODIs. Both earn $3,500 to $4,000 US dollars for each ODI match, and $2,500 to $3,000 US dollars for T20s. Shakib chucks a sickie when he doesn't want to play. No, not up to IPL grade.
Now, I have to say this because Mark Wood is coming on to bowl, taking over from Jofra Archer, and I'll jingle him up in a minute. He's bowling to Tamim. He's in, throws that one across the left-hander. Well, they're both left-handers, but this particular left-hander, he leaves it alone. This is Mark Wood bowling from the Mr. White detergent end. Now that is miles better. I mean, the pavilion end. Take your pavilion end. You can take it. What's the one at the Kirkstall Lane end, the rugby ground end? You can take those, and you can stick them up your Mr. White detergent end, because that is possibly the most wonderfully named end of any cricket ground in the world. Tamim wants a single as he touches his behind square on the onside. Moen is in quickly to prevent the one.
Presumably for cleaning a team up.
Oh yes, indeed. In fact, I don't think that's the full name. I did try to write it down as it came up, and I think I missed a word out. But it's something like the Mr. White detergent end.
We need a Doors jingle for naming the end. You have Jim Morrison wailing that this is the end, and then we can name each one. A bit of a better crowd coming in.
Yep, it's building, which is good news. Wood in again. Oh, I haven't jingled him yet, have I? Can you just calm down because Wood has bowled him? Can you just stop that, Messi? Because it takes all the drama away. But it's a brilliant delivery from Wood. It's found its way through, and the batsman is on his way. Let's play Mark Wood's jingle.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course. Except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right.
He tucked him up with a straight, quick bouncing one. And I think he's
elbowed
that down onto his stumps, hasn't he, Tamim?
Yeah. Well, I was questioning whether the speed gun was correct in assessing Chris Wokes at 80 miles an hour. Well, I can tell you the speed gun was definitely correct at assessing Mark Wood at 92 miles an hour. That was genuinely quick. Really quick.
That was.
That's what beat Tamim. You know, a man with 15 years experience in the international game, 232 ODIs, beaten all ends up for pace, no movement, just pace.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right.
My abject apologies, Hendo, and all listeners for failing to control my emotions. At
Can you
such a delivery.
can you perhaps mute yourself in between tweet duties? Well, the new man coming out to the wicket ought to be this man. Very experienced.
Rashid.
It's a very simple, almost minimalist jingle for him after the excitement of Shanto and his panto. 51 for 2. Wood has bowled 3 balls. He's taken 1 for none. Mushfiqur is now 35 years old. This will be my last over. We'll have a change. I haven't got the rotors in front of me, so I don't know who's on. It's Gary's taking over ball by ball, I think, and Jason is coming in. I don't know who else is supposed to be on.
Hattie.
Hattie, is she
Hattie
there?
in the waiting room?
Is she there? I can't see her. Not at the moment. So we'll keep an eye out for her and let her in as soon as we see her. Mushfiqur then facing up to Wood. He's got 1 slip. He's in bowls. He gets in behind that. Plays it well. The man who's played 240 one-day internationals shows that he's up to the task. He's even looked as if he had a little bit of time to play that one.
Well, he was slightly jumping at it, Hendo.
It's a no ball! It's a no ball!
Dear, oh dear.
Of course it's a no ball. My God, here we go, another one.
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
So it's one of these again.
'Cause I'm free to talk it.
Tonk, it's such an Australian word, tonk, isn't it? Wood in, bowls to Mushfiqur, who does try to tonk it. He gets a top edge down to a fine leg. Great effort by the man down there. I'd like to identify him, but I'm not 100% sure who it is. I think it's Malan. And so they've only got 2 runs when they might have got 4, unless, of course, he's stepped over the mark.
He threw it in right-handed, Milan, so I don't...
it wasn't Milan.
Threw
Who
it in
is it?
right-handed, so...
Is it Will Jacks? It could be Will Jacks.
It might be Jacks, yeah.
It's a great effort. Brilliant effort.
Yeah.
I'd like to be able to identify him so that I can give him due credit. Show us your name. What's happened there? Yes, it was all right. It wasn't a 4, so we're happy with that. 2 balls to go in the power play. 54 for 2. Mushfiqur off the mark now with 2. I've got a breakfast sandwich waiting for me. In comes Wood, bowls, and Mushfiqur is forward, defending up to mid-off, and there is no run.
I'll hang around till Hattie turns up.
Hang around till Hattie. That's hang around till Hattie. That's what we should be doing.
That was almost 150 clicks, which is pushing 93 miles an hour. Wood is bowling genuinely quick stuff here.
Yeah.
He is bowling
Makes
very
a
well.
difference.
Oh, it does.
Was it James Vince? It was James Vince, I think, down there. Forgot he was playing. Finally identified the man. There it is, the Mr. White advert, as you can see it, as Wood comes in to bowl. And oh, it's a beauty! He goes past his outside edge, was fiddling at that one over the top of the stumps. And that was 91.8 miles an hour. The next voice you will hear will be that of Gary. But first of all, I'm going to play you an advert to make you give us some money.
We need your money.
Alternative cricket commentary. Bringing you laughs, bringing you jingles, bringing you joy. We are Gorillas. We need your Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket.
So Bangladesh are 54 for 2 at the end of the 10 overs power play. The windmilling umpire tells us such. And I think England can be happy with this start. They haven't bowled particularly consistently, but they've got 2 wickets. They'll take those. They'll also take anything under a run a ball in the power play cricket, especially on an outfield as fast as this. And the Bangla boys have got some work to do. Chris Woakes is to continue. He has 1 for 23 from his 5 overs. He goes on to the back foot. Does Shanto, the left-hander, punches it into the wide open spaces in the covers and jogs an easy single.
Just to fill you in, Jason, the next tweet is from Mog from 8 minutes ago. I'll hang around until Hattie turns up. If you can keep an eye open in the
she's
waiting
there.
room.
She's
there.
Oh, good.
She's here, but
Oh, good. Come, Hattie.
Hey. Hi.
Brilliant.
Hello, Hattie.
Hi, you right?
Yes, well, I'm better than all right because England are doing well here. We're seeing replay now, which is always the ball-by-baller's enemy because you tend to comment on the replay and not the live action. But
That was a brute of a ball, wasn't it?
it was. But we're back live now with a little push to backward point from Mushfiqur, and there is no run. 55 for 2. Have you seen the show so far, Hattie?
I've been up for the last half an hour, 45 minutes or so, but I kind of caught up with like 69 WhatsApp messages. I was like, what the fuck's going on? And then I realised that Messa's been out at it with complaining about, Ashwin and Jadeja and the variables, which has been really interesting actually. I hadn't compared and contrasted them to that extent.
Well, it's gone past the outside edge, left alone by Mushfiqur, who's an experienced pro these days. He knows he needs some time to assess the pace of the pitch. And when he does assess the pace of the pitch, you'll find it's quite a quick one. Looks a good cricket wicket, this, for an ODI.
Yeah, it looks a good 50 over pitch, doesn't it? And like you say, 50 overs is actually a really long time. It's not his bish bash of 20 overs, is it?
No, and as if to make that point for you, Mushfiqur just drops that on the ground in front of him, defensive shot, and no run. There's been no inclination on the part of the Bangladesh boys to push for the drop and run single today, and it hasn't been because England are tight in on the single with short mid wickets and short cover. It just doesn't look like their game. Mushfiqur is, of course, in his mid-30s, as is Tamim, so maybe they're a bit old for that sort of stuff. But
I don't know.
they've missed a few singles, I would suggest.
Yeah, I don't think it's an age thing. I mean, like you say, they've got plenty of time. I mean, they're like 55 for 2 halfway through the 10th over. They've got oodles of time, but England are quite sharp in the field, aren't they, close in?
They are now, because that ball goes backward of point, and again there is no single. England have got away without having to station a short extra or a short mid wicket because they're not being put under pressure for singles. But fair enough.
No, quite. And I mean, it's notable. I mean, Chris Works isn't slow by any means. I mean, you could see he's bowling 80, 81 miles an hour, but just the difference in pace between him and Wood is stark, isn't it?
It is. As he goes back, does Mushfiqur, and that's another dot ball, just one from the over.
Good
from Chris Wokes. And for the first time today, we say hello to Jason. Hello, Jason.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Mog's with us. He says that single wants to sleep with you too, Hendo. And Red Bull Quarry says, all hail Mr. White Detergent Powder End. And talking about ends, I've got another one for you. How about the Vineyard End?
The Vineyard End?
Apparently
is that where everyone
it's one of the ends at Cape Town now.
Ah, right. I quite like the flyover bypass end. Is that at Centurion? Whenever the camera pans out and there's a kind of motorway bypass on a flyover that's at one of the ends.
Give it its full name, to be fair. Super Sport Park, Centurion.
Super Sport Park, yes.
And Krista Quire says, has anyone mentioned that India are 87 for 7? They're now 88 for 8. Kuhneman's got 4. 4 for Kuhneman, Lyon, 1 for Murphy. 2-day test, question mark?
Ooh. Well, here's Mark Wood bowling on a very different pitch than the one that Australia and India are playing on, and it's turned off the hip down to long leg, where it's usually Adil Rashid, and it is indeed Adil Rashid who does the fielding. Through for a single. He might bowl well on this, Adil Rashid, because he's going to have plenty of bounce to work with, and the ball's going to hurry on. He doesn't bowl a googly very often, or at least as often as he used to before the inevitable shoulder problems caught up with him as a young leg spinner, but it's still a decent ball, and that might well hurry on this pitch. I think he's going to be a bit of a handful.
Pace and bounce is good for everybody, spinner and seamer alike.
I agree. So one slip standing quite wide here for Mark Wood, and a kind of deep gully as he's in again. And that's the bounce for him. Mushfiqur was he did what a lot of players do these days in the days of helmets. He sort of put his head down and crouched, not keeping his eye on the ball. And there is a danger you're going to get hit when you do that.
It's alright, I chuckled because with the camera pan to AD there, Alan Donald, and just thinking that was a ball that he really would have enjoyed on this pitch. Really would. And the number of times you think AD is kind of turned down an England role, whether it be the full coach or the bowling coach, and then he's gone completely well away from his home country in England.
Well, that's through to the keeper, and there is no run. Yes, Alan
I say his
Donald.
home country. He lives over here, doesn't he?
Yeah,
So
he married an English woman, didn't he?
yeah, Birmingham. Yeah.
Yeah, and he grew up speaking Afrikaans and learned English at school, I believe. So
Yes, you have
And
to.
he came over to play for Warwickshire. Yeah.
yeah.
All the South Africans, because my South African friend did too as well, so he had to learn Afrikaans, having been an English native speaker.
Okay.
So I was quite shocked when he actually broke into his Afrikaans when we were out there in 2015-16.
I'll give you a little story about that in a moment as Wood's in again, and this is pushed to the left hand of the sprawling backward point, but Adil's in play at third man, and they're through for a single. The England players got a bit of a surprise in the early days when Kevin Peterson was selected for England, where he met his old friend Morne Morkel in the pavilion at Lord's, and immediately was speaking Afrikaans to Morne Morkel, and the England players raised an eyebrow. Soon he was to be, I think, tattooed with the 3 lions, wasn't he? KP, I think he was. Of course, I think it's his mother, isn't it? That's of British origin for KP. Going round the wicket now to the left-handed Shanto. I keep wanting to call him Bobby Shanto. Wood's in, and this is defended on the back foot. They're very reluctant to get on the front foot to Mark Wood, and who wouldn't be at this pace?
Yeah.
It's Bobby Shafto, though, isn't it, in the shanty? But Bobby Shanto still works.
At this time in the morning, call him what you like, Gary, honestly.
Look, I completely agree with you. Delirium was setting in for me last night when I was commentating on the Root and Stokes innings. So Delirium will be back in the house for me very soon.
I did back-to-back second and third days. Second day I was up from midnight till 4. And then for half an hour the third day. So I'm with you, yeah.
Short and fetched from outside the off stump, but with no timing. But there's nobody in at orthodox square leg, and therefore they take an easy single. Bangladesh 57 for 2, highs varieties. Mark Wood has 1 ball left in this over.
No, I think I probably would have been in delirium had I, of the negative delirium, shall we say, had I been watching yesterday. I mean, it was a great game from a neutral's perspective. But to wake up yesterday and see the messages and find out what has gone on,
It was. I mean, England did rather throw away a rare series victory in New Zealand, but they created a fantastic match and all but won it. Just 1 run the margin, so I'm not going to be too critical. I do think you should always think about the follow-on and then not enforce it. So, and I think the follow-on was an error. You can't bowl 57 overs, 55 overs, I think England bowled, or 54, and then sort of ask your pacemen to go again without.
But they did have a break overnight.
Yeah, it's still too hard, I think.
Anyway, we have a change of bowler. And
we do.
It's going to be this person.
Yeah.
Our beard shouldn't touch. Move over, AMLO. I like it too much. Move over, AMLO. You're one hairy dish I love unconditionally. It's Moen Ali.
And he's round the wicket to the left-handed Bobby Shanto, and there is no run. That ball was very full, so we haven't seen whether Moen is extracting any turn as yet. He soon will. Shanto on 15. As he's in again is Moen. That's flighted a little into the leg stump. Again full, and therefore Shanto can get it into the wide open spaces on the leg side, through for a single. Bangladesh go to 59 for 2. I was reading that Moen slept through the whole thing. Some of the other England players were watching the denouement of the test, along with lots of cricketers and ex-cricketers on Twitter, saying what a fantastic game. To nobody's surprise, Malan was watching.
That man eats, sleeps and breathes cricket.
I think he does. He's the new Mr. Cricket out there in Australia, and it'd be interesting to see how he bats on this pitch that has been prepared for the test match currently underway in India. As Moen is in, and there's no turn there, and Mushfiqur just gets that off his pads to the man round the corner, a backward square, and they're through for a single. See, these are the singles that I thought they'd have been taking against the pace bowlers, but they didn't.
Yeah.
And now against the spin bowler, they are taking these singles. So England need to get a little bit tighter here on the one. Change in tactic from Bangladesh. This is led back and cut to the man who sweeps on the offside, who is Phil Salt, Lancashire's Phil Salt, who returns the ball to, I think, possibly Lancashire's Joss Butler. Who knows?
Yeah. Keeping it in the family.
Yeah. Shanto goes to 17.
That'd be an
Neither of
interesting
them play for
question.
Lancashire all that often, to be honest.
What you say?
Or rather Lancastrians.
This ball does turn a little to Mushfiqur, but it's a relatively slow turn, and therefore he gets onto the back foot and just nudges it for one of those singles that England are giving up, I think, rather too easily at backward point.
That would be the interesting question for our Twitterati. Which one has played more games for Lancashire? I imagine Salt has, probably.
I think so too. It's only been there 2 seasons. This is another single that England's just conceding far too easily. We always told how Joss Butler is such a bright cricketer and a bright guy and everything, and he's got the public school accent when he's interviewed. I have never had any inclination at all that he is a smart cricketer. The opposite with Ben Stokes, the opposite with Owen Morgan, and this is not smart cricket from England. There's a distinct change in attitude by Bangladesh, and England concede 4 or 5 singles in that over, and they shouldn't have had any really, or maybe one, the one that went to the sweeper. Anyway, it's 63 to 2.
Leah says, Indian sint 88 for 8, and my OCD is very happy. And then adds to that afterwards, India's gun all-rounder Umesh Yadav has got them to triple figures.
Swinging from the hip.
Yes, Umesh Yadav, a gun all-rounder, is when you wouldn't even
that's
get
short,
to your...
And he rides that Shanto with a square cut and some good work by, I think, Phil Salt out there sweeping in the covers, and they're through for 2.
No.
I mean, just going back to Umesh Yadav, I don't think he even fits your good number 8 category, does he, Gary?
Oh no, Umesh Yadav is a
hard-hitting 10.
Yeah. He might not get much bowling, Umesh Yadav, so he might as well get his subs worth for batting. Don't think he's going to be bowling much on that pitch. As Wood's in again, it's a good ball on middle stump, and it's defended by Bobby Shanto, and he does that Steve Smith, Marnus Labuschagne sort of ostentatious lift of the bat, or maybe it's because it hit him in the gloves. I'm not sure. He's certainly taken the gloves off, and so he might have been hit there, maybe doing him a disservice. Hattie, was he hit on the gloves there?
To be honest, I was still thinking if that was Phil Salt or not on the boundary. They just showed him, and it's not. So I was just trying to think out who it was. It might have just hit him on the top of the bat and with the glove as well, and he just played it down back to Wood. Yeah,
here's Mark again with this very straight run up, which he just steps slightly aside when he bowls around the wicket and goes a little wider on the crease, but it's just defended into the offside, and there is near run.
Yeah, I think he was just beaten by the extra pace, really, wasn't he? Like you say, he just came in, the ball kind of just came in at him with a bit of extra bounce, and he just played it back down.
Yeah, they need to be very watchful here of Mark Wood, because although he's not getting any lateral movement, he is getting the ball to steeple in terms of bounce, and he is 90 miles an hour plus. It doesn't matter what the ball's doing if it's coming at you at 90 mile an hour plus. You've got to be careful. And he's in again. This is an attempted hook, but that's that bounce I was talking about. It went over the bat of Shanto, and it's been given us a wide. Oh,
that's
please.
Mean. You can't give one for the over and a wide.
It's over the shoulder. It's the sign for one for the over. It's got to be over the head, isn't it?
See, I'd sooner sing Annie Lennox than give that a wide.
Well,
we haven't seen the side on, and sometimes those ones are ballooning over the.
Yeah, I think that's the latter case this time. I think it's an unplayable delivery. You couldn't reach that with a barge pole, I don't think.
Quinton de Kock could have played that.
Round the wicket again is Wood. Again, it's short, and this time he does get hold of it, does Shanto. But there's a man on the leg side boundary, as yet unidentified.
That's Phil Salt.
That's Phil Salt.
Yeah, the guy on the square leg boundary had number 85 on his back.
Was that Will Jack? That's Will Jack's,
That's Will Jack's.
Yeah. I thought he was taller than Phil Salt and a different build, and I was just thinking, I'm sure it's not. I just couldn't place him, but I thought if England were playing another spinner, he probably can bat a bit. There's got to be Jack's.
Yeah. 2 for that delivery.
High five us.
Yeah. It's quite hard to identify some of these England players because they are almost to a man. I'll come to it in a moment as this ball is defended into the leg side and no run. They almost all have the caps pulled down quite low. They have the shades on and they have an aggressive 2 days worth of...
generic designer stubble.
Officer Dibble stubble. Yeah, Officer Dibble.
Yeah, we were talking in the test match about the numbers on the back of shirts and how, what's the purpose of them and how can we figure them out by the numbers, and Rooch was the obvious choice. And with 66 on the back, and it's just trying to figure out. And I mean, and it's just like, how do they give them the numbers? And it was just bonkers with some of the answers we were coming out with.
Well, of course, Jacks couldn't after this ball.
Yeah, because that ball was defended into the offside, and the field is now close enough to stop the single, and the single is stopped. Bangladesh 68 for 2. Jason.
Well, Jacks picked 85, I think, because his number that he wanted to use, the one that he used for Surrey, is already in use by another member of the squad, which is Jimmy Anderson, because I think Jimmy Anderson's got number 9.
He has, yeah.
And that's Jacks' squad number for Surrey.
Are the numbers the same in Test cricket as they are in
I think if they're not used, they can claim it.
God, it's so complicated,
I know.
isn't it? What should Alex Stewart's number be? There's a question. What should Alex Stewart's number be, and why?
Well, 8,463, I think.
It is.
Completely random.
This ball is punched to...
Oh, I see. I've got it now. Sorry.
And there is no run. There's 2 reasons why it should be 8,463. Do you know the subsidiary reason?
Well, I know both of them. I don't know if Hattie does.
The number of test runs he's got.
Correct.
No, I don't know.
Moen's in again, round the wicket, and pushed backward of point. And there is no run. Go on, Jason.
It's his birthday.
It is.
Oh, 8th of April 1963.
It is, yeah.
Wow, what a coincidence.
Yeah, that's his number plate as well on his car if you want a third one. As Moen's in, and this is hit hard. The sprawling short extra can't get to it. That was a long hop. He could have hit that anywhere, and he chose to hit it to the extra cover boundary for one of these.
That went like a tracer bullet.
And Moen is getting no turn. He's getting no bounce here. And I think they're going to be jumping all over him quite soon.
It's almost like he, obviously, Alec is one of the fairest players in the game ever. He would walk even when he probably didn't nick it. Yeah. But it's like if he got out on purpose on that day, on that number of runs.
Well, just pushed into the offside, and England have got the man saving the single at short extra. So there's 4 or 5 singles of the previous over that were conceded. Was not conceded there because they got the man in the right place. This is pushed round the corner to backward square, and they're through for a single there. 6 so far from this over from Moen, who's going at a runner ball, none for 11. Bangladesh 74 for 2. Mushfiqur, not quite at his fluent best. He has 6 from 15, and Bobby Shanto has 27 from 30. As Moen's in again, and that ball does turn a little, partly because Mushfiqur played back when he should have been forward, and Butler, again, I just don't get it with Butler. He doesn't seem like the brightest cricketer to me. He's just attempted a run out with nobody backing up. It would never have been a run out, and a single is conceded. But what's one run in a cricket match? What's one run? What does it matter?
Quite a lot if it was yesterday.
Yes, exactly.
Absolutely.
That's why I laughed.
Anyway, Malan has updated us. He says, in India, Umesh Yadav has hit 2 sixes and a 4 in his last 10 balls. 108 for 8 after 31 overs. There says, Umesh holds the record for the fastest 30 in Test cricket. I will not hear a bad word against his credentials as an all-rounder. I'm sorry, dear. And Dave
Umesh
Wood
Yadav has one of our best jingles. If you could dig it out later, it might be fun, Jason.
Dave Wood says, good morning and happy St. David's Day.
Oh,
We'd like to see Ahmed play. Not sure about how much he needs to learn about Rashid's ability at this stage. Sorry, how much we need to learn about Rashid's ability at this stage.
No, but Adil might benefit from playing some cricket in subcontinental conditions, because he will be absolute key to England's plans for the World Cup coming up in the autumn. So I'm all for Adil playing whenever he wants at the moment. If he doesn't want to play, that's fine. If he does want to play, that's also fine, because he's such a key man for England. It'll probably be his last World Cup. I don't think Adil will be playing at the next one, so England
I'd be very surprised.
Make the most of him. Got to make the most of him. Yes, we seem to be on a break here. As usual, they'll find reasons not to be playing cricket.
Drinks break. It's about 15, 16 overs.
Yeah, I'm not sure how hot it is in Mirpur. I mean, Jez hasn't given us a weather report. I suspect it's in the mid-20s from what we can see, maybe a little higher than that. But we haven't been. We've been going
just to remind people, they've got about 15 minutes to enter the GPL if they want to sweep the pot of about £110, I think it is.
India are 109 all out. News from Messi Jez there.
Run out to finish.
Yeah. Every batting collapse must have its comedy run out.
Probably was.
Yeah. How long is this drinks break taking? And they're going to have 2 drinks breaks in an innings of 50 overs if they're having one after 15.
Anyway, I think I've found the Umesh Yadav jingle. Shall I jump it?
He weren't born wealthy and he ain't always healthy. He got shins that bubble and his back is trouble. He said, I know you, you know me. One thing I can tell you is you got a bowl at speed. You miss your death right now for me.
Well, that wasn't the jingle I was thinking, but it's still absolutely splendid. What I was thinking of was to the tune of "Oh, Mr. Porter, Umesh Yadav, oh, what can I do?" I think it was a James Sherwood one, but that was also splendid. So
they are very good, these.
Yadav is the man. The current run rate is 5.00, 2 decimal places. A little unnecessary, I suspect. And that ball is taken off the pads down to the vacant backward square. Why would you not have a backward square with Mark Wood bowling? I don't know. But they're through for a single. Bangladesh go to 76 for 2. Brian Johnston somewhere up in the sky saying, "Oh, trombone time. 76 for 2, trombone time." Again, we're seeing the replays that are entirely designed to put off ball by baller at guerrilla cricket.
Yes.
As Bobby Shanto has been stuck on 27 for a while, although having said that, part of that while was an elongated drinks break, as he rocks back to Wood, and that's a good shot there. Some aggressive intent against the short ball. He hit that, it wasn't that short, he hit it hard on the pull through mid-wicket for one of these. Yeah, and maybe the batters got together a little there and said we're going to be more aggressive against Mark Wood, and sure enough, that was a good shot there into position early, which has been the problem against Wood and against Archer, really.
He's getting the timing because he was always a bit late on the balls beforehand. I think he's now picking it up just a little bit earlier, and therefore hitting it in the meat of the bat rather than sort of at the top of towards the splice or towards the toe.
80 for 2. That's a good ball by Mark Wood there, tucking him up. That's the kind of, I always think of that ball as being a kind of horrendous say-wag delivery. I'm surprised it's not used more to batsmen when they're showing aggression, because you go back of the length if you're quick and you just aim at the armpit, so you're not bowling a full-on bouncer, but you tuck the batsman up, and there isn't really a great deal you can do with that kind of delivery if you're a stand and deliver batsman, as so many are these days in the ODI game. Tucked up for room, couldn't do anything with it. Dot ball. These graphics are a bit irritating, very irritating. In fact, not only the two lights going round like cyclists in a pursuit in a velodrome. I'll come to something else in a moment. As Wood's in again, and this is on the hip. It's that ball I was looking for, but not quite short enough, and therefore turned off the pads to deep square leg, where Phil Salt does the fielding. I identified him okay that time. We've got a green background for the graphics, and then we've got white figures for a single, and we've got a red 4 and a black dot. Now, for all the world, that looks like a poker hand to me. That looks like we're waiting now for the river card playing Texas Hold'em. And once I saw that, I couldn't not see it. So whatever you've got in the pocket now, the river is coming. The 5th card in the shared 5 in a hand of Texas Hold'em. As this is short, and Mushfiqur does that dangerous leave where he sort of half ducks it and then turns his head away and hopes that the ball misses him. That is dangerous, isn't it? We see it there. That is going to hit him. That's going to hit him sooner or later.
That really didn't get up. Mushfiqur's not exactly a tall bloke, and that's barely got over him crouching and over the stumps. And I think he decided to duck early and then suddenly realised, this isn't getting up as much as I thought.
But he's got no choice because he's not looking at the ball, so he can't sway, which is usually a better way of playing the short ball. Of course,
at least you can see the ball, what it's doing.
Well, he's not got any marimba rhythm, so he can't sway.
Here's Wood again, and this is on off stump, and it's well fielded there, a backward point. And a better end to the over for England. Bangladesh 81 for 2. Mushfiqur has 8. Shanto has 32. And Jason has your tweets.
He doesn't, but he's going to look on.
Go on.
The YouTube to look at the chat there and see who's with us. Craig Nutley's with us, who's giving us details about the India game. And also Stephen Kelk is there in the YouTube chat. Welcome to you. Let's see if anyone's snuck in whilst I've been away for a second. Nope, we're still up to date.
There seems to be an Olympic-sized swimming pool just to the left of the cricket ground here. Not many of those in close proximity to cricket grounds, I would suggest, as this ball is punched to Jofra, who is at long off.
Not Olympic size, no.
Single.
There's a couple where you've got plunge pools sort of right next to the pitch almost.
Oh yeah, that's a different thing. That's like the early days of 2020, where you remember the early days of 2020, New Zealand played an international in the beige kits and wigs. Such was the early days of 2020. Moen's round the wicket again, and almost Yorks himself. There's Mushfiqur there, and there is no run. Yes, the pool parties, particularly in South Africa, but even in England there were pool parties.
That's a good shout. That's a good shout.
But the next is a good shot rather than a good shout, because he lifts that, does Mushfiqur, and brilliantly caught by Phil Salt on the boundary. Or has he? He doesn't look like he's celebrating. Not sure what's going on here.
I think he thinks he's put a foot out of bounds while still holding the ball.
So the ball was hit deep to cow corner. Phil Salt caught it, and it looked for all the world as if he did that thing where he throws the ball back to himself. having had to go over the boundary, and catches it inside the boundary. The soft signal is out, but it's not really worth anything because the third umpire takes the pictures. And well, we'll wait and see. I mean, they do it very nonchalantly these days, but they seem to be going straight to the board for the decision. So whether Phil Salt said, "Look, I had my foot on the ground," I was seeing it again. It's a lovely shot from Mushfiqur, but it had more height than it had distance, and it does look to me like he grounds a foot while he's still got the ball in hand. Let's see, it's a good catch. He's going backwards. He sees the Toblerone, and we're about to see. Yes, the foot is almost certainly down before the ball is thrown in the air. Now, he looks in slow motion, Phil Salt, like he's got plenty of time to throw that ball in the air. But at full speed, that happens very, very quickly.
It's the double pump as well. I mean, he had a first go at throwing it up and didn't do it, and then he did it the second one when he literally just put his foot down, I think, outside the playing area.
It is tight. We do need to see a definitive angle, but the whole reaction of Salt is that he's grounded his foot here. So, oh no, that was a bit too quick. We haven't seen it in slow motion. We're now seeing it double quick time. So, it looks for all the world as though this is going to be signalled as 6.
I did some tweets whilst we were waiting for the result. Leah says, "I'm taller than any member of any Bangladesh international cricket team," and also Expat Gamer says to us, "We have a pool on our oval." Wait, no, that's the concrete pitch getting flooded every time it rains. You must live, Nick, close to Worcester.
This is very tight indeed. I think that doesn't look to be conclusive evidence, but the foot goes down almost the same instant as the ball leaves the hand. We're seeing it plenty of times here, but I can't believe that this will be given out because it's not conclusive. The soft signal, for what it's worth, was not out. It was out actually. So, but it's not worth anything, and it is indeed signalled as 6. So I think that's the right decision, even if it's the wrong decision, if that makes sense, because you couldn't, on the evidence there, say that Salt had held the ball legitimately. 88 for 2. Mushfiqur has 6 to his name, and he just dabs this back to Moen, who fields off his own bowling. And it is.
I still want to know what happened about the ball before and whether or not that was LBW. They
well,
seem to
I
have completely
agree
forgotten
with you.
them.
It looked tight. England have their captain behind the stumps, so if anybody can see the line, he can. Moen's in again, and that one got up a little bit there, but there's no man round the corner, which I find very surprising, because there's a single there all day, every day, and they take it. 89 for 2. Of course, you can't have fielders in every position. That was one of Botham's most annoying, in a long list of annoying things he did on commentary, was constantly suggest that fielders be put where the ball had gone. There's a slip this time, though, and the left-handed Chanto, and well fielded at backward point, restricts the run, and therefore it's a dot ball. Bangladesh 89 for 2 after 17.
Mayank says there's an Olympic-sized pool next to Sharjah's cricket ground.
Oh,
there's some sort of aquatic centre right behind the ground. And also, let's have a look at this. Mog sent us a tweet from Cricket Thailand, where there's an innings break in their match against Saudi Arabia, and talking about high-scoring or no-scoring games, which we have been doing recently. The innings break has the side on 424 for 7 in 50 overs. That's a bit of a slogfest.
Yeah, well, sometimes these matches are played on grounds that are about the size of an Olympic swimming pool.
And
so you have to look at
Jersey Oak is also says, "Morning, a one-run defeat is on the cards. We're doomed."
Well, we may not be doomed, because I think the key man in England's attack is about to take up said attack, and we'll jingle him up.
Rashid on the 45. Rashid on the 45. Rashid on the 45. Rashid on the 45. Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it. Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it. Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it on the foot.
And rather irritatingly, he concedes a single first ball, because long off is deep instead of saving one, because he really does want here Adil to bowl as often as he can to get into a rhythm at the same batsman when you've got a left and right hander.
He wants to bowl at the right hander as well, not Shanto.
And it's good that England have got a slip in there, but I do think they need to get tight on these singles. Shanto on 33 is batted well, and he gets one on his leg stump, and England again concede a single into the leg side. This is exactly what they shouldn't be doing. Of course, you can't cover the boundaries, have a slip fielder and cover the singles, but I'd be amazed if they had Adil Rashid and were taking him on for sixes first up. And if they did, they might get out. So why not have your fielders tight on the one?
And Rashid's got to get his fingers warmed up and his wrist warmed up as well.
He's a class act. He doesn't need much. This ball is fielded at short extra, and there is no run.
And more importantly, his shoulder warmed up.
Yeah, maybe that's a case, but he's got Moen in at slip. I don't think Moen is often in at slip, but he's in at slip. As this ball is the other one, the Doosra, the one that goes the other way, the googly, and a jabbed down bat goes to yet another single at backward square. How many singles have gone to backward square just when I've been commentating? I don't know. Through for one, so again they rotate the strike. Brings the left-hander onto strike. Moen was staying over. Adil was staying over the wicket to the right-hander, and he stays over the wicket now. He tosses it up. In fact, he tosses it so much it's a full toss, and it's caught. Is it caught? Short mid-wicket. It is. Oh dear! Shanto, who batted so well, could have hit that anywhere. It was a full toss, and he picked out the man at short mid-wicket. There's a conference here between the umpires, and we know what happens. The umpires talk to each other, say, I'm not sure that carried. The other says, I'm not sure it carried either, and they take it upstairs. And there we are. Why do they even bother having the conference? The soft signal is out, not that it matters.
Why are they even bothering being on the field?
Well, this time, the catcher looks very confident that he's done his job.
Well, it's Roy, isn't it, again?
Is it Roy?
I think he's more happy about this one.
Yeah, he kind of flicks it up to himself. It's a good bit of cricket, actually, from Jason Roy. He was, in his youth, he was such a dynamic presence in the field. He's not quite as good these days. But it was a full toss. It was hit hard and low. And Roy sort of scooped the ball up from ankle height, flicking it up in the air so he could catch it, if you like, on the rebound. We're having a look at it here. And the ball is... Oh, it looks grounded. It looks grounded. Roy can't see it because he's not looking at it. But
I think he's all right.
Well, these things can go both ways. The television pictures seldom are conclusive. But if you're going to allow television pictures for grounded catches, and I think there's a question whether they should. I think the umpires should do their job on the field with a grounded catch. Then I think that
they're closer than anybody else, and they thought it was out. So
this could easily go either way. No blame attaches to the fielder because he's not looking at the ball, as they seldom are when with these very, very low catches. He's gone down on one knee. He's given it the long barrier, and he's taken the ball in front of his grounded knee, and he's kind of scooped it up and given himself the catch, if you like. And it's given us not out. The soft signal doesn't count for anything, so it's not like the television umpire, the third umpire, needed conclusive evidence. He just makes a judgment on the pictures. Had he gone out, I would have said fair enough. Had he's gone not out, I also say fair enough.
Yeah. I still think it's the wrong decision, though.
Well, it's England have had two tight decisions go against them, and they could have gone the other way.
They've not really been on it in the field, have they? It's been a bit sloppy in a few places.
This is another full toss from Adil, and this time Shanto hits the ball past mid-wicket, and they take a single. So Adil did need to get a little bit into his work there, but he only conceded 4 from the over, and we'll see. Moen, the spin twins are in harness together.
Leah says to us, India open the bowling with spin from both ends. I love testing India. I think there must be probably a first that I can recall that a first innings in India has had spin from both ends.
Well, Akshar often opens the bowling when he plays, doesn't he? So
He does, but I imagine it's
suspect
probably...
he was one of them. Ashwin the other. Double A attack. Here is Moen, and this ball is just pushed into the space, and they take that single. I can't complain there because the short extra of Jason Roy was in tight, but it was good placement from the Bobby Shanto, who goes to 36. Mushfiqur has 17, including the 6 in Moen's previous over.
I mean, spin from both edges is very common in the second innings of your match, but not necessarily in the first.
This is nudged to the man at backward point, and there is no run. We haven't seen a replay of Moen's non-appealed LBW from the couple of overs ago, have we, Jason? It did look close to me. This is an attempted sweep. We haven't seen many sweeps. Premeditated. He was down early, was Mushfiqur, but he was beaten in this case.
That one's going over the top. That's going over the top, I think, but not very far over the top of off stump.
Yeah, that was going way over the top. Actually, took him on the shoulder as Moen is in again, and that turns, and he's cramped for room as Mushfiqur. He's looking a bit skittish. He has 17 from 29, including that 6 that he could have been out to, so he's not flowing as Mushfiqur. And England know they've got a chance here. They've got 3 dot balls in a row. Very important Moen lands this one where he wants to. And he does, because he lands it on middle stump, and he can only get it to the man at short mid wicket. Excellent over so far from Moen, a single and 4 dots. He has none for 21 at the end of his 4th over, and round the wicket again to the right-handed Mushfiqur, who can get it nowhere other than backward points. Super over from Moen. Bangladesh 94 for 2,
and we're still up to date. It's just.
We'll have a change at the end of this over. So, Hattie, if you have more thoughts, now's your chance to get them in.
Not at the moment, my lovely. Not at the moment. I'm not sure whether I'm pleased with how England are going or frustrated, really. Combination of both. Obviously, it's good to see England playing. I mean, my thoughts at the moment as well. I'm just thinking. I thought Moen Ali was England captain, but obviously Joss is. So I was a bit confused there.
Here's the deal, and that's punched to deep mid wicket, and they're through for a single.
Might be like a caffeine as well. So.
Well, we're in, if you like, the boring middle overs here, which Owen Morgan rather abolished with his approach to ODI cricket. But Bangladesh are pushing the ball into the gaps and conceding singles, and England largely are content for them to do so, although they have tightened up a little in the last 5 minutes or so. That ball's just allowed to run off the outer portion of the bat from Mushfiqur, and there is no run. There's a big shot coming from Mushfiqur very soon, and England need to catch it when it goes in the air. You can see he's absolutely ticking here. He knows that the run rate is now well below 5, actually, as he drives at this ball, but again he's got no timing. He almost yorks himself, and Adil fields off his own bowling.
I think we were also just blessed in the Test cricket as well with Stokes' approach, because when in these kind of middle over periods, if you want to call them that in Test cricket, Stokes would just like swarm on the batsman. He would encroach on them, wouldn't he?
He would. There's the big shot I was looking for. It's hit up in the air and it's caught at deep mid wicket. That was as plain as the eye could see. Mushfiqur was bottled up by England. We knew he was going to play a big shot. He did play a big shot. He still doesn't have any timing, and it's caught, I think, by Phil Salt. Is that?
So Salt or Jack? I think
Mark
it's Jack square.
Yeah, it's just a big old swipe in the air. Even if he'd middled that, it wasn't going for 6, and caught 10 yards in from the boundary on the leg side. Adil Rashid has his man. I'm claiming a bit of that as well, because I called it. Bangladesh are 95 for 3, 19.4 overs gone.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Was it Mark Wood?
Yes. Apparently so.
Yeah. Mark Wood. It was as easy a catch as you'll find in the outfield, because the ball just described a absolute parabola against a clear sky, a blue sky, and you're not dropping that.
And it brings the prodigal son of
Yeah.
Bangladesh cricket to the crease, who goes a jingle that goes like this.
Shakib, 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 Shakib Al Assam play for Worcester. Shakib, 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 Shakib Al Assam play for Worcester.
I often say about Shakib Al Hassan that he has talent to burn, and we know that because he's burned quite a bit of it over his career in one way or another. Immensely gifted all-rounder, but he somehow finds ways to become distracted, gets himself involved in stuff, and doesn't seem to be able to stop in his mid-30s the kind of stuff he was doing as a teenager. What a player he is. What a player.
He's now
one of the best all-rounders to play the game.
Yeah, but he's now influencing less and less games. I mean, it's now down to about 1 in 5, 1 in 10 games where he has a significant impact on the match and wins it almost by himself.
Well, he's got
every other game.
He's got a backward square and a slip greeting him, and he gets the ball to short extra. There'll be a change of gorillas at the end of this over, as we see Mushfiqur committing seppuku by hitting the ball straight to the man at mid-wicket. As this ball is a full toss, and Shakib can't do much with that. Almost found the man at short mid-wicket, but it's the end of the over. 20 are gone. Bangladesh have 95 for 3. Shakib yet to get off the mark, and Shanto holding the innings together with 37 at the other end. I'll be back later, school crossing permitting.
I'll be back in 10 overs. Doodles.
Cheerio, everybody. It's me, and Jason, and Messi again.
Yes, I'm surrounded by Hendersons.
You're surrounded by Hendersons. The Hendersons were all there, as the Beatles once
sang. It can only be good. Only be good for you.
I think Gary's being a little unfair to Shakib. I get the impression I didn't think he did anything very much wrong when he was younger. I think it's all happened in later years, hasn't it? All this controversy. Moen starts his 5th over. It's on the line of Midland leg, and it's just pressed back to him by Shanto. Shanto needs 2 runs to have his highest score in ODIs. 37 or 41. He's done quite well. Moen throws it in again, and he drives down to long off Archerfield. There'll be a single.
You are referring to his 1-year ban for various irregularities.
How long ago was that?
It's about 3 years ago.
Yeah, so that's, he was 32 at the time then. I don't remember him being much of a troublemaker when he was younger. I mean, I think we were all in awe of him, really. He was, one of the best, if not the best, that Bangladesh have produced.
Well, they've put up his batting stats, which is like 6,800 runs. But
just the 6,800 in one day, and that's on top of what he's done in other forms of the game. This is jabbed out into the offside. Adil Rashid comes into field from cover.
He's probably got something like 250, 300 wickets as well.
Yeah, superb player.
From his 250 matches.
Onto the back foot he goes, defends. A shortish one. He might have... had he been there a little bit longer, played a bit more of an attacking shot to that one, but he seems to be just having a little look to see whether Moen's getting any turn. I don't think he is anything significant anyway. He's got a slip, he's in, shortish again, and he sort of shovels it out with the bottom hand to extra cover. Again, you feel if he could have manipulated that better, he'd have got a single there.
There's definitely a turn there, but it's a bit slow, and it is predictable.
He's waiting for it a bit, isn't he?
Yeah, he's hanging back on the back foot and trying to nurdle it into corners,
but not doing it very well yet. He's going to get a run here as he gets a thick inside edge that takes the ball behind square on the onside. There's Mark Wood on the 45 who runs round to his right to do the fielding, and that is the end of Moen's over. A good one, just a couple of runs from it. 21 gone. Bangladesh 97 for 3. Messers.
Chris Acquire says, and GK Naylor departs undefeated to return after practicing his barrier.
His long barrier.
His long barrier.
Yeah.
This is the Gary Naylor who never dropped a catch in his teens. Leah says, I'm pretty sure India are playing Umesh as a batsman in this match, so I think they should promote him in the second innings. Australia at 18 for 1 in response to India's 109, by the way.
I might go and watch the highlights of that. I just can't get enough cricket. Will Jacks is going to bowl. This is a man who took a fifer in his first Test match when he wasn't even being picked as a bowler, really. And he's coming in from the Mr. White Detergent Powder End, to give it its full name.
It might be Will Jacks. Maybe it's Will Jacks. It's probably.
It's not a particularly good start from Will Jacks because Shakib has found his range and actually puts that one away, which was short and wide. Back of the square, lovely little cut shot, 100s up.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
So Shakib moves on to 5, but he was given plenty of width there.
It's a bit too short as well.
Yeah, very short. This is a much better ball, but he still plays it off the back foot, cuts it by giving himself room outside the leg stump. Finds Markwood at cover.
He's got the height to get extract a bit of bounce out of this wicket, and if he gets it on the right length, that could be a bit troublesome to keep control of the ball.
Indeed. Let's see what he can do here. He's got interesting action, hasn't he? Now he almost lured Shakib into an indiscretion there. He looked like he wanted to launch that and suddenly realised he wasn't quite in position to do so, so just blocked it back to the bowler. It's quite decent so far, apart from that first ball. Swept, top edge. Is anyone underneath that? I don't think it's going to carry. It's not going to carry to Phil Salt on the deep square leg boundary, but he has to watch the ball spin as it lands, get himself into position so it doesn't get away from him. They just get the one.
I mean, he's getting quite a lot of dip. I mean, that one obviously dipped and put Shakib. He got beaten for length there because he misread it.
He did. He moves on to 6 nonetheless. Shanto down on 38 to face Jacks. Jacks is in, bowls. He meets this with the full face of the bat, pushing a little bit at it though, and straight to extra cover it goes.
I do think this is Jacks' best format in terms of bowling, this and T20 rather than Test matches.
Well, yeah, I don't think he's ever going to be. It's not going to be used generally speaking. Certainly not at home. Apart from sort of as a very occasional change bowler. Archer fields this one down at long off. It's another single. 6 runs from Jacks's first over. It's 104 for 3. Let's see.
We seem to be up to date on Twitter. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Mayank's just come in and says Jadeja got Labuschagne out, but it's off a no ball. Idiot. That's the 4th wicket off no balls that's been lost in Test matches in the last week. That is just crazy stuff. It really is.
Well, Jadeja does overstep quite a bit for a spinner, doesn't he? We've seen that a few times. Anyway, it's going to be Moen to continue, so we've got off breaks at both ends. He's going to be bowling to Shanto.
Oh, they've withdrawn Rashid because it's 2 left-handers, that's why.
Okay, that's an interesting move, and it's not a bad idea to see if you can get a couple of overs out of someone else, and if you get away with it, and as long as he doesn't go for 15 or something. But
yeah, that's the other part of the plan.
In he comes, bowls. Shanto shovels it rather rapidly back to Moen, field, and there is no run. As Rashid bowled one really good googly, I thought, to Mushfiqur, driven. Next delivery up to long off rather. Are we in the boring middle overs? I think we've been in them for a while. Yes, I think we are, aren't we? And they can last for some time, these boring middle overs. It just seems to be singles for the time being.
Depends if you're trying to baseball it everywhere.
Well, he's lifted this one up over extra cover, but he's going to ping and plug a little bit as the man from deep extra runs round to his left. They'll get back for 2. Shanto now has a career best, by the way, in ODIs of 40 off 46. But it was Shakib who just got the 2 runs. He's gone to 8 from 11. Moen in again, and he's bowled him. He swung across the line, a horrible sweep, and it's taken out his leg stump of all things, and Bangladesh have lost another wicket. He's just missed it. Hasn't done anything.
Well,
flung in at his leg stump.
If anything, it's just a little bit quicker through the air, and it might just have snuck under as a result. But it's more a bad shot than a good ball.
Yes, and it was a very sketchy little innings that from Shakib. He didn't really look. Maybe he wasn't interested. Didn't look that interested, did he? Maybe he looked a bit distracted.
It does kind of sort of add emphasis to my point that he influences less and less of games nowadays. Though, having said that, I would expect him to take 3 wickets on this.
Oh, well, yes, there is that, I suppose.
No, he's got a chance to get himself back in the game in the second innings.
Yes, indeed. So England will be very happy the way things are going so far. 106 for 4. Moen has one in the wickets column now, along with Mark Wood, Adil Rashid, and
which good.
Chris Wokes. They've all got wickets. Jafar Archer's the only man who hasn't got a wicket so far, but he did bowl quite well
and
once he got his feet sorted out.
England have got rid of most of the danger batsmen in the Bangladesh innings. We've got one person left who can put it together along with Shanto, and it's this guy.
Mama, here I go again. My, yet another 100.
Well, he's got 300s in ODIs, 27 50s though. Best of 128.
That's pretty good.
That is pretty good considering he comes in down the order. He has batted higher, hasn't he? He has been at 4 before, I think, for quite a while, but he's now dropped down to number 6. That really was a rank piece of batting from Shakib, I have to say. And Temper, he was swishing his bat in a rather aggressive way in annoyance as he went off. This is defended by the right-handed Mahmudullah as Moen remains round the wicket. He's got a leg slip in. They'll take a single. This is pushed up to long on. That will be the end of the over. 4 runs from it and a wicket. Moen has 6 overs and 1 for 27. Messi.
Soph in KL, who was our tweeter of the day the other day, says the Jadeja no ball was very close, or dubious, depending on how you see it. Heel not grounded, so exactly where the foot is in relation to the line is quite subjective.
It's very difficult to get to give no balls against spinners who don't bring their foot down. But I think you can. I think they're probably more difficult for the standing umpire than the third umpire who can look at it more from side on. Shanto has 40, Mahmudullah has a single, and after 23 overs, Bangladesh are 107 for 4. Messi, what am I going to do? I'm halfway through another pack of chocolate biscuits. It's my third.
God. Well, give them to Jason.
My third pack of chocolate biscuits on a third night of commentary. It's not good, is it? It's not good.
There is a solution to this issue.
Stop doing it. Don't bring them in.
Stop buying them. Yeah.
Yeah, but then I'll just.
It's the only way I can stop myself.
Then I'll just.
If I've got them, I eat them.
Otherwise, I'll just starve. Jax starts from over the wicket against the right-handed Mahmudullah, who strokes this one to extra cover. And, nothing more than that. Dot ball. And he's in again. He's also got the leg slip in. He goes in behind this one. Doesn't seem to be coming on, does it, when the spinners are bowling? It definitely seems to stick in the pitch a little bit. Compared with when we looked at it this morning in Archer and
there's a bit of grip.
Wokes, there was a lot of pace, wasn't there?
I think, which is slowing it up.
Mahmudullah has to make a bit of an adjustment there to work this out to Vince at deep mid-wicket, and they take a single.
Nicely done, but there was no real risk there because there's no one at mid-wicket to which you could chip it up.
Just looking at that wicket of Shakib again, it's a.
Actually, I think I've given Shakib too much credit there. I think that's the more I look at it, the worse that shot is.
It was pretty poor.
It's not
pushed into the offside. Vince runs to his right and then fails to get it cleanly. And so they get through for a single.
Is something about this England fielding performance. It just looks a bit scruffy.
Well, there's scruffy bowling to start with, a bit of scruffy fielding at the moment, and a little bit of scruffy batting. It's a very scruffy game so far. Jack's in again, bowls. Oh, he's gone to leg slip, but off the pad. No excitement, despite the fact that Moen took that cleanly. But that's what he's there for.
Regulation, catching practice, apart from the fact he came straight off the pad.
Yeah, just a little inside edge would have been handy, but it wasn't there. Jack's in again, bowls, and forward comes Mahmudullah, just eases it to mid-wicket. And so just the 2 runs off the overs. Jax has bowled 2 overs for 8 runs, which is a good return, even if he's not to bowl further in this match. But we shall see. 109 for 4. Mamadullah 2. Shanto 41. Messi.
Well, our tweeters are very quiet, but I can tell you that we had 16 entries in the GPL today, ranging from 487 through to 640. So there's a fairly wide range. I'm looking at, if I couldn't get in because PayPal wouldn't work for me for some reason, but
I think
I'm looking at the
487.
lower end.
Yeah, it looks. We might even be below that for the day's play.
I was going to go for 463 as my centre bet, as it were, because I don't think it's going to be a high-scoring game.
No, driven in the air, but wide of the man at extra cover. There is, however, Salt on the boundary edge, so it'll just be a single for Shanto.
Well, I don't know about the rest of the Bangladesh tail or lower
middle order. Yes,
Mahidi can hit the ball, and he's got a one-day ton, but I still think he's a place too high at 7.
I would say so. Yeah, I agree.
So I think they are a batsman light, and therefore I would be expecting a lower score than people have predicted, at least for the GPL. But what do I know?
What do any of us know? Moen bowls again to Mamadullah, props onto the front foot, defends. There's just absolutely no pace off the pitch from the spinners here, so you've really got to generate your own power as a batsman. It's just sticking there. He's in again, bowls, Mamadullah comes forward, it comes off the outside edge, and he looks a couple of times at Shantu, who eventually responds, and they run through for the single. 111 for 4, but there was a little bit of hesitation there. Shanto looks as if he was always coming, and it was Mamadullah who was unsure.
Well, that was the behind square on the offside. Whose call is it? Debacle all over again.
Like we had the other night, yes. Was that last night? I think it was. This is carved through the offside. Phil Salt will do the fielding. It's another single. These truly are the boring middle overs. 112 for 4. 2 balls to go, and we will be halfway through the Bangladesh innings, certainly in terms of overs to be bowled. But they just could do with a decent little partnership here. Mamadullah down the wicket, and he smacks that straight and hard, and that is exactly what the situation demanded. 4 runs to Mamadullah.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Very good use of the feet.
Much better. I mean, that's positive intent, not allowing the Moen to bowl at him, taking his line and length and playing with it a little bit by coming down the wicket. It's all very positive, and it was what was needed.
It was. Maybe get them going a little bit. 116 for 4. Moen in again, turns that one, and it comes off a thick inside edge just past the man diving at leg slipping. It's to Adil Rashid, who then, in trying to throw, acts a little bit like a man who's had too many drinks, almost falls over.
Well, I think
finally gets it in.
That's the one where you stick in the turf and you try and center yourself to get power into the throw.
A little bit like
almost throw yourself off your feet.
Ben Foakes did it, didn't he, in the first innings in New Zealand in the last Test match? He trying to play Bracewell, and his front foot got stuck, and that made him topple over and out of his crease. That's the end of the over. More from Messi. Anyone else?
Farong has his tongue stuck firmly in his cheek. Says Shakib getting a lot of love after his fine innings. Probably go for 8+ and over when bowling. Locals are not happy, but are they ever happy? The Bangladesh Rickshaw Union not impressed. At least Bangladesh have scored more runs than India. 3 Aussie IPL players all back in Australia.
First ball of Jax is over. He's going to continue, and why not? He's bowled well so far. Defended towards mid-wicket. He's in again. Bowls to Mamadullah. Mamadullah will ease this past the non-striker, and they'll take a single. Jofra Archer comes into picture from the right-hand side at long on, and they take the 1. He's got the most spin so far today. The average spin today, Jack's 5.4 degrees, Ali 3.8, Rashid, surprisingly, just 3.6. Again, pushed into the offside by Shanto. It goes out to Vince. Comes in off the cover boundary, and they take a single, 119 for 4.
Of the three, I would suggest that Jax is the one that bowls it slowest through the air.
Yeah, but I would have thought that Rashid would generally get more turn than him. But anyway, it's an interesting stat or feature. Onto the back foot goes Mamadullah, tucks it through square leg. They're thinking about a second. Looks like Joss was a little bit annoyed that they're getting these singles so easily. But then, he does. He
You're
does
the
post
captain,
the field.
Joss. You could change the bowling if you want to.
Maybe it was annoyance with himself. I don't know. Anyway, 3 runs from the first 4 balls of this over. Could do with the boundary. Shanto is nearing a first ODI 50. In comes Jax round the wicket, and he's beaten by that one. He went back, and it turned. It kept a little bit low, if anything, and beat him.
Fizzed through a bit. I think it was more of a toppy than a side.
I don't know. It's turned a long way.
It has.
And he's in again. Bowls lovely drift there and flight from Jax, and that's just pushed into the offside. It's the end of the over. He's gone for 11 from 3, bowling very nicely indeed. Bangladesh 120 for 4. Messers.
We have no more tweets, but Gary was wondering about the temperature in Dhaka today. It's 32 degrees, feels like 35, but low humidity, just 26%.
So
and very light wind.
So not that muggy, thankfully.
Yeah, it looks. I mean, it did look quite cloudy at the beginning, but it looks like that's burning off a little bit. Yeah, it looks more hazy, and there's a little bit of a bluish tint to the sky now, isn't there?
When you say hazy, the report here says air quality very unhealthy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you get that. I mean, where's the other place that's terrible? Delhi is terrible, isn't it, for its air?
Delhi's awful.
Yeah.
Chennai?
That last
I
test
thought
match,
Chennai wasn't great
barely
either.
see the ball.
Well, Chennai ought to be better because it's on the coast, isn't it?
Yeah.
But anyway, we're going to have a change of bowling.
I wonder when this might happen.
Moen Ali's going to come out of the attack despite taking that wicket, and England are going to return to their firebrand Jofra Archer.
He will break your helmet, break your heart, hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart, in your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
He comes in to bowl to Mamadullah. Mamadullah drives, perhaps happy to have a little bit more pace on the ball, but he picks out extra cover, and there is no run. Mamadullah's into double figures now, by the way. He's moved to 10 from 15. Shanto 44 from 52.
So this is another Jofra experiment to see whether or not his conditioning is up to the
the rigours of unhealthy air.
The rigours of a full 10 over spell in a ODI.
He's in again. Bowles hits him on the. Well, I thought he hit him on the pad, but actually got a leading edge, and it flew in the air. Fortunately for Mamadullah, wide of the man at extra, so we'll get a single out to the edge. 121 for 4.
And it's actually the second and third spells that are actually more important for assessing that than the first one, where he can go full power, and then we see how his body reacts and how he can bowl in the second and third spells.
Well, they also might be thinking that if he can just get one or two out with his sheer pace and bounce, England would be in an incredibly good position here. To round the wicket to Shanto. Shanto's hit on the pad, ball loops up into the air. Well, won't get a run, as it's gone to, I think, Malan at mid-wicket.
I suppose the other suggestion could be that, no, this is a matchup which favours England Archer against Mamadullah, who may not be quite so good against express pace.
Yeah, at 37 he may not be seeing the ball quite as he used to. Might not be quite as quick picking it up. Archer in again, short and carved through the offside by Shanto, but there should be cover out there. There is in Phil Salt, so it's just another single. The singles are really proliferating in this little period. Not much in the way of 2s or 4s.
Just looking at the speeds, I mean, that was 139, so 86 miles an hour, whereas he was regularly getting 147 or so in his first spell.
Well, it might be that, or he may just be taking time to warm up again into his second spell.
Yeah,
It'd be worth watching
I want
that.
to see more figures before making a definitive decision on that.
I think so, yeah. Mamadullah on 11, the right-hander. Archer over the wicket and in bowls and looking to probe around his pads. He turns this with a Little flick of the wrists to mid-wicket. And there is no run, just the 2 singles from the first 5 balls of this over. He can get through, conceding no more than 1 more. He'll be more than happy. Doesn't want to give away a boundary. Many an over in short form cricket is spoiled by the last ball boundary. In and over. Archer then in again to Mamadullah. Mamadullah is hit high up on the pad. They're going to run through for a leg by. Josh Butler runs to the edge of the circle. And that is all it is, a leg by, but a 3rd run from the over. 123 for 4. Mamadullah 12, Shanto 45. Is there no one on YouTube today, Messi?
Very few. Stephen Kelk was there just saying hi earlier on. And Jamie Wilson is also there, but very quiet, which is fair enough.
It's almost as if they... It's almost as,
it on YouTube.
I was going to say, it's almost as if they all prefer Test cricket.
It's also almost as if they don't realise this is actually going on a day after they've been playing test matches.
I guess depending on where you are, it's still quite early in the morning, isn't it? Well, it's only just.
I think it's because Bangladesh missed the trick and didn't promote this as the 300.
Oh well, yeah, but you did on behalf of Gorilla. So yeah, come and see lots and lots of deliveries. Tucked away. Jax is continuing. It'll only be a single though, out to. Archer again, I think, who's at long leg, and the throw is not particularly good. Roy has lost control of the ball, finally fetches it and hands it back to his Surrey teammate, who will be trying to take the ball away from the left-handed Shanto. Back round the wicket, no slip now, drives, yes, you've guessed it, it's a single to long off. Bangladesh.
And it must. Sorry.
No, go on.
It must be said that watching the Indian Test is a pretty gripping experience as well, and the South African Test has just restarted as well at Centurion. So
I didn't see any of the South Africa Test, but it was a very good opening stand, wasn't it, between Elgar and Markram?
There was
back in favour,
and then the West Indies came back and bowled very well.
Yep, there were wickets. Joseph, I think Alzari Joseph got a wicket. Poor Temba Bavuma on his debut as captain. Second ball duck, flicked to mid-wicket. Jack's back over the stumps for the right-hander. None for 13, halfway through his 4th over. Is he going to let him bolt him, or is he going to get down the wicket if he can? And he's going to force that into the offside. Nice shape to that shot, but he would have preferred it a yard either side of the man at extra cover rather than that straight at him. He might have picked himself up a couple of runs. Leg slip is back in. He's in, bowls. And this one he punches through the legs of Shanto at the far end and picks up another single to long on. 126 for 4. Shanto's not exactly racing to his half century. 46 off 55. And Will Jacks has 1 ball remaining in his 4th over. Bowling in sunglasses. He's in, bowls. Back goes Shanto. Cuts. Archer's round quickly to his left to field, and no run is scored. Just the 3 off that 4th over from Jacks. He's got figures of number 14. Bangladesh 126 for 4 from 28.
Leah says, I remember the Sri Lankan team repeatedly puking onto the outfield in Delhi due to the air quality in, I think, 2018. And Farong says an air quality index reading of less than 200 is actually quite good for this time of year in Bangladesh. Cold season has finished. March sees the temperatures rise very quickly. Dhaka is 100 miles inland. It would take about 2 days by rickshaw. Electric power rickshaws are not on.
Oh, no.
And Chris the Choir says Shanto's appetite for cricket will be well catered for today. After India, Australia, South Africa, West Indies has just started. That's followed by a dessert at the PSL.
I'm sorry. I mean,
the food of love play on.
I mean, the PSL is probably one of the better ones to watch of the franchise tournaments, but there's been so much of it recently. I can't really find interest in my heart for that. This is defended to backward point as Archer starts his 6th over to Mamadullah. Mamadullah 13 off 23. Shanto 46 from 56. Ring of 3 on the offside. Also a man back protecting the boundary. Also a mid-on, a mid-wicket. I think a deep backward square, although I can't see as Archer is in again, bowls full, and this is steered to the right of mid-on. Will Jacks, I think it is, or is it Mark Wood doing the fielding there? I'm not very good at identifying the England players
No,
today.
they've all got the same designer bit stubble, so
yes,
it's all quite hard work to who's under the cap.
You have to go by shape of body, don't you, and gait and things like that, and it's not always easy to do that.
Those numbers are so useful, aren't they?
Well, they would be useful if I had a list in front of me. Archer in bowls, onto the back foot goes Shanto. He drops it down to backward point, wants a single, won't get it. A wild throw from Jason Roy to the non-striker's end, which Archer didn't seem to entirely appreciate.
He just wants to get in on the game because he's having nothing to do at the moment. And probably will have nothing to do when he bats as well.
Well, there is that possibility, isn't there? 127 for 4. Bangladesh seem to have been in the 120s for eons. Anyway.
Well, let's keep it that way.
Well,
if you're an England fan.
Yes, it's. I think they'll be very happy so far, but they've still got a bat on it. Jab down again in the direction of backward point, and Roy is up very quickly to suggest to the batsman that taking a single would be a bit of a liberty. So there is no run again.
I feel a little for Rich Turner. He says, "Morning all, I overslept and joined you at 7. A bit early for a Gary Naylor lecture stroke quiz."
Well, Gary Naylor was was talking to. I don't know if anyone was replying to him. He was talking to the Gorilla WhatsApp at about 2 o'clock, and then does he ever go to bed? This has gone up in the air, and somehow Jason Roy hasn't managed to run in and get to it. Archer is mightily disappointed that no one could get close to that, but it's good bowling from him. It's just got that off the shoulder. He's turned the bat a little bit too early. He had no idea, Shanto, where that had gone. And he was looking around to the leg side and suddenly saw that it's spooning up on the off. And maybe that's what confused Roy. Didn't see it coming. So he was a little bit slow off the mark. Not saying he would have got there anyway. Into the hip from Archer. It's defended to mid-wicket. Very good over. Just the one run from it. He's bowled 6 overs for 26. And Bangladesh are 127 for 4 from 29.
Matthew Callan says, loving this new 300 format. Feels slightly too long though. What if we did another new format called the 1? For real though, there is no comparison to Test cricket. ODI feels pointless. Diana Patterson says, okay, let's get this match going. I've strained my newly made broth and organised the St David's Day celebration. So on with it. And Leah says, current air quality index in Hanover is 59. It sounds
That's good then, is it?
Great compared to Dakar, but I actually have no idea what's a good measurement.
No, we should send someone out into the mists of Sydenham to see what it is here.
Yeah.
It's bloody freezing in here, I can tell you that, because the bear hasn't bothered to put any gas on for us. Thanks, mate. It's bloody freezing in the green room, it really is. Anyway, looks like Jax has done his work, 4 overs 14. Rashid, who's only bowled 2, taken 1 for 5, is back into the attack. Going to be bowling to the right-handed Mamadullah. He's got a slip in and he bowls and he turns it past his outside edge. Lovely delivery, perfect delivery really, apart from the fact that it didn't take the outside edge. Lovely leg break from Rashid, finding his
welcome
line
to
and
one-day
length.
cricket, Mamadullah.
Well, Mamadullah's seen a bit of one-day cricket, hasn't he? Rashid in again. That is the googly. He's hit him on the pad. I think he may have just got outside. Imploring the umpire is Rashid. Are they going to go upstairs? He's not sure, is he, Butler? I think he's going to let this one go.
I think there's enough doubt there not to gamble on it being in line.
Yeah, they're going to let that one go. The timer times itself out. But lovely bowling. Bowled a really good leg break, and then that one, well, might be going too far, mightn't it?
Yeah, that's it's come back quite sharply. It's hit him just about on the roll with a full stretch in front of off stump. So I think that might just miss leg stump.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I saw one earlier this morning when Nathan Lyon was bowling, and it was against Bharat, and it looks on the. This is pushed into the offside again. Another leg break from Rashid, and they get through for 1. It looked he was coming round the wicket, and it looked adjacent. But when you saw it again, you thought, actually, that's probably turning too much. And as it proved to be, not that detained the Australians for too long, seemingly.
Oh, here we go.
We're going to have a look at this one. Impact on the umpire's call, and it is indeed going too far. And also sort of over the corner of stump and bail on the leg stump.
There's one thing that I did notice in the Australia innings. I'll come back to that in a minute.
Rashid bowls. It's worked to Roy at mid-wicket. There is no run.
Nathan Lyon, not first change, not first choice spinner. It was Kuhneman who came on ahead of him.
Well, he had 3 for 8 at one point, Kuhneman, I saw.
Yeah.
Leg slip is in. In comes Rashid again onto the back foot. That one didn't really turn. And he's forced it past extra cover. Is there a man out there? Yes. And they're not even thinking about a second. Just jog that, really. So just the one. This is really good over this from Rashid.
You've got to feel a little bit for Todd Murphy when you're the third man in a 3-spin attack.
Indeed. Todd Murphy's coming over, isn't he? He's coming over. Is he playing?
He's got a one.
Durham, isn't it? He's got
a gig for somebody.
I think it's
summer.
Durham. Yeah. That's a really lovely leg break from Rashid. He held that back, threw it up, right up, brought Mamadullah forward, and he was beaten by. It was only 44 miles an hour, and that was an exceptional over from Adil Rashid. Now we should be having a change.
Before we go, I can tell you that the air quality index in Sydenham is currently 17. There you go. Excellent.
Gosh, we're breathing the God's air. God's air, that is. Who's coming on next?
John Batham. I'm staying on to do socials.
Is John here?
He is here.
There he is. I recognise him. He has arrived. And so I'm going to take a break.
I don't know who the third one is. But,
So there's a tweet from Chris the Choir that's just come in. John, for you. I'll catch you in 10 hours.
In comes Archer and bowls, and that's dabbed behind square. Picked up and no run. Jofra certainly seems to have his radar dialed in this morning, has to be said.
Not from his first 4 or 5 balls, if you looked at those. That was a
well,
horror
no, that's
show.
true.
That was a horror
his first
show.
4 or 5 balls were a bit horrible, but he certainly seems to be dialed in now. Here's Archer again, anyways, and this is pulled, but it's not timed, and it goes straight to mid-wicket.
It was a bit of like a hack in a field, wasn't it? Really?
Yeah, it was agricultural. I think we could say. You would think that they may be getting a little frustrated at this point because runs are coming very slowly. Yeah, it was. Hit into the ground, and Malan picked it up at mid-wicket. Here's Archer again in, and this is turned off his hip by Shanto, but again straight to Malan, no run. Runs have dried to a trickle. Good morning, Hattie. I don't think we've been on together before. Good to see you.
No, we haven't, John. Nice to meet you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Nice to put a face to a name.
Likewise.
Thank you. It was very kind.
Here's Shanto tapping his bat again as Archer comes in, and this is shorter, and he goes to pull it, but doesn't make contact, goes through the Butler, and it's actually signalled as wide.
I don't like that rule. I really despise that rule.
Well, Archer's not impressed. He certainly gave the umpire a stare as he went back past. I don't think that's a wide.
No.
For me.
No.
I think that's only just over the top, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can play a genuine cricket shot for that.
When it's wide for being wide of the stumps and over shoulder high. It's just ridiculous.
Here's Archer again. This is again worked off his pads by Shanto. It's only going to be 1. Oh, no, they sprinted back for 2.
How rude.
Yeah, indeed. Just as I thought it was only going to be 1, it was 2. So 2 to Shanto. He must have got his skates on there because it was almost in the.
He's had to go round
fielder's hand, and he's had to go round Archer as well. So he's done well to get back for 2. Archer looks suitably unimpressed. 132 for 4. Here's Archer again round the wicket to Shanto, and again this is on his leg stump and turned round to the man at long leg, I guess you'd call it, and Shanto's got to 50.
Yep, I've been saving up this jingle for about 10 overs.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
Gosh, you know you're old when you remember that song the first time. But there we are. But,
I grew up listening to it. My dad used to play all the Beatles and Simon and Garfunkel on the guitar when I was growing up. So.
Aha! A short one from Archer, which whizzes over Mamadullah's head and goes through to Butler. I don't think the umpire dared call that one a wide after calling the previous one. I think the stare would have been all the worse from Archer, who wipes his face on a towel. 133 for 4 after 31.
I don't appear to have anyone on tweets at the moment, but I'm just going to say thank you to Brian001 who sent us a care package in the studio. It's very appreciated because we are Henry's had 3 hours of sleep, I've had about 3 hours of sleep, so we will flag at some point, so caffeine is definitely appreciated. Looking on YouTube, Brian in Brisbane is with us, Jamie Wilson, Steve Kelk is back, Adrian Bourne, and Messi Jez is commenting over there.
Here is Rashid, and he gets that one past the bat. He's certainly causing the Bangladeshi batsman a few issues. That was fairly tossed up as well, and came back quite a long way between bat and pad. No run, 133 for 4. Here is Rashid once more. Oh, this is wide of the leg stump, and goes to sweep, misses, and that is definitely a wide.
Filthy, horrible ball.
Yeah, that was
wide.
That happens every so often with Mr. Rashid. He's in again. This is much more on the stumps, and it's dear me, what happened to that? I think again that turn between bat and pad missed the stumps.
Missed Butler and went to legs fit.
It did, yeah.
Extraordinary.
Yeah, that's turned a lot.
Wow.
That's turned a lot.
That's bounced over the top of middle stump, having hit almost right on the edge of a foothold from the bowler from the other end.
Too good, too good. Here is Rashid again. He's in, and again that's gone past the bat. Well,
good luck, England.
Shanto is playing by numbers at the moment.
He is, yeah.
The wrong numbers.
Well, as Hattie says, good luck, England, because it's turning a lot now. So you wouldn't want to chase too many on this. Here's Rashid again, and that one
again
turns past the leg stump, I think, and it's called a wide.
No, that's really unlucky because it pitched on the stumps, really, didn't it? I
think it pitched on about off stump, but because it's turned so far, it's been signalled as a wide. So 135 for 4. Rashid again, and this time Shanto sweeps to the man out on the square leg boundary, who is Archer, I think. He's thrown it back in, and they take another single. 136 for 4. Yeah, how many would England be happy to chase, bearing in mind it's turning?
About 180, but there's still 18 overs to go.
Indeed, yeah, so need wickets. Here's Rashid, and that's an attempted sweep by Mamadullah. He misses it. It goes through to Butler. That's the end of another good over from Rashid. Well, more than good, really. Yeah, that was the leg break. It just turned away from him. Here is Rashid again. Oh, it's not the end of the over. He had one more to go, and that one cramped Mamadullah for room as it came back into him.
Really good over.
They really didn't pick him that over at all.
No, not at all. Not at all. They were guessing. I think we would say 136 for 4.
Leah says, caffeine? Amateurs. I'll see if I can get you some Fliegerpillen pilot pills and Panzer Schokolade tank chocolate. I hate to think what those would do to my constitution.
Indeed. Especially at this time of the morning.
I think pilot pills are probably the old concentrated caffeine pills.
Yes.
That you used to get for studying. But tank chocolate sounds interesting.
Yeah.
Is that proper chocolate or is that airsats chocolate?
That's probably very chocolate, I would think.
And
Leah's heavy concentrate chocolate.
And Krista Quire says, impressed by Kemar Roach, talking about South Africa and West Indies. Not only has he got 275 test wicket, but he's managed to get bounced up to Marco Jansen. Innings is over for 342, 5 for 81 for Alzari Joseph. And he also, whenever he plays for Surrey, he's got a massive smile on his face every time he comes into bowl. He just seems to love county cricket.
Yeah, he's quite a character, isn't he?
And he's back for another 6 games at the start of the season this year as well.
Yes. Yeah, there's been some interesting signings in the last few days. I was noting that Middlesex have recruited Maharaj to go with Pieter Malan, which is quite interesting. I think Middlesex fans will be very pleased to see Pieter Malan back. He was very good last year.
Not half.
Very good indeed last year he was.
Well, I'm not sure what that means for Walla Wheater. That's not
no,
good.
that worries me.
That's not good news for him.
No, that worries me. I suspect a loan deal might be in the offing, which is a shame.
No, totally. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it's one thing signing good overseas signings, but when you're trying to bring the grassroots through and the youngsters who really did well, or the ones who did well last season, you know, all these loan deals shuffling to and fro, it's really not good news. I mean, I'm a Warwickshire fan. You know, I live just north of Birmingham, and then so we're trying to develop, really pushing the grassroots through. Then suddenly we've got Glenn Maxwell for the Vitality Blast, which is awesome. But then it's just like, well, what does that mean for the our middle order? It's just like, and they say, oh well, we'll put him into opening. Well, then with Rob Yates, who did brilliantly last year, and Jones and people like that, it's just like, actually, what's your purpose? And then we just signed Rushworth from Durham as well, which I'm so pleased about. I love the guy. I mean, I've grown up watching him as well, because I'm a Geordie by blood. And
Archer, and that's
it's just replay of his 50.
Oh, this is replays. Yeah, we're seeing replays of Shanto's 50, aren't we?
So I mean, I absolutely love Chris Rushworth. Like I say, I've been born and bred watching him, and so I'm really, really pleased that we've signed him. However, you know, he's 35. You know, so we're probably going to get 2, maximum 3 years out of him.
Here is Mark Wood back into the attack. Bowls one which is pretty much on leg stump. Comes off a bit of bat and a bit of pad.
Not convinced about that. I think
we've lost Ollie Stone, and we've lost another bowler as well. Obviously, Ollie Stone's gone to Nottinghamshire and what have you. So you just think, well, okay, like for like, because Rushworth isn't express praise like Ollie Stone is. But then why have we signed an older bowler when we could probably have signed an upcoming promising one? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think it's this age-old problem that you get in
no pun intended
all sports, Hattie, that
youth is prioritised.
People want to win stuff,
mm-hmm.
but they want to develop their young players as well.
Exactly. So I mean, he'll coach the youngsters and bring the youngsters on.
And so therefore, often you get caught between 2 stools, don't you? So.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm delighted we've got him, because he will bring on the youngsters without a shadow of a doubt, and that's part of why we did sign him. So he will bring on the youngsters.
Here is Mark Wood. He's in again, and this is cramping Shanto. I think it was on him a bit quickly as well.
That's gotta hurt. That's right on the shin bone.
Yeah.
I know you got protection there, but even so. That's
Yeah,
right on.
and
there's
that's
not
another
a-
bad sign for England for later on as well, because you've clearly got a pitch which is variable in bounce as well.
Well, once the hardness goes out the ball, and we've got to have this ball for 33 overs now, so.
Yeah, it's a soft white ball, that's true, but even so. Here is Wood in, and this is flicked off his pads down to the man at fine leg. In fact, it's come off the pad, he didn't get any bat on it. So it's a leg by, 137 for 4.
I disagree with Hattie about Rushworth. I think you get more than a couple of years out of him because as you say, he's not express, and I think he's like Jimmy Anderson. He takes care of himself quite well, so I think he could probably play till he's nearly 40.
No, you're quite right. I mean, I met him on February the 7th. Actually, my cricket team had a net session with the Warwickshire guys, which was just amazing.
Wood. And he's outside off stump. This is cut away. That's a lovely shot. It's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4.
1, 2, 3.
That's a much needed 4.
3, 4.
You called it,
just
Catty.
behind square. Beat the man at backward point. And raced across the surface. That's the first 4 for a considerable time.
Probably about 10-12 overs, because I don't recall
Yeah.
one whilst Hendo was on ball by ball.
No, exactly. So, will that break the shackles, we wonder? Here is Mark Wood again. Racing in. And this is on the hip, and it's tucked away to long leg, where Rashid fetches it and throws it back in. It's the end of the over. 6 from that over in the end. 142 for 4 after 33.
Soph in Kuala Lumpur says, you might want to investigate the use of methamphetamines by German forces during World War II before taking in Lear's options. It's not just the Germans, unfortunately. The Americans had quite a lot of use of methamphetamine for their soldiers as well during World War II. I think it was actually pretty much on every side. People were using stimulants to keep them awake and alert and up to the task. Dave Wood says, I can highly recommend this, and he's shown us some pictures of Death Wish Coffee Company, which I think is probably death by extreme caffeine consumption.
Rashid in, and this turns past the bat. I'm trying to work out whether Mamadullah was actually offering a shot there.
I think he tried to, and then he decided to let go.
And then he
moved so much.
He was in about 8 mines. He was in about 8 mines there, I think, and none of them managed to hit the ball. Here's Rashid again, and this is Fuller, and it's driven back past Rashid, who gets a hand on it, but still requires mid-off to come across and field, and they go through for a single. Being shown pictures of Rashid's previous over. He certainly seems to be varying his flight and pace today.
He's ramping up the amount of deviation he gets as well. I mean, 3 of those were well over 8 degrees deviation.
Yeah.
And even the non-spinning one deviated something like 2.5 degrees.
Yes, this is worrying from an England perspective. Here's Rashid, and this is reverse swept, and may go all the way to the fence, and indeed it does. That's 4 for Shanto.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Rashid raises his eyebrows, and as if to say, okay, you're going to reverse sweep me. Let's see what response that provokes. Here's Rashid again. He throws this one up a lot higher. It's goes out on the offside in the end. I think he was actually trying to hit it to leg, but probably spun on him. And anyway, he managed to get a single, so he's rotated the strike. He's gone to 56, 148 for 4.
That reverse swept 4 is actually quite impressive if you realise he actually can't pick the ball at the moment.
Yeah, indeed. Here's Rashid in, and this one keeps a bit low, and it's punched down to mid-on, where I think that's Woody, isn't it? Oh no, it's not. It's Wokes, isn't it, at mid-on?
Yeah.
I'm having Hendo's problem of player identification. Here's Rashid again, and this is cut square, and there is a fielder out there on the fence.
Malan.
Salt on the boundary.
Salt, yes.
Oh my goodness me! See, I've not had enough coffee. Golly.
Phil Salt was doing the sweeping.
You got Salt on one side generally, and Jack's on the other to do the boundary riding.
You're right, honestly.
I was at a game. I was at a T20 game last year where Salt and Pepper were playing on opposite sides. It was quite amusing.
Did they push it to them?
Yes, they did. Yeah, indeed.
Did they shake it about?
And well, there was all sorts of puns going on, as you can imagine.
I imagine the media centre was
in the media centre. There was lots of puns floating about.
As there would be.
All quite amusing. Here's Mark Wood. He's in, and this is cut to the man out on the fence, square of the wicket. It's another single, and 150 is up in the 35th over. It's a nice cut shot, that. Up on his toes, both feet off the ground. And, out square of the wicket. Talking of wickets, even though England have kept the lid on the scoring rate, bearing in mind what it's doing for the spinners, I think England need a wicket.
Well, yeah, one more wicket, and they're into the part-time batsman.
Here's Wood. Oh my word! That's that kept lower than he thought, I think, and then rolled along the ground. But Butler misfielded it. They thought about running a bye, decided against it.
Butler was up and on his feet very quickly to chase that, though.
And as a result, there was no run. Yeah, he was trying to pull.
Oh, I think he's got a boss bench on that.
Yeah, he might have done. Which may explain why Butler didn't take it cleanly, because that probably affected it as well. Indeed. There was a bottom edge. Here is Wood in, and this is driven up to mid-on. They go for a quick single. Shy at the stumps, misses.
You shouldn't be getting that single, you really shouldn't.
No.
I mean, that's hit quite well to the man at mid-on, and Archer's just lackadaisically sort of loped in, and he's given it the full beans for the throw to the far end.
It's a great throw, though.
But he's past the stumps by the time the ball gets there.
It's the first time I think England have actually hit the stumps from a direct hit, even though it wasn't out, for a long, long time. I mean, they practice it and practice it and practice it, but they just don't hit the stumps regularly enough.
Here's Wood, and this is a short ball which is ducked underneath by Mamadullah. Referee, the umpire signals one for the over. Referee, that's doing too much football commentary. Does that for you? Yeah, the umpire signals one for the over. Now, I think that's higher than the one that he signalled a wide.
Yep, and Mamadullah's a taller player than Mushfiqur, where he did call it a wide.
So, anyway.
When I first started watching cricket, oh my goodness, over 30 years ago now, I used to call the umpire a referee because I'm such a big football fan as well.
Yeah. Here's Wood. Well, that's a useful short ball, which was on and around off stump.
That's the perfect Wagner length.
And Mamadullah swayed out of the way, went through to Butler, no run.
No, and I think the umpire was signalling no ball, and I'd be saying to my dad, "Why is the referee stretching in the middle of the game?" And my dad was saying, "It's called an umpire." And he's signaling no ball, and he had the ball in his hand, and I'm like,
yeah,
made no sense to me at all. But I quickly picked it up, obviously. So.
I remember endlessly sitting with my godson watching either rugby or football, and he'd come in and say the opposite of whatever it was. So if I was watching football, he'd come in and say, "Is this rugby?" "No, it's football." Here's Wood, and this is dabbed down to third man, who has to make some ground to his right, but it's still only a single. 152 for 4, and that's the end of the 35th over.
I suspect your godson was just doing that to wind you up.
No, he really didn't get it at all for quite some time.
Anyway, Farong says 130 odd with 100 balls remaining. Should get close to my 250 to 260 prediction earlier, but we can still collapse for under 150. Will be interesting for England batting in twilight for say an hour and a half, then the lights will kick in. How many GPL punters a day? There were 16 entries, ranging from about 480 to about 640, which I think is optimistic in these conditions. Messages is sort of channeling David Coleman when he says, Australia just 58 for 1 after 19 overs. I'm still confident they'll find a way to lose. Quite remarkable.
Here's Rashid, and this is slog swept, and it's going to beat the fielder in the deep and go for 4.
It's Nissan she. It's Nissan she.
More of a schmear that than anything else.
Well, it was fairly ugly looking,
but very effective.
But he managed to get it up over mid wicket and out to sort of cow, and went for 4. Yeah, I was going to say, here's Rashid. Oh my word, this is. He kind of followed the batsman as he went to move to the leg side, but he got the ball out squarish of the wicket and threw for a single. Yeah, don't even start me on that pitch in India, please. That's a disgrace of a wicket for Test cricket, and India should be seriously sanctioned for it, but they won't be, of course.
Well, yes, exactly.
That's a scandal of a wicket. Here's Rashid, and he's appealing for LBW. The batsman was well forward.
Not the worst appeal, but that's going over the top as well, I think.
On the leg side. Well, that's the problem a lot of the time with Rashid, isn't it? That it's the bounce. Anyway, there was no run. He's in again to Shanto, who sweeps this from outside off stump and ends up down at deep square. And they take a single. I certainly don't think he read that one. That was. I'm pretty sure that was a googly. He swept from outside off stump. But oh dear me. Hey ho.
Oh, he's got all the Alex Stewart ticks and twitches when he's batting, hasn't he, Mohammed?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, this is pushed out on the leg side for another single. But these runs are totting up for Bangladesh. 159 for 4 in the 36th.
You think 250 will be a good score on this wicket?
Yeah, you would. Very, very, very much so. Even 230 might be good. Here's Rashid again, and this is whacked away into the leg side.
That caught?
It's been caught, I think.
That's a superb catch.
That's a fantastic catch. Goodness me. It was a bit of a shortish ball. It was pulled from outside. Well, pulled from on-off stump out to mid wicket. It's a great really diving catch. Super catch. And England have got a very, very important wicket.
I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
And Shanto's vigil is over. 58 from, was that 92?
It was
from 92 balls.
Let me just check.
I think that was 92 balls, 6 fours. I was expecting to see that ball racing across the outfield, and then all of a sudden the fielder dived on it and it was a catch. It's a pretty good goalkeeping catch, that.
Yeah.
as we've been talking about football. Well, a FIFA's come to the wicket.
Well, it's not the person I expected to come to the wicket, because number 7 on the card is Mehdi Hassan, but it's a FIFA Hussein who I'm now looking for a jingle for, and he goes like this.
He's not a thief, he's just a guy who sometimes borrows things that are not his. He's not a thief.
Another left-hander, my word.
When I was on the other night, we were... here's Mark Wood, I'll come back to that. And that's whistles past the bat and through to Butler, no run. When I was on the other night, we were doing the England game, we were talking about Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee, and that music was all a bit Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee, I think. It's a great catch. It really is a good catch, that.
You've got to time it perfectly, haven't you?
Yeah, you have, yeah.
It still shows his multi-talented skills that was it Christopher Lee had a heavy metal album in his 80s.
Here's Wood, and this is pushed back to him by Mamadullah. No run. Ah, yes, Christopher Lee. But yeah, that music was kind of a little bit sort of spooky.
And of course,
Mamadullah 30 not out, 46 balls. The onus is on him really now to propel this Bangladeshi score.
He's going at what, strike rate of just over 7, just under 75, isn't he? So he really needs to kind of push on from Bangladesh's perspective.
Here's Wood. Oh dear, that's short, and he ducks, but it's
bit of a nothing ball, really.
Leg side-ish and signalled a wide. 160 for 5.
Wide.
Only the 3rd wide of the innings, so
7th.
Not too bad from. Oh, 7 wides. Yes, I'm reading the imagery wrong there. 7 wides. Well, that's more than an extra over then, so that's not so good.
And 3 no balls as well, which are the more criminal things that we've.
Well, indeed, yeah.
All by Archer, I think.
Here is Wood, and this is on the pads and played out to Rashid at long leg, who throws it back to Butler, and they cross for another single.
I mean, were they front foot no balls or no balls for height though? Because I mean, I think the front foot no balls are the worst thing you could do, really.
At least 2 of them were Archer front foot no balls in his first 8 deliveries.
Oh, really? Okay.
Well, to be fair to Archer, he's been out for a long time, and
that's why you practice in the nets, to make sure you get your run up right.
Finding your rhythm again in a match situation, not always easy.
But don't you always notice in the nets that everyone bowls no balls? No one is.
Absolutely.
No one is.
Yes.
No.
No one pays any attention, do they? So.
No.
Blooming well should. I know we do. In our
Here
nets,
is
we make
Wood.
sure we
Oh,
do.
this is short again, and I think he was just trying to evade it. Went over the top of him, went through to Butler. He kind of left the bat a bit up periscope there, though.
So, welcome to the crease, love.
Yeah, hello. Hello, my name's Mark Wood. Yeah.
Moggs got some love for Christopher Lee. He says he may be the greatest person of all time. And Leah confirms, he said, yeah, Lee recorded with Rhapsody of Fire. They are shittier poser metal, though.
Here's Wood, and this is on the hip and played out to the mid-wicket region, and it's just a single. 162 for 5 at the end of the over, just 3 runs from it. Oh no, have we got one? No, we've got one to come because of the wide.
Yes, we have.
One to come because of the wide. So this is where we find out how expensive the wide was, I suppose. If this
They're going at
whistles to the
4.38.
boundary, then it was pretty expensive.
They're only going at 4.38 runs and over at the moment.
Yeah, but that will still take them to a
200.
defendable score, you would think. Here's Wood, and that's
another
going to be
wide.
another wide, I think.
Nice try, Joss. Nice try.
He's not actually signalled a wide, so
Well,
it
must have
come
flicked
off the
something.
pad.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Or has he got a touch on it?
I think he might be asking whether he thinks it's got a touch.
Well, they're
That might be-
conferring. I think they're going to refer
It's
this
going to be
upstairs.
one of those.
Well, this really will be unfortunate from a
It's
Bangladeshi perspective
soft
because it's an
signal is
awful delivery.
Soft signal is not out, but they are checking it just in case.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Because they weren't even looking for it.
I mean, it's a horrible ball. It's kind of speared down the leg side.
That's close enough to the bat that it's probably worth checking, but
Yeah,
he's
I
definitely
think
carried.
you have to look at it because.
But I think they're right.
It could have flicked something on the way through.
I think they're
it's
right.
more likely to have flicked the back of the pad. But
Oh, no.
Oh, hello! No, there is a nick. There's a nick on this. I think that's going to be out.
That's extraordinary, isn't it?
Well, that's unbelievable, really.
That's an absolute strangle.
It's an awful ball, and he's going to be strangled out down the leg side.
Wow.
So Butler's instinct was right.
Brilliant.
Was right. It was a nick, which he might have heard, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's a good tumbling catch by Butler, actually.
Yeah.
About the only thing he's done right, isn't it, in the field?
And that's out. Indeed it is. And Mamadullah's got to go.
Yep, and I think this one probably sums up how I feel about that.
Shit gets wicked, so try and see. A slow full toss is a guarantee that shit gets wicked, obviously. Shit gets wicked, so shit gets wicked.
It reminds me of a story that I was told recently by John Embury talking about Keith Medlicott bowling an awful long hop.
Excuse me,
One day
this is John Henry you're talking about. Is this actually repeatable on air?
Yeah. It's cleanish. He
Because every sentence has at least one expletive in it generally.
he bowled. He was told they were watching from on the balcony at Lord's, I presume. Keith Medlicott bowled a rank long hop, which one of the Middlesex boys smacked straight to a fielder. And Phil Edmonds turned to Embry and said, "That's our problem, John." He said, "What's that?" He said, "We don't bowl enough shit balls."
Yeah. To be fair, Keith Medlicott did have the worst case of the yips ever when he went on tour, I think in 1989, 1990, to the West Indies. He basically couldn't run, he got the bowling yips, he couldn't start his run up at all, and couldn't release the ball when he did get to the crease.
Yeah, well, I think I think quite a lot of left-arm spinners went through that. It seems to be something that affects left-arm spinners more than right-arm spinners. Here's Rashid. This is cut past the infield. Is there a man in the outfield? There isn't. It's gone all the way for 4.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
I mean, I'm not a left arm orthodox, but I got the yips as well, bowling right arm over. It's a very weird feeling when you get them, because you don't know. You stand at your mark and you think, which foot do I start with to make sure that I get to the crease with the right feet in the right place? And it's very, very strange. You just get paralysed. You can't move.
Yeah, once you've got that thought process in your head, I would imagine it's very, very difficult.
Yeah, it is.
Here is Rashid again. This is tossed up and driven out to square of the wicket. And they go through for a single. So
It's like someone trying
Hussein
to
is on
change
to
direction.
6.
And it brings this man on strike.
I'm really very sorry, lady, but I'm a different Mahady.
Very good indeed.
Nice, I like that one.
Like that one.
Yeah.
That was quite moody and
Kind of jazzy and bluesy.
yeah. Well, here is Mahady. Going to face up to Rashid, and this one turns away from him, and he cuts it out square of the wicket. In comes Salt from off the point boundary. Throws it back in. It's a single.
It's quite
168 for 6.
It's quite interesting.
Going back to that wide in the last over, it turned out to be quite profitable because the 7th ball got the wicket. But that's not a recommendation to bowl wides, by the way. But
on purpose.
here is Rashid again, and this is just beats the bat. He went to defend it and beat him all ends up. Just slipped through. Oh yeah, lots of turn again. That's quite a lot of deviation, I would imagine. Yeah, I think the Bangladeshi spinners will be licking their lips. This is just propped forward and played out on the offside, no run. 168 for 6. We're in for a very intriguing one-day international here. Here's Rashid, and this one turns back in towards a FIFA same, but he plays it up to mid-on.
I'll be back in just a minute, okay? Lovely.
Yeah, this
169 for 6 at the end of the 38th.
These two are effectively the last recognised batting pair, I think, at the crease. And it's quite interesting because the last time England toured was Mahidi's debut series when he was a young tyro, and now he's if not a senior player, he's certainly one of the leaders of the side now, having 6 years of experience since then. And no, he's now, his batting is coming much more to the fore than it was when he came into the side, which when he was a spinning mystery ball scourge of England's batting. Certainly in that series, I mean, he had Ben Duckett all ends up. And that put Ben Duckett back about 4 years in his international development, I think.
Yeah.
That was good timing.
Chris Wokes is returning.
Yay.
For a bowl.
That'll please Hattie. She's got a little
Indeed,
hopper
yes.
skip and a happy face.
Here is Wokes, and this is played back down the pitch to him. No run.
Well, I think we're all allowed to have favourites. I mean, two of my favourites are amongst the wickets today, so yes, I'm very pleased.
Well, you've got another one in the side, haven't you? You've got Moen.
Well, I didn't even think about Moen actually, I'll be honest. I was thinking about Mark Wood actually.
Here is Wokes. He's in and bowls.
You can't skip down the wicket to him. That's just
he tries to come down the pitch. Takes an ugly swipe, misses, hits him on the body.
Serves him right.
And results in no run. In fact, he got an inside edge into the top of the pad or the.
Oh, that's an inch away from
that's
me.
Sore actually. It's missed the top of the pad.
It's an inch away from me, right on the inside of the knee, where it's absolutely killingly painful.
169 for 6. Wokes it in. This is played off the pad, past the man at mid wicket. The fielder comes in off the fence, throws the ball back in.
I mean, he's
just a single. 170 for 6.
I mean, both
he hasn't got the steering pace of Wood to kind of riposte with a steering bouncer, has he?
No.
Like, if you dare come down the wicket to me, this is what I'll do to you, sort of thing.
Indeed. Well, here's Mahedi facing again.
But he has got. He is a very, very thinking and skillful cricketer, isn't he, Wokes?
Yeah, he is, absolutely. He's in again, and this is dabbed out on the offside. Moen Ali, who we just referenced, is the fielder. No
very
run.
pleased he's back at Warwickshire, though. Very, very pleased. Having read his autobiography, and obviously he went, has been at Worcestershire and very successfully. To know that he's kind of back home, I'm absolutely delighted.
Indeed. Here is Mahedi facing, and he chops down on this, and it just misses the stumps and rolls behind the wicket. No run.
That's the one that comes back from Works. He went wide on the crease and angled it in slightly, trying to gate him.
Cramped him. Oh, that's literally missed the off stump by
a fraction.
Well, quite a long way.
Oh, actually, he's played it down into the crease behind him, and it's bounced well over the stumps. Looked closer from in front. This is pushed away off the pads for a single down to backward square. 171 for 6. That's the end of the 39th over, which have taken 3 hours to bowl in the one-day international. Which is a joke, really, but there we are.
There's nobody on Twitter, on YouTube. Stephen Kelk saying, "Can you play the shit gets wickets jingle?" Well, I did play the something gets wickets jingle. You're bowling filth, mate. Filth, disgusting.
Does Jay Grover not arrive at ODIs? He's been notable by his absence today.
Yeah, the Twitterati seems to have deserted us.
It's breakfast time in the UK, I mean.
Yeah, it is.
And work time in the UK, so that may explain some of it.
Yeah, people have gone off to do what they've gone off to do.
I know, but when you get nice comments sometimes and then they're just not there, just like, oh.
Jax is back on.
This is interesting.
To cover, no run. Interesting, bowling Jax at this time of the innings.
Mr. White detergent
Here he
powder.
is again, and this is driven up to mid-on. Wokes field, just a single. Ahead he goes to 3, 172 for 6. I see that Hendo has loitered back into the green room.
He has. He's pounced, ready like the feline
coiled spring.
The big tiger that he is.
I'm hoping not to spring too much because I know that Gary's away till 9:15. I hope he'll be back from his traffic duties.
Here's Jax, and that's played off the pads and fielded by the man coming in from the mid-wicket fence. I think that's Salt, is it not? Doing his patrolling on the boundary again. 173 for 6.
Oops,
yeah, we're due a switcheroo at the end of this over, aren't we?
We are.
I think I'm slipping into Hattie's chair, metaphorically speaking. Here's Jax, and this is push back to the bowler. No run.
Correct.
It's quite a long motorway, John.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Not too far.
Here's Jax again, and this is
wide.
Down the leg side. That's going to be another wide to add to England's collection.
Slightly harsh. I mean, that did turn quite a lot from outside off stump.
At least they're consistent.
Yeah, it's always going to be called though, isn't it? Here's Jax again, and he makes a point of making sure this stays outside off stump, but it's played up to mid-on. There's another single.
Yeah,
and that's one more to go in the 40th over. 175 for 6. And, some changing around of the field is necessary. Here's Jax in, and this is slog swept, and it's out. Oh dear, that's another pretty ordinary delivery. I think it was a full bunger, wasn't it?
Yeah. If you read my lips, I was just saying, "Come on, Will."
And he literally just smacked it straight down mid-on's throat.
I I literally just said.
Oh, it wasn't a full bunger, to be fair. It was wide outside off stump. He played it on the half volley, but just lobbed it out to mid-on.
Regardless, he's getting one of these.
Well,
175 for 7 then.
In danger of not batting out their 50 overs, I would put forward as
That's a great backlog.
Yeah, I had to change my background given the last 2 wickets.
Absolutely. Right, I'll catch you guys later.
Cheers, Hattie.
See you, Hattie.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Messy right on point as usual. Morning,
Right.
Messers.
For those who can't see it, I've changed my background to Shit Gets Wickets, which is available on T-shirts from the Gorilla merchandise store. Just go to our website and click on merch.
Nice plug.
Good stuff. Merch. Get on it. If you don't want to support us in any other way, buy our merch. You can get a nice mug. You can get a shower curtain. You can get a duvet cover. You can get mobile phone covers. You can get stickers for your car. What more could you want? Extraordinary stuff. Taxskin Ahmed has come to the crease. He's got a jingle that goes like this.
If you get to the ground by 9, you can see this fella shine. He starts his run up looking real mean.
Good jingle. Cuts the first ball from Wokes that he receives. Actually, it's Mahedi facing and picks out the man at backward point. Current run rate is a pedestrian 4.38. That said, it has got progressively more difficult to score runs on this pitch as the ball has got softer and the spinners have been utilised.
I think England need to get these last 3 wickets pretty quickly, Hendo.
Well, I think they can get off to a good start. I think they can have a better power play than Bangladesh had. They know how this pitch is going to play a little bit now, but Farong was suggesting there might be a bit of moisture around later, make things a bit tricky.
The two of you together have the greatest capacity of anyone I know to see 176 for 7 as a challenging score.
Well, I mean, to be honest,
when you get the 2 pessimists in tandem,
well.
Oh, Gary's here, and
oh, is he here?
Gary's here
He's
in his
back.
5 viz.
I hope he hasn't left any children in the road.
No, they're all accompanied anyway.
Oh, jolly good. Okay, well,
the cameras are on now, so it's the last 2 days of a 3-year job. As Wokes is in, and he just pushes this to point. Does Taskin through for a single. Well, 177 for 7. Might take a bit of getting.
You too. Oh.
Messers is surrounded by pessimists.
Well,
there was me castigating Hendo and John for saying it was a challenging score. And me thinking, 176 for 7 in an ODI would normally be seen as a doddle.
Yeah, but today spinners are doing the job, aren't they? In both countries. As this ball is just pushed to extra cover, there is no run, although Australia are doing very well against the Indian spinners.
Well, as I said when I was on commentary just now, Gary, that's a disgrace of a Test wicket.
Is it? I haven't seen
an utter disgrace of a Test wicket.
Absolutely. Australia are 75 for 1 though, which is amazing.
You might as well plough a field. Frankly.
Well, if Australia come back for a day, then you might have to amend that view, as this ball jumps at Mahedi Miraz Hassan, and it just goes to what would have been gully, but man running round from backward point fields it. So there's help in this pitch both for the spinners and for the seamers. It has changed its character because it looked a very good wicket for the first sort of 10-15 overs. Started to do a bit, and now it's doing plenty, isn't it? Mirpur, just part of conurbation of Dakar. This ball goes through to the keeper. There's a half-hearted appeal. It was sure there was an attempted hook, but he got nowhere near. It's the end of the. Is it the end of the over? Yes, it is. 177 for 7 after 41.
I'm not sure if Jason got in my tweet about South Africa being all out for 342.
I
They
did.
lost their last 9 wickets for 121. West Indies now lost a wicket. Brathwaite is out for 11, I think it is.
Whoa,
Jay Grover.
He's the key man.
Yeah. Jay Grover says, I have been here since the beginning. I'm just not drunk enough to commit beyond a jaunty morning all yet. And Leah says, meanwhile in indoor, the Indian attack has a bit of a horrible day. Australia 71 for 1 or 79 for 80 for 1 now, trailing by just 32 runs. And they've burned 2 reviews as well.
Yeah, and they could have had Marnus, as I understand it, but they
could
use their last review. Class men though, Usman and Marnus at crease. As Adil's in for England, this is very full, and it's just defended, and there is no running. I think he's bowled very well, Adil Rashid.
Yeah, certainly having one of his better days, as you said.
Unlucky only to have 2 for 31, to be honest. He could have had more. He's bowled some lovely googlies as well as big spurning leg breaks. And this one is turned off the pads by the left-handed Taskin, who's tasked with playing out the 50 overs. Goes for a single. Bangladesh 178 for 7. Richie would be on commentary now, wouldn't he, saying very important that India play out the overs. He was always very keen, wasn't he, to play.
Well, he probably mentioned Bangladesh playing them out rather than India.
Yes, yeah, that's true. That's true. This ball is pushed to the backward point area where Jofra does the fielding. There is no run. Mentally, I'm still on a barrier telling people that there's cameras behind them, and next week they'll be ticketed. But I'm sure I'll be in the game in a moment. So it's Mahedi who's on strike, and he punches the ball. Opening the face, gets it out to the man at sweeping on the cover boundary. Very decent crowd in now. I'm glad to see that.
Yeah. Obviously, like me, they're not early starters in Dhaka.
I had a question that I didn't have a chance to ask when I was on commentary last. It concerns the swimming pool. As Adil's in again, that'll be given as wide because it was down the leg side. England have given away a lot of wides, I think, in this. Yes, there are 9 wides, which is really sort of 7 too many. You're going to give away a few on a pitch that's turning as much as this, but that's too many. Pitches this one further up, there's a deal. And the man at short mid-wicket wasn't really on his toes there because they steal a single. England have allowed too many singles inside the ring, so to speak.
Yeah, that's a couple they've pinched in the last few overs, actually.
You've really got to be anticipating that. He did move to his left there, but he only had to move sort of 5 yards, and the batsmen have got to run 20, so that's not good cricket from England. Mahedi's back on strike now, the right-hander, and the deal's in. That's the googly as well, but it was read by Mahedi, and he gets it down to long leg for a single. So my question was, I'm not sure of the environment, the local flora and fauna of Dakar. I suspect most of it's concrete. But the Olympic-sized swimming pool, does that not attract kind of mosquitoes and insects and so on to that body of still water? It mustn't do, or maybe they treat the water.
Well, I mean, a lot of us deal with that, and chlorine and insect repellent are very important.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's part of the Syed National Islam National Stadium, a sports centre.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it on Google at the moment, and it is indeed Olympic size.
Yeah, well, it reminds me a little of going to Berlin in 1989, and you go to the Olympic Stadium, which of course has less than attractive history about it, but well done, Jesse Owens. And there's an Olympic-sized swimming pool next to that, along with a kind of gigantic equestrian centre, all built on Albert Speer's gigantic principles. As this ball is defended from Jofra, and he does his own fielding at short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Well, I can tell you that it's actually clearly part of a complex. There is a high school right next to the ground, and Mirpur College. There is also a training ground just directly to the north of the ground. So it's a precinct, I'd say.
Yeah, all sounds a bit Le Corbusier, who does have some form. Is it him or there's another architect? This ball is punched to the man at mid-on who fumbles it a little. I think it might be Chris Wokes, although I'm not sure. So hard to tell. And there is no.
It's Woody, I think.
Yeah, Mark Wood. Yeah, who's the architect who laid out New Delhi? It's not Le Corbusier, is it? But it's one of those big names.
Lutyens.
Lutyens, yeah, Edward or Edwin Lutyens. But Lutyens, yeah, very much a planned element to that city. And this sounds like a planned precinct. As Jofra is in, that's edged, and it is caught by Joss Butler. Archer doesn't really celebrate the wicket. It's his first of the match, but he has deserved that. He did bowl well after a sticky start, and that wasn't much of a shot from Mahady. Trying to run it down to third man, an edge off a horizontal bat. Any wicketkeeper's taken that all day long.
It was too high on the bat, wasn't it, really?
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, you just think, especially the way England play baseball these days, you just think that why don't you just go through with the shot there? If you're going to play a horizontal bat shot, hit it hard. But he was sort of neither doing one thing nor another, probably trying to run it off the face down to third man, but he's only getting a single for it anyway. But once you see the ball, hit it hard, surely.
We got a tweet from Brian 001, the inestimable Brian 001, who constantly supplies the nourishment to gorillas, and we love him for it. He says, I'm still here, busy reading house sale contracts while this game seems to be meandering. Oh, it's just a wicket. Jay Grover, in response to Hendo's exhortation, what more could you want? He said, I know what more you could want. And Mog says, even I, notoriously parsimonious, have purchased a fine Shit Gets Wickets t-shirt. As have I. I'm sure it's one of our most popular items. And Jay says, have any of Gary's charges hurled themselves into moving traffic just to stop his yammering yet?
Hopefully not.
I had to be assertive with a taxi driver who seemed to be unaware of the fact there were cameras there today, and so I pointed out that he would get a ticket if he came down the road, and sort of looks at me like I'm sort of from planet Mars. That like every other road in South London has cameras on and various restrictions, but I seem to be held in contempt for telling him what the council have decided to do. That's a lovely shot to get off the mark by Tadjul, isn't it? He only finds the man sweeping on the cover boundary, but that was textbook writ large, a half volley from Jofra, and beautifully driven by Tadjul, who's off the mark first ball with a single. Bangladesh 183 for 8 with 7 overs and 2 balls to go. England will be very happy with anything under 200. Bangladesh will be looking for 220, 230 if they can get a bit of
230
fireworks.
Keeps them in the game, I think.
Oh, I think they're in the game anyway, but I know what you mean. That keeps them well in the game. This ball is defended. There is no run. I understand, and John, you may be more aware of this than me, that this is not a high-scoring ground, and that 230, 240 is pretty much par for the course. So England have probably done better than par. That the way they bowl, particularly after the first 2 or 3 overs, suggests that they have done better than par for the course. But can't judge a pitch until both sides have battered on it. That's a hideous hoik across the line by Taskin, who's not going to connect playing that shot to Jofra 9 times out of 10, and sure enough that was one of those 9 times. He missed it through to the keeper, end of the over. Bangladesh 183 for 843 gone.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to bear in mind as well, sorry Messi, we need to bear in mind as well that this England ODI side isn't in great form.
No, they're not. Yeah. Chris Acquire says, GK Naylor rivaling former gorilla Norcross for sartorial elegance on comms. When he says elegance, those who have not seen it should be aware that Norcross owns the largest collection of shitty Hawaiian shirts of anyone known to man.
Except for it's a guy that you don't know, but no, it's Steve, isn't it? Steve Busfield often affects the Hawaiian shirt. So
and Bharat Sundaresan has an amazing collection of colourful shirts, which are actually quite nice.
As Adil is in, and that ball is, I think, the googly, and therefore goes off the outer portion of the left-hander's bat to third man, and there's some very dilatory running there. If they'd run hard, they'd have got 2, but they didn't, so they only get a single. The whole match has a kind of low-energy feel to it to me.
Yes.
It's this is not Ponting and Clark at the crease hurrying people up.
Well, anything was going to be a little low energy after yesterday.
Well, there is that, not least the Gorillas. As this is a mighty hoik, there's a big appeal for LBW. He's given out, pitched off, would have hit middle. He does review, because why wouldn't he review? But that is out.
Yeah.
Unless he's got an inside edge, but I don't think he...
I was going to say, we're all going to be astonished if this isn't out, aren't we? But
Well, I mean, it was an almighty hoik. Why are you playing that shot with still 7 overs to go? I don't know, because Adil is the danger man. I've been saying that since the start. And
it might be hitting outside the line,
I think on umpire's call, he's going to be done.
Yeah, probably umpire's call.
England's definitely not going to lose the review. The review won't be lost, because at worst, this is umpire's call. Goes well past the bat because it's head in the air, slog.
Yeah,
that's. I think that's out.
I think it's out. Sometimes these are going over the top, though. We don't. It's hit the back pad.
Yes, it's definitely out.
Yeah, that's the one possibility, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yep.
But there it is.
Impact in line,
and it is.
Wow.
It is missing. It is bouncing over the top. Well,
they're the ones that get you, especially
what
from
do we
the spinners.
know?
There's a bit more overspin than we can detect, and we often think that DRS helps the spinners, and obviously it does help the spinners. Warren would have got a lot more than 708 Test wickets.
Well done,
DRS.
Well done to Taskin for reviewing in that case.
But the where it doesn't help the spinners is that the overspin is sometimes hard to detect, and I think that's overspin that's carrying that ball over the top of the stumps by a good 2 or 3 inches. So he has to go again. I don't think it's going to be long before he's out, though. Taskin plays a forward defensive this time, and fielded at mid-off. It's the 9th over from Adil, and if I were the Bangla boys, I'd be looking to see off Adil and have a go at the overs that are at the other end. I wouldn't be trying to hit him out the ground. Adil's in again, and he is attempted to be hit out the ground, and he
succeeded as well.
He succeeds. Over deep square leg. Well, broken clock's right twice today, and how about that?
Oh, that was lovely.
Pretty good shot.
It was the googly. He didn't read it, but he went through with the shot, and sometimes you hit. And he hit.
Well, I had to laugh particularly loudly because my feed is a few seconds ahead of yours. And as you were saying it, it was going over the boundary.
Yeah. Well, we did catch the laugh, and as Hendo says, it's slightly disorienting for the ball.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
But you've been most disciplined, Jez, so I'm not going to complain. As Adil's in again, and this squirts off the outside edge and goes to the vacant third man area, where it's gone for 4. Well, 10 off 2 balls. Amazing stuff. I told you Adil was the key man.
The man not to be attacked under any circumstances.
Well, that wasn't really an attacking shot.
It wasn't, to be fair.
He definitely failed to read the googly, and therefore it squirted off the edge. Well, maybe that's a bit unfair. He did angle the bat. Bit difficult to set a field for a deal when he is bowling a lot of googlies, and he's getting the googly to turn here. So, that's the captain's dilemma with a leg spinner who can move it both ways. This ball again goes off the outer portion of the bat, where it's fielded at kind of short third man, and it's the end of a productive over for Bangladesh. They have 194 for 8, not without some concern. Taskin has gone on to 13 off 11, and Tajul has 2 from 2.
Toby Trott says, you guys are helping me get through my master's dissertation today. Ooh. Thinking I should have chosen a cricket-related topic and not US presence in the Middle East.
Oh dear.
Ouch.
And Ravi Nair says, is Jafar Archer showing off his variations or just being inconsistent? I tend towards the latter.
Yeah, I think they sometimes call it natural variation, don't they? When the ball will do a little off the pitch, it's the bowler's job to make sure that they're bowling the right line and length. So when that comes, it helps. But yeah, I mean, he's not been in complete control of his action as Jofra, but he's been pretty good. And as if to make that point, he bowls this one down the leg side. So I think that's going to be 10 wides for the innings for England, which is, as I say, 8 too many really, even on a pitch that's offering a bit of turn. So well, Bangladesh go to 195 for 8.
As I said earlier, I think we've all got to be a little bit patient with Jofra. He's been out for a very long time, so it's going to take a while to get his groove, I think.
This is wide of off stump, and it is no run. He was really bad in the first couple of overs, overstepping twice. My patience is limited with no balls. With wides, I have a little bit more patience, and he is finding his way back in, and he has bowled particularly well once he got through those first couple of overs. So his 1 for 32 possibly doesn't flatter him really, because he's been a wicket-taking threat pretty much most of those 8 overs. This is flashed at, goes through to the keeper. There is no run. Good to see Slip in. He is a number 10 batsman, Tajul, who's on strike. So Slip is as much a run-saving position as a catching position, because he's as likely to use the edge of the bat as he is the middle, particularly to the pace of Jofra. So good there from Jos Butler. It's Moen. Still strikes me as a strange choice for Slip. Never used to be, did he? But he's the man. And this is a thickish inside edge, I suspect, onto the pad. And just goes back to Jofra. So apart from the wide to start off, it's a good over.
Yeah, his radar's been pretty good. Certainly in his sort of latter spells.
Yeah. Radar is one of the brother of Alim Dar, very good on judging line as an umpire as Radar. This was hit off the pad again, I think inside edge onto the pad, and it dribbles into the leg side. You can't do anything about that when you're setting a field because it goes so slowly, and they're through for a single. Tajul has 3 from 6. He's not the worst number 10 I've ever seen, but England are treating him as a number 10, which is fair enough. Taskin, having slogged the 6 off, having misread Adil's googly, is looking busy, wondering what he's going to do with Jofra's delivery.
Be interesting to see if he tries to slog a 6 off Jofra Archer.
Well, he might if it's short. I think he's expecting this one to be short. Let's have a look. No, it's full, although he did... Fullish anyway, although he did try and slug it with a horizontal bat, got nowhere near it. The ball dribbles off the pad, I think, for a single. Off the kind of hip. That's what I don't care for, really. I mean, the batting side shouldn't be getting the credit for a ball that's hit him on the hip, missed it with the bat. Oh, no, maybe he's been given a single, so maybe he got a little bit of under edge on that. I'm doing him a disservice. Taskin goes to 14. Here's Jofra in again, and that's a flinch, a quick ball. That was at 88.9 miles per hour, and Tajul knew it was 88.9 miles per hour because his feet went one way and his hands went the other, and he missed it through to the keeper end of the over.
Mog says, Dar plays comedy gold by Gary. There you go. You've got an appreciative audience. And Josh Cooper over on YouTube. Hey up, Le Corbusier and Spear references from Gary, to say nothing of Edwin Lutyens.
Yeah.
Stephen Kelk says, bit of Jane Jacobs in the mix, Gary.
Yeah, Jane Jacobs, yeah.
Yeah. More superhero points to Rashid. Oh, okay, not quite.
Yeah, and who was the American, the New York, who wanted to build all the freeways? Robert Moses was laying out New York. Because you mentioned master's dissertations, and my master's dissertation was at least partly about how cities are constructed, particularly the tension between the desire to please consumers and the desire to please producers.
I hesitate to ask this, Gary, but how long was your dissertation?
This is going off the hip. and goes through to Josh Butler, who shies at the stumps, but unlike some England fielding, was well backed up by Adil Rashid, so they'll be through for a leg bye. I think that one might have been 12,000 words. My undergraduate dissertation was, I think, 8,000.
Just a cool 20,000 or what?
Yeah, well, I wrote nearly 2,000 for The Guardian yesterday on the report cards for England against New Zealand, and then had to write an 800-word review of the very disappointing Oklahoma for the Arts.
I saw you gave it 2 stars. Yes.
2 stars for me, I'm afraid. It's got 7, I think, Olivier Awards it's been nominated for. Those nominations came out yesterday. I'm amazed because it isn't very good. That's down the leg side, so that will be a wide from Wood.
I would imagine it'd be dated to buggery.
No, it's they've done it. They've done it as very much a kind of updated version. So there's no kind of big orchestral scoring. It's done by a kind of country and western kind of approach. There's banjos, ukuleles, slide zithers, which gives it at times a kind of eerie Raikuda Southern Comfort type atmosphere. And they found the darkness and the menace, but unfortunately they've lost the joy and the optimism, which makes it rather a grim 2 hours 50 minutes for me anyway, as this ball is just played into the leg side, just dropped and run, and Moen does the fielding there, but they're through for a single because it's tap and run time in the 46th over. It's 200 up for the Bangla boys, 200 for 8, which represents, I think, a little bit of recovery from numbers 9 and 10 here.
Yeah, absolutely. All this talk of dissertations, I think I was never clever enough to write such things.
I've marked about 200 of them. I can promise you that you do not need to be clever to write a dissertation. Although some were very good, some weren't. As this ball is just eased. Well, it takes the pad and goes down to third man, and they're through for a irritating leg ban. Dissertation writing is a technique. Anybody could learn how to do it.
Even an AI bot.
Oh, well, the AI bots do it better than the students. It's one of the things that irritated me because, nobody's ever going to be asked to do a dissertation in real life. So why should they be asked to do it at university? And it is technique. It'd be far better if they had to do a presentation or carry an argument in a meeting or something like that. Instead, too many university staff, because they had to do a dissertation, insist that their students have to do a dissertation. Although there is a bit of movement on that in recent years, with more innovative approaches to assessment being used. Well, that's a half volley from Mark Wood, and Tadgil, decent from a number 10 against the pace of Mark Wood, got in behind it and punched it through kind of straightish mid-wicket for one of these. Well done, Bangladesh, you're fighting hard. Pretty good shot.
Yeah, not a very good delivery, but pretty good timing.
I mean, I think the delivery is partly you miss, I hit, because we've seen that if you go even length, the ball is likely to be going over the top. So I kind of understand what Wood is doing here, but he's got a very decent number 10 at the other end. He gets a short ball and he kind of duck hooks that to the man at deep backward square, and they're through for a single. The duck hook is a shot you don't see too often these days. Used to be a lot of it around back in the day. It's where the batsman
duck hook sounds like something you kind of try to catch ducks with when you're fishing.
Yeah, well, there's a bit of that, but you kind of half duck to get out of the way of the ball, but you have a bob each way because you put your bat out there and try and pull it as well. But you neither duck successfully nor do you pull successfully. So the best you ever get is the ball dribbling down to the man at deep square, and that's what happened. 206 for 8 now, the Bangla boys. This could be a very important partnership, as this ball takes a little, it almost looked like a leading edge there, goes out into the leg side, and they refuse to single as Mark Wood does a fielding off his own bowling. The Bangla boys are 206 for 8, 4 overs to come.
Well, we're up to date on tweets, and indeed we're up to date on YouTube. So it's probably a good idea to remind people that if you're not already a supporter of ours through Patreon, for as little as $2 a month, you can become a supporter and help us defray some of the costs of doing this. And in return, you will get a regular podcast, The Bear and the Bishop, from the virtual pub, and the weekly newsletter that Hendo edits with lots of actually incredibly good writing for something so niche, that comes out most weeks as well, and is really enjoyable. I really look forward to it every week. So if you go to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket, that's the way to support us, and we'd love it if you could.
Here is Jofra round the wicket to Tajul, who backs away a little bit, but gets the bat on ball and goes into the covers. There was an unnecessary shy at the stumps there from that's Will Jacks, but good backing up in the boundary, saves any buzzers.
I was going to say that could have led to a problem. I mean, that was an absolutely pointless lob at the stumps.
Oh, wasn't that? I mean, he would have been in, but not by that much. And of course, the other thing it does is make them think twice about taking the short single. There was a man backing up. I don't think that's particularly bad cricket there from Jacks. It was earlier in the day when there was nobody backing up and there was no chance of a run out, and I think England conceded an unnecessary buzzer then. Tajul has 10, Taskin has 14, 9 and 10 both in double figures. Well played. That's a good slower ball there from Jofra, and Taskin was through the shot and almost catching it on the way back by the time the ball arrived. So
I can tell you
Taskin.
That possibly my favourite person as a cricketer, Usman Khawaja, has just reached 50 off 102 balls. Australia are 99 for 1 in indoor.
Well played, Uzi, who's having an Indian summer as a player. He must have scored a lot of runs past his 33rd birthday, having not scored many before because he wasn't getting selected. This is a full toss again from Jofra. I think it was an attempted slower ball.
It was indeed,
ball. But it wasn't a full toss to the extent that it would be called wide. And is it the knuckleball? No, it wasn't. It was just flicked out of the fingers. Huge slog and a huge miss. So he'll take that. Will Jofra, even if he looks a bit disappointed. He'll take that. It's a dot ball at this stage of the innings.
2 slower balls in a row. Will he rip one in now, you wonder?
Yeah. He's in and goes at the body.
That's another wide.
Dear, oh dear. I think that one.
That's 2 overs. That's 2 extra overs we've now bowled.
Yeah. 12 wides. 12.
Which, bearing in mind we're bowling at 12 overs an hour, is turning this ODI into an episode of From Here to Eternity, isn't it?
Well,
really?
It's just scandalous, the over rates that umpires allow and that captains allow. As Jofra's in again, and this ball is taken by Joss Butler down to the leg side. Is he out? I think he might be out.
He is, yeah. I think he's nicked
like
it.
Inside edge there. Well caught, Butler. He moved very swiftly there to the leg side. Jofra has the second wicket that perhaps his bowling has deserved. It was short.
Good ball there.
Yeah, and he was in no position to play it. He did look like a tail ender playing that, did Taskin. And Jofra realises he's got to appeal. It was a pretty thick inside edge, and Taskin is gone for an enterprising 14 off 18.
The end is coming. He's bowled quite a clever over here. I mean, yeah, we had the wide, but other than that, he's bowled quite a clever over here.
Yeah, he certainly looks like a man who is on his way back to the very high standards he set himself in all formats of the game, really. And that's got to be good news for England. He may not be able to play absolutely every ODI in the forthcoming World Cup, but he'll be a real shock weapon. I suspect that Wood or Archer will play most ODIs rather than both of them. But we've got both of them, obviously, because...
The question is, how many Ashes tests will he play?
Well, that is a question. You need a squad of fast bowlers. That's been the case for at least 10 years, but the truncated timescale makes it even more the case as that ball gets an inside edge from Mustafizur, who is very much the number 11's number 11. We're seeing the dismissal here, yeah.
Yeah, you can see the inside edge from behind better than you could from in front.
Yeah, he didn't fancy getting into line for that one, did he?
No, not at all.
And I suspect Mustafizur will be backing away and trying to Stuart Broad this over third man. Let's have a look. No, he kind of just sort of moves his foot no distance at all and tries to get a bat on it, but didn't. Goes through to Joss Butler. Bangladesh 208 for 9, 3 overs to come.
2 for 36 from a full 10.
Yeah, but it's a no ball.
It's a no ball, so it's not a full 10. Oh my goodness me!
How do you bowl a no ball at a number 11?
Fuck, that's 2 today.
And it's miles. It's a no ball by.
It's huge, that, isn't it?
But he's nowhere near being in line. We can say things about rhythm and getting back into the swing of things, but really, a professional bowler should be able to land behind the line. I mean, it's like a kind of long jumper on the first 2 or 3 jumps, no jumping 3 times. It's that bad. As he backs away as I thought he would earlier, does Mustafizur, and misses that one by a mile. So the wide only cost the penalty for the overstepping and no runs off the additional delivery. So it's the end of the over again.
Yeah, I'm not sure the batter was particularly excited about there having been a no ball, because I don't think he fancied facing another one, but he got away with it.
That's my thing, really, is that if there'd been, say, Mahmudullah on 120 at the other end, he would be expecting strike. It's called wide, and then the number 11 would have to face the extra delivery and possibly get out. My view is that you should be able to refuse the extra ball, wide and no ball, particularly in white ball cricket, because it
may not be to your advantage. Yeah,
it may not be to the advantage. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they lost a wicket on the 7th ball today, didn't they? Michael Bedford on YouTube says, "Why is Gary wearing a reflective jacket? He kind of looks like he's been directing traffic for roadworks." And Don Diego de Zilipants says, "He's a lollipop man." Which Michael says, "Why don't we do it in the road?"
Well, I have the technology supported version of the lollipop man these days, as some lollipops now from Moen, as this ball is just pushed into the leg side by Tajul. Bangladesh 209 for 9. If they can squeeze another 10 out of these 3 overs, I think they'll take them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Moen's in again, and it's an enormous hoik that's gone straight up in the air. One of 11 fielders can catch that, but it's Moen who does the job off his own bowling. It's the end of the innings. Moen now has 2 for 35. Bangladesh have 209. Tajul, last man out for 10. Mustafizur left not out naught at the other end. England will chase 210 for the victory. I think this is a coin toss of the match.
Yeah, I think it's going to be close. I think Tajul's slog probably says more about his partner at the other end than it does about him. I think he thought the chances of batting through the last 3 overs with him at the other end are slim, so I'll have a whack, and it didn't work. But yeah, 210 is going to be interesting, I think.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. Jez, we'll go through some tweets and then we'll play something.
Well, we won't, because there aren't any.
There aren't any. Well, we might just hand over to Jason to play a bit of Who's That Weirdo or whatever we're doing in the break. And I think before we become too delirious, those of us who were doing the New Zealand test only a day or 2 days, or was it last week? I can't really tell. We'll have a little break.
Yep.
See you later.
See you later.
It's going to be a episode of Who's That Weirdo coming up now.
Greg Matthews, Alan Knott.
Who's That Weirdo?
Nigel Sidhu, Neil McKenzie.
Who's That Weirdo?
Dwayne Leverock, Shane Freed.
Who's That Weirdo?
Chris Harris, Kevin O'Brien.
Who's That Weirdo?
Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Gorilla Cricket and the 3rd episode of our new quizcast, Who's That Weirdo? A competition that separates the live cricketers from the dead cricketers and those who aren't cricketers but possibly sound as if they could be. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I'm joined today for an absolute corker. I mean, you could only have this combination during a World Cup, I think, a World Cup year. Two incredible heavyweights of guerrilla cricket, all the way down there in that country that's a little bit down under. In fact, they're probably nearer. They are nearer to each other than we are to them by an enormous distance, because they are both in Melbourne. And first man I have to introduce is none other than jingler extraordinaire, man with more swords and axes than you can wave a sword and axe at. It's Mog. Hello, Mog.
Hey up. Hello.
Hey up. He said hey up.
Hey up.
Hey up. He's pretending to be English. I can't believe it. And also joining us in Melbourne. I hope I'm keeping you guys up and you've got really early mornings tomorrow, have I?
Hopefully, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep, okay. We have none other than Forthy. Forthy, how are you?
Very happy to hear. Even more excited to see Mog effectively for the first time in the flesh. Something I can tell my grandchildren about.
The day I was on with where were you when Forthy was on with Mog? That would be what people ask instead of various things about Kennedy and things like that. Anyway,
Bastard of Box Hill versus the Ormond originator.
Something like that. I should now also introduce my Richard Osman to my Alexander Armstrong. On my left, because I forgot to introduce him last week, is none other than the Bish, Tony Bishop, who will be providing us with all and every detail about the people we talk about in this particular 40 minutes to come. And of course,
judiciously edited.
And of course, it will be the most amazing things that you've heard about people on any radio station anywhere. So, for those of you who are joining us for the first time, a quick rundown of the rules. I've had to write them down because otherwise I forget them, because I'm getting a little bit elderly. So we toss to start with. Have we got a coin? We haven't got a coin.
I don't actually know.
We don't have a coin. Well, I've got Ipsy Dipsy and something like that, and we will just bring you in. Basically, I give you a name and a nationality, and you have to decide whether they are a live cricketer, a dead cricketer, or not a cricketer at all. And in fact, if you think they're not a cricketer at all, you have to say, who's that weirdo? If you get it right, it's a live or dead cricketer. Contestant then has to guess their current age or age at death for a bonus point, which they get if they are within 3 years. If, though, you get it on the nose, you get a big 4. You've just hit it through mid-wicket, clicked it away, and picked up a lovely boundary. If, however, you are wrong, the question is passed over to the opponent, who goes through the same process. If it is a weirdo, the age is not required, but you can take a wild guess at the source of their notoriety. It could be a musician, a poet, a businessman, businesswoman, weird, record breaker, comedian, politician, etc., etc. And then at the end of it, we shall add up, see who's got the most points. And of course, if you get really close a couple of times, I might use a certain amount of judiciousness to give you an extra point or half point here or there. So
you are looking very handsome today, Hendo.
Thank you very much. I think so. I do try to tell people that, but not everyone believes me. Right.
Hendo, are they Test cricketers, or could be any cricketer?
Oh, it's any cricketers at all, male, female, and from any nation or associate nation, which I know will interest Mog, who I'm sure will have been catching up on his Namibians.
I've been checking out the Ugandan.
The Ugandans. I don't think we've got any Ugandans this week. I'm sorry to say that.
Damn it.
I could be bluffing you, couldn't I? I could be bluffing.
No Ugandans.
No Ugandans.
You've just lost a Ugandan audience for a start.
All right. I'll tell you what. Pick a number between 1 and 10, Mog, and tell it to me.
6.
Unfortunately, that means the toss has come down the wrong side. Forthy. You get the decision whether to bat or to put Mog in first. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What's the conditions looking like today?
Well, it's been a wet spring. It's overcast tonight, so I'm going to put. I'll put Mog in.
You're going to put Mog in to bat. So this is your first name to deal with, Mog. I hope you're not too nervous. Just take your time.
Forthy's already mentioned Cataline in a conversation today, so his erudition has already intimidated him.
Well, I know he is he's like that. You know, he writes these incredible Smackmum articles, which I feel like I've read a philosophy essay by the time I got to the bottom of it.
It's not going to help you with this game, though, is it?
It's not going to help you with this game. Well, it might do, because there may be philosophers. Who knows?
That's true.
Yeah, so it could be. Okay, the first name that I'm going to read and give to you, Mog, is Gregory McLaren, New Zealand. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Gregory.
He's obviously he's a dead cricketer.
No, he's not a dead cricketer. So I can pass it straight over to Forthy. So he's not a dead cricketer. So he's either a live cricketer or a who's that weirdo. What do you reckon? Forthy?
Well, McLaren sounds like one of those names from the sort of late 19th century. I'm thinking of Archie McLaren.
Yes.
I think that he's a. Did you say a live cricketer, Mark?
He's a dead cricketer.
You said dead cricketer.
Yeah.
In which case, I'll say, oh shit, there aren't many New Zealanders though.
Yeah, but McLaren, it sounds such a Kiwi-sounding name, isn't it?
I feel I should have taken longer to answer now.
Yeah, I think yeah. You see, you were intimidated, weren't you?
I'll say cricketer, but whatever the opposite of what Mog said was.
So you think he's a live cricketer, and I can tell you that Gregory McLaren is neither a dead cricketer or a live cricketer. He's a who's that weirdo. Tell us more about Gregory McLaren, Tony.
I can do that if you wish. Yeah, so you're right. Well, he's better known by the name of Lucky Diamond Rich. And he was born in 1971. His age is slightly indeterminate, but it's either 50 or 51, therefore. He is the world's most tattooed man. 100% covered in tattoos is Gregory Paul, or Lucky Diamond.
Eyeballs as well.
His entire body, including his mouth, ears, foreskin, even the insides of his eyelids are covered in tattoo. He's held that title since 2006, which you all know very well. He took over from Tom Leopard, known as the Leopard Man of Skye. He also used to be, or still does, he dazzles the crowd as a sword swallower and juggler while riding a 13-foot unicycle. He's done that in Covent Garden. He has the word nomad on his stomach and Buddhist writing on his arms. And he lives a rather nomadic lifestyle and performs now still, I believe, in Adelaide in Australia.
Mog, you sounded as if as soon as we said Lucky Diamond Rich, as if you actually knew who we were talking about. Did you know him?
Absolutely not.
Oh, right.
Confidence is important, I feel.
Sounded good. How the hell do you tattoo someone on the inside of their eyelids?
Well, I was more intrigued by his forekin, I've got to be honest. I mean, do they have like some sort of extendable message?
Oh, please. Oh, yes, I suppose it could be, couldn't it? Depending on...
If he's 100% tattooed, how can you tell what's written on him?
That's a very good point. Yes.
You can see plenty of pictures of him. You can find him in the Guinness Book of Records.
Philosophical question, which I'll put to Forth. How would you know?
I was going to ask the same question. What defines 100%? Because there's got to be gaps in the ink.
Yeah, good point.
Well,
good point.
I don't have a picture of him here, but one is... He has been quoted as saying, "I'm not a lunatic. I'm in the most published book in the world." The
Bible.
Yes, well, that's what I thought. I don't recall the book of Gregory of Lucky Diamond Rich, but maybe there was one.
One of those apocryphal.
Failing that, it's the Guinness Book of Records. Yeah, that's there it is.
It's like being a completist in anything, though, really, isn't it? Once all your skin's gone, that's kind of like the end of the journey. Who's the only man in the world then who can't get a tattoo because he's full up?
Well, you could open him up and you could start etching his bones or the inside of his skin.
Do it from the inside. Now that's That's incredible.
That's next.
Yeah, that'd be the next thing. That's. I mean, it throws up all sorts of possibilities, doesn't it? Really, but I'd like to know a little bit more about him and perhaps get him on a show at some point. That would be quite good fun. Anyway, moving on. Since that Forthy put Mog into bat, it means that Forthy now has to reply.
Okay.
I have another name for you, and the name that I have is Frederick Fane, England. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo?
Frederick Fane.
Yeah.
Frederick Fane. It doesn't sound Frederick sounds again like a 19th century name, although it's come back in again a bit recently, isn't it?
Oh, it has, yes.
But you get little
Freddies and things, yes.
Kicking around children's... Frederick Fane.
Frederick Flintoff.
Live.
I'm going to say. Did you say England?
I did say England, yes.
Dead cricketer.
Dead cricketer, absolutely on the nose. He is a dead cricketer. You get the first 2 points of the show today. I'm going to have to sort of fill you in as we go. 2 points to Forthy. He is indeed a dead cricketer. Now, this is the point. Can you get a bonus point? How old was Frederick Fane when he died?
Well, process of elimination. I don't think he was post-war because Frederick Fane. He may even be pre-First World War. He could have died. It could be a tragic story. Oh, so it's got to be how old was he when he died? Okay.
Yes.
Which is absolutely nothing to do with anything I've just said. Doesn't matter when.
Not how old is he now, because he's obviously been
He's
around
dead,
for a while.
yeah.
But
I will say, I get the feeling, I get a vibe that Frederick Fane was. I think the reason you wouldn't choose him if he died at the age of 78. I mean, what would be the point? Although you might have done.
Yeah,
So I will
this is the beauty of this competition, you see.
could have done, or
the
he could
nuances
be,
of it.
Yeah, he could be. He's either like something like 37 or 96. I'll go for 96.
No, you're nowhere near. Well, you're not that far away, to be honest. He went the right way. He was 85 when he died in 1960. So you don't get the bonus point. You do get the 2 points for getting a dead cricketer. Don't get the bonus point.
Okay.
Tony has more information about the great Frederick.
The great Frederick Fane. Well, I can tell you, he was born in County Kildare and he died in Kilverton Hatch in Brentwood.
Brentwood.
In 1960, as we've said, at the age of 85, he played 14 tests between 1906 and 1910. He averaged 26, had a higher score there of 143 versus South Africa at the Wanderers in 1906, although England still lost by 243 runs. He was caught at the end of that innings by the great Albert Vogler off the bowling of the one and only Sibley Snook. What it was to him on that, indeed. He captained England as well on a couple of occasions. Good looking front foot player. That is him. He also represented Essex with great distinction for 20 years and scored close to 20,000 first class runs for them.
So I'm a bit disappointed you guys haven't heard of him. I'd have thought, he's
that Vogler guy, was he South African?
He was. Albert Vogler, yes indeed.
Yeah, so
he is
Q Henderson, I know all about this.
I'm going to give you half a bonus point for that, Mark. See, now you'll be nice to me. So moving on from Frederick Fane, who, should that come up in a quiz that you find yourself over Christmas, you'll know all about him. Right, moving on back to...
And you'll be having a very dull Christmas.
Oh, now, yes. Well, won't we all?
It'd be my sort of Christmas, but
absolutely.
Best Christmas crackers ever.
Now, I'm thinking that you guys should get this one. Dexter Kruger, Australia. Live cricketer, dead cricketer. Who's that weirdo? Dexter Kruger.
I won't just immediately blurt out an answer this time. I'll
put it through the Mod computing facility.
Dexter, that's an old name. I've already forgotten his surname. Kruger, that's
not to be confused with Freddie.
That's of German extraction, so he's clearly going to be from South Australia.
Oh, I like the way you're thinking.
And
Nightmare on Grace Road.
Nightmare at Vulture Street.
I'm going to say again, dead cricketer.
No, you're absolutely wrong. It's not a dead cricketer, which means it goes over to Forthy. Is he therefore a live cricketer or a who's that weirdo?
You say his name again, Dexter Kruger.
Kruger, like the National Park in South Africa.
No relation to Freddie.
No relation to Freddie. Done that.
No relation.
Sorry, pay attention.
With a K, not that it makes any difference.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay, Dexter Kruger. He's going to be a weirdo.
You're absolutely right. You get a bonus point for saying that he is a weirdo. He is a weirdo. And why exactly is he a weirdo? Tony?
He is Australia's oldest man.
Boy.
He died at the age of 111 in 2021. He's a Queenslander. And he attributed his longevity to the unusual diet of chicken brains and a simple lifestyle. I'm not sure he was the
his sharpest knife in the drawer, but I'll read you his quote, which was, "Chicken brains, you know. Chickens have a head, and in there's a brain, and they are delicious little things. They're only one bite big." Apparently, that was the wisdom of Australia's oldest man, Dexter Kruger.
That's what's in chicken McNuggets. So sure.
Do you know what's really
There was there was a chicken in America. Was it in the 50s or 60s? And they cut his head off and they kept him alive for.
It's about 2 days or something, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was for a long time.
2 years.
It was for quite a while.
I'll tell you one other interesting fact, which very relevant actually, very timely. Apparently had a big problem on Twitter because Twitter couldn't recognise anybody born before 1910. They assumed they didn't actually exist.
That's ridiculous.
So he had a big problem doing that.
Do you think? I think what is really great about it is that English had the last laugh because he died at 111. Nelson.
He wrote 12 books. He wrote 12 books. He was raised by German immigrants, and the last was just before he sadly passed, and it was his autobiography.
Oh, well, we'll try and get a copy of that for some lunchtime during the Pakistan series. Right.
Can I get a half a point for the German background? I worked that out.
Yeah, all right, I'll give you a half point.
It's the only fucking way I'm getting any points.
Okay, I'll give you another half point if you can think of a recent Australian Test cricketer with German heritage, Bob.
Hang on, you can't. You can't go 3 points away. Hang on, the box full. What is it? I don't know. He goes to one live World Cup final and he thinks he can do anything, doesn't he? Really unbelievable.
Oh, okay.
Unbelievable
Sorry.
behaviour. That, of course, is in my remit only to give out.
Sorry, I was thinking of Justin Langer. He's got German heritage, isn't he?
Right. Well, moving on. Would you believe we have another Australian, Thomas Wall, fourthie, dead cricketer, live cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Thomas Wall.
WALL.
That's the one. I hope you're not looking it up on your computer. I hope you haven't got someone feeding you information. One of your children, your wife, cat, dog, rabbit.
Thomas. I'm just looking at Blink Twice. Thomas Wall. No, none of that. Thomas Wall. Doesn't sound like a cricketer's name, apart from stonewalling, maybe.
Did I hear someone cough in the background? Was that a major? Carry on. Carry on.
I was going to do that joke later, so thanks.
Sorry about that. I've taken all your best material.
Thomas Wall?
Dead cricketer, live cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Thomas Wall.
Tom Wall. I'm going to go with live cricketer.
No, you're wrong. I'm afraid to say he is not a live cricketer, which means it goes over to Mog. Is Thomas Wall a dead cricketer or who's that weirdo?
I'm going to stick with you. Dead cricketer.
You think he's a dead cricketer? And you're absolutely right for a bonus point.
Oh,
my goodness me! What game this is becoming? It's now 3-2.
I'm properly on the board.
And another bonus point if you can tell me at what age he died. Thomas Wall.
I'm going to say he died during the First Battle of Ypres in 1916. So he was 32. He was a first lieutenant in the Australian Imperial Infantry.
I think so.
So yes, 32.
32.
He died at 32.
I'm afraid no bonus point for you on this occasion, Mog, because he didn't die in the first battle of whatever it was you said, in the Australian Imperial something or other.
Wipers.
No, I'm afraid he was 76 when he died in 1981.
I was close.
You were very close, very close. You were only 49 years out. So, tell us more about Thomas Wall, Tony.
Well, I can do that. His name was Thomas Wellborn Wall. He died in 1981, as we've said, at the age of 76. For some reason, he was known more commonly as Tim. He was a right-arm quick bowler, right-hand bat. He was born in Semaphore in Adelaide. Whether people sort of walked up and down the high street there waving flags at each other, I don't know, but that's where he was born.
I've been there, and they do.
Do they, by Joe? He's one of only 3 bowlers to take all 10 wickets in a Sheffield Shield innings at the time. There may be more now. And he was, for a time, Australia's, a limited time, Australia's best fast bowler. He took 16 wickets in the Bodyline series, actually.
Wow.
32-33 at an average of 25 and a half. He got Herbert Sutcliffe 4 times.
Wow.
He was remembered as a bit of a trier and a nearly man. but he at least had his name at the top of Australians bowling in that series.
Well, I must admit, I'm quite shocked that you two guys living out there in Australia, have Australian blood in some of you, not in all of you. And the fact is, this is a man who took, 16 wickets in the Bodyline series?
He
and
did
you've
indeed.
never heard of it? I mean, how are we ever going to hold up or put our names to faces in the future
And
with
the great Herbert Sutcliffe,
with the
four times.
Four times Sutcliffe. I mean, you should be yourself, guys.
Which BBL team did he play for? Of course, I'm not going to fucking care who he is.
He might be. I think he might have got a game with the Team Abu Dhabi or Team New York Rangers or whatever they're called in the Abu Dhabi T10. That I was
Who's the
watching
Adelaide?
yesterday.
Be the Strikers, wouldn't it? If he was from Adelaide.
The Adelaide Strikers, it would. Yeah, absolutely. All right, moving on back to Mog, and these will be the last two before we have the break, and then Chris Woke, social justice warrior come swing bowler, will be having a few words while you maybe run off and visit the little boys' room. Justin Greaves, West Indies, live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Justin Greaves.
Justin Case, Justin Credible.
Yeah.
Justin.
That'd be great if there was someone called Justin Credible.
There was a wrestler called Justin Credible, but it wasn't his real name. Is that worth a bonus point? No. I'm going to say... Who's that weirdo?
No, you're absolutely wrong. This is hilarious.
I'm fucked at this game.
Completely all over the shop at the moment. So, Justin Greaves, what did you say he was? Who's that weirdo? No, he's not Who's That Weirdo. So is he a live cricketer or a dead cricketer, Forthy, for a bonus?
I'll go for... I mean, people didn't used to get called Justin way back when, so he must be a live cricketer.
He is a live cricketer. You're absolutely right. It's another point to Forthy. And if you can get how old he currently is, you may get another point. And you get 4. If you get it on the if you get it on the nub, you get an extra 4.
I'm going to go by a guy I've already mentioned on this podcast, Justin Langer, and I'm going to assume that people get called names, in cohorts. Like when we were at school, everyone was called Paul or Andrew or Simon or something. Now it's all Lachlan. Anyway, so Justin Langer, what's he now? Early 40s, I'm guessing. So I'm going to go 42.
No, you're absolutely nowhere near. No bonus point for you. Justin Greaves, West Indies, live cricketer, is a mere 28. What can you tell us about Justin Greaves?
I can tell you, Justin Pierre Greaves is from Barbados. In fact, he's an all-rounder, right-arm medium, right-hand bat. He's played for Barbados and Barbados Royals, West Indies B, and in fact, West Indies under-19. He's also played for Sefton Park Cricket Club in the Liverpool and District League, which I'm sure Gary will have told you. And he also came to England as well in 2014 to play for Frinton-on-Sea. Well, who hasn't?
Yeah.
And he helped them to finish in second place in the Two Counties League and gain promotion to the East Anglian Premier Cricket League. So what a success story he's been.
Yeah, absolutely. Haven't seen him playing international cricket yet, but there's still time. Oh, there's a test match starting tonight, isn't there? In Australia.
It's already.
Has it started?
Already had the first day.
Oh, we had the first day. That was a bit sneaky of them. What happened? Who did anything? Did Tajinareen Chandrapal get to play?
No, Australia batted first, and David Warner was out for 5, I think.
Yes.
And after that, I laughed myself so sore I couldn't be bothered watching anymore.
Labuschagne made about 150 something the last time I looked. Was that? And it's still there.
Okay.
Awesome prick.
Moving on to the final one before we have the break. Whose go is it, by the way? I think it's
mine, I think.
It's 40.
Yeah, I've failed 28 times in a row. So yeah.
Now another Australian. Would you believe it? We're spoiling you today, even though you don't seem to know any of them. Mervyn Waite, dead cricketer, live cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Mervyn Waite.
That's hard because there was a Mervyn Hughes, but it feels more like an older name. So for whatever reason, I'm going to say dead cricketer.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Mervyn Waite is a dead Australian cricketer, and you get another 2 points, and he's steaming into the lead as we go into the break. Tell us, before we hear from Chris Woke, what you know about Mervyn Waite.
Oh, hang on. Do I have to guess how old he was?
Oh, yes, you got right. Yes. You got to get a bonus point for that. if you guess his age upon death.
68.
Oh, you're not too far away, but you're not close enough to get a bonus point, I'm afraid. He was...
Bonus half a point?
No. 74 when he died in 1985. Tell us more, Tony.
Indeed, Mervyn George Waite. He was born in Kent Town in Adelaide, died though in South Africa in Georgetown. He's a right-hand bat for Australia, and in fact played for South Africa as well. Hard-hitting batsman and medium-pace bowler, also bowled a few off breaks. He played 2 tests for Australia in the 1938 tour of England at Leeds and the Oval, and opened the bowling. It was the Oval where England made 903 for 7. His analysis in that game was 72 overs, 1 for 150. Which
I don't think was bad. Was it Fleetwood Smith in that game?
Oh, yes. Chuck Fleetwood Smith.
Indeed. I think I might have mentioned that a bit further down somewhere in my little write-up.
Right, yes. He got the all-time.
His one wicket, though, I'll tell you who his one wicket was. It was Dennis Compton, who he was bowled for 1 when the score was a mere 547 for 4.
Well, that's
straight out of Compton.
That is something to put on your gravestone, isn't it? That you got rid of Dennis Compton.
Yeah.
So there we go. That's about half time. That's half time stayed.
Okay.
I can tell you that at half time, at the interval, Forthy is leading by 6 points to 2, Mog. So you're going to really have to up your game.
I'm off to have some performance-enhancing drugs.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to play another little jingle, and the next person the listeners will hear from is Chris Woke.
Greg Matthews, Alan Knott.
Who's that weirdo?
Daniel Sidhu, Neil Mackenzie.
Who's that weirdo?
Wayne Leverock, Shane Freed.
Who's that weirdo?
Chris Harris, Kevin O'Brien.
Who's that weirdo?
All right there, me ducks. Chris Woke here again. Troubling batters in English conditions only, and dragging cricket kicking and screaming into the 21st century. Remember last summer, when our game's warring factions were at each other's throats? I'm reminded of a parent telling their 2-year-old why the kid can't have a ghost pepper shish washed down with black velvet and a triple Jack Daniels chaser. It's not for you. Whether it's county protectionists turfing pro franchises off their Facebook pages, or advocates of newer, shorter forms of the game flicking the V's at anyone who so much as saw David Gower play, the message is clear. You're not welcome here. Well, I decided all that had to change, me ducks. After all, we must demonstrate that all forms of cricket are for everyone. That the whole wonderful, diverse rainbow of our society is welcome at every single cricket event. And do you know how I committed to doing it? Forced inclusion. That's right. My brilliant idea was to take groups that are callously overlooked by each format of the game and jolly well make them attend. As ever in these matters, I was leading the charge personally, as well as charging the ECB separately. And the first step was an initiative called Watch with Woke. So where to start? I thought to myself, Chris, you first need to connect with the cohort that's been most cruelly marginalised by the recent cricket revolution. And obviously, that's white middle-aged...
Welcome back, if you can hear me. We're just about to start this second innings. Shakib Al Hassan is going to come in. And it's strongly driven by, I assume that's Jason Roy. It is. Almost reached Shakib, just bounced in front of him. If you've just joined us, as I have, England are chasing, 210?
Yep, I think so.
210.
Who's that joining us?
Hello, Andrew. This is John.
John, yes, of course. How are you?
I'm good, sir. You?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Am I ball by balling here? Is that right?
I think you are.
I think I am. Okay, I'll keep doing that until told otherwise. Shakib is in, and Roy plays it up towards mid-on, thinks about a run, doesn't get one. John, did you see any of the Bangladesh innings, John?
Yeah, I was dealing with quite a lot of the latter half of it. I mean, they never really broke the shackles, but I think it's a tricky wicket. So
I was going to ask, cut that one by Roy.
210 could be interesting.
Well, Jason Roy cuts that one, it beats backward point, and it's going to be the first 4 of the innings.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Took that one from quite close to the stumps, Jason Roy, when Shakib has that angle going in. Made him put his hands on his head a little bit. That one does turn away and Roy punches it out to cover, but there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, the ball was turning quite a lot, Andy, actually, for Rashid. So one assumes the spinners will get plenty out of it.
Down the track this time, Roy. It's gone high. Has it gone far enough? Is it safe? No, it's not. Tamim takes a very easy catch on the edge of the circle. Roy down the track, didn't get to the pitch, spooned it up. No respite for him. I know he did score runs against South Africa, but nothing for him today, just the 4, and England are 1 down.
To illustrate the point, mind you, that I think that's more to do with Roy just
not
trying
getting
to
to
give
the
it
pitch
charge
of the
and
ball.
not really getting there. And
Yeah, you've got to pull out the shot sometimes when you don't get there. And with it not being quite as full as he thought, he just spooned that one straight up in the air.
he did get a few runs against South Africa, but I mean, yeah, he's been in pretty woeful form generally for a long time now.
Yes, well, he did get 100 in that first one, didn't he, against South Africa, which I said probably buys him this series against Bangladesh. But if he doesn't get any runs here, England will have a bit of a decision to make at the top of the order. They may indeed have to do that
anyway. It's not as if
anyway.
they're short of candidates, is it really? So,
well, they got Bairstow to come back, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which would be the obvious one. Salt, well, let's see what he does today. And indeed in this series. Let's just, we were doing this the other day. Let's let 3 games play out before we start chopping and changing. Anyway, we've got a new batsman, obviously, that's how cricket works, and it's this man.
Introducing the next generation David.
That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name.
David Malan, congratulations.
Well, will it be congratulations for David Malan today? And also, we're going to have some seam from the Modamuti Bank end.
And it's going to be this guy who had a nice little slap around right at the end of the first innings.
If you get to the ground by night, you can see this fella shine. He starts his run up looking real mean. If he ever gets annoyed, he's got himself a brand new ploy. He loves to get at batsmen all day, and he'll be tasking care of business every game. Tasking care of business every day. He's been tasking care of business. Double lights, tasking care of business.
Get to the working overtime part. Sorry, obscure Simpsons reference. Keeping you busy here, Jason. We jingle up the batsman as well after this ball for us. Oh, in fact, the batsman has stopped, so you can do it now.
Yep, it's this guy who we've already mentioned. Once I can find him, there he is.
Get up on there. So salt, yeah, Phil is here. Want you to push it good into the offside. Skulls runs around the park. There's nowhere you can hide. Push it. Salt.
Taskin is in, and Salt plays it back past him up to mid-on for no run. And all hail Salt and Pepper and their largely butt-based dancing.
Well, it was the first instance of twerking, wasn't it?
Well, it was certainly it was what came to be known as twerking. Yes. So, as I said, an opportunity for Salt and Malan, who's just really always there in these white ball teams. He's put a good stint in for England in white ball cricket, and I think he was unlucky to miss that T20 final. I think he'll be quite disappointed about that.
54, that's not...
At the end of his career. Oh, bit there from Taskin. It seemed to lift a little bit. Surprised Salt, surprised the wicketkeeper who just stopped that over his head. And did we see any of that in the first innings?
There was a lot of it with the new ball. It was we hit the deck and came up.
Wasn't
quite
that
a lot.
short?
No, as soon as it lasts about 10-12 overs, and then the ball tends to die a little bit more.
Yeah. But a bit of encouragement there. Which one of you fine gentlemen is on tweets this morning?
It'll be me.
Okay, we'll catch up on those at the end of the over. Taskin comes in again, perhaps encouraged by that. Into Salt, outside half of the bat, out to point, and there's no run. Did you catch Archer bowling this morning?
I think everybody did, because he kept on bowling no ball, so he kept on watching it.
Right. Still finding his way back.
He did have a no balling issue, particularly early on, I gather. But he bowled some pretty decent stuff, I thought. I don't think 2 for 36 flattered him.
In how many overs was that?
For a full 10.
Oh well, that's pretty good economy rate, yeah. Taskin's going to come in again, and that's driven by Salt up to mid-off. There'll be no run.
Yeah, but it had gone. It is more impressive when you consider he'd gone for about 16, 17 after about 9 legitimate deliveries.
Oh, 9 deliveries. I thought you were going to say 9 overs, and then he got hit at the end.
Yeah, he was.
And it's the
he was
opposite.
very economical towards the end.
With Bangladesh just trying to sort of bat out 50 overs, as often happens. I did see they were 160 for 6 on my way in.
Well, you thought they were trying to bat out the 50 overs, and then
he didn't quite manage it.
Once the 11 came in, his partner took an ugly swipe.
Played down into the offside by Salt, and there's no run.
I think I'd had more confidence in Mustafiz. He's quite an experienced cricketer now.
Yeah, he's been around. Still, that's it's a bit deck chairs on the Titanic, pointing at 9, 10, and 11 because you haven't got a good total.
Well, I think it'll prove a better total than we think it is. I think it'll take some chasing if the Bangladeshi spinners really get into it.
Yep. Taskin to complete the over, looking to make it a maiden. He's in and flashed away by Salt. It's not going to happen. He's down to third man. Third man is in place, so he'll pick up a single and keep the strike. And it's 5 for 1. What's going on Twitter, Jason?
Leah reminds us that Ben Stokes is the only captain in men's Test cricket today to lose a Test after enforcing the follow-on.
Well, you can't make an omelette without
and
breaking
declaring in the
eggs.
first innings. And Farong sent 209 all-out after winning the toss and batting. Pretty damn poor effort. Not sure about that. Only reason why the early start would be to combat the dew factor. Sunset 6 p.m. in Dhaka. Dew point wouldn't really come into effect until 8 p.m. as air temperature is still warm. So maybe dew is maybe less of an issue than we think.
Farong is certainly our man on the ground in Bangladesh. Much appreciated. Shakib is going to continue. Salt has kept the strike. Malan not faced yet since coming in for Jason Roy.
Interesting. Open with a spinner. Well, open with your good bowlers.
Well, and played up to long off. Sorry, Jay, as usual, is distracting me with his tweets. Played off to long off by Salt. He'll pick up a single. He wanted to see the inside of my flat again. Why do you say Bluebeard-esque, Jay? I don't quite figure that one out. Is it because I sounded like I was at the bottom of the ocean again?
You look at that Roy dismissal and he didn't really commit to the shot. I think if he'd gone through with it more than he did, he might well have got enough on it to just get over the
possibly. It was neither fish nor flesh, wasn't it? You either throw the kitchen sink at that or you pull out when you realise you're not to the pitch. It's always generally the former for me. Shakib is going to come over the wicket to left-handed Malan, turns into him a tiny bit and he just covers it up into the leg side for no run. Of course, England only chasing 210. They don't need to go flying out of the blocks. They can have a little bit of a look here if they want.
Well, I suppose the loss of the early wicket might encourage them to do that, but then having said that, they might be better off trying to make runs while the ball's hard.
That as well. That one is played up to mid-on. It's a quick single, but I think Malan was safe enough there. A few hands on heads from Bangladesh, but I don't think that was too much of a problem.
That is a signal that England, we thought, were giving away too many of. They were just punching it quite hard to mid-off, and and mid-on, and bit of the lackadaisical feeling. I mean, that was a better effort from Bangladesh, but England, they were making those runs comfortably by.
Yeah, England were a bit on their heels a few times, I think.
Slip is in for the right-handed Salt, and a very short kind of mid-off / extra cover. Oh, and that turned a little bit and took the outside half of the bat down to backwards point. And England wisely did not take the run, as they did in that fateful last day at New Zealand the other day. It was right in the same area as that Root Brook run out.
Indeed.
Shakib is in again. It's wider. Salt has a big old swing and misses it. Tried to put his hands through that width, and might have been
the keeper drops it again as well.
Yeah, not too. Doesn't engender a lot of confidence when the keeper just drops one that the batsman misses.
Well, he dropped one off the pace bowler earlier on, didn't he? Now he's dropped one off the spinner.
Shakib thinks, do that again. That was a bit of comedy. That thrashed at it again, Salt. It hit the foot of a short mid on, about straight back to Shakib, who could almost have tried a bit of a pinball run out, but Malan was safely back in his ground. He didn't pick it up anyway.
Jay Grover says, some forbidden? ... I'm not sure what that's
too cryptic for me, and I used to do the Times cryptic crossword.
Yeah. And on YouTube, has anyone joined us again? No, I don't think so. They're all still at lunch.
Well, it's fairly quiet. It's a series.
Or in the UK, breakfast.
It's a series that's been squeezed in a little bit. But England going in with a completely different 11 to the Test match you just finished, and I think that's going to happen more often as a way of squeezing all this cricket in. It's not the first time it's been done, but completely separate squads. Obviously, there are a few people playing in that Test who will come into England's World Cup reckoning.
And Richard Thompson's at the ground watching it. England's head supremo.
Head supremo of what? Cricket, but in what way? Does he run the ECB now? I mean,
he's the president. He's not the CEO, because that's the other Richard that they poached from Surrey.
Does the president actually do anything? Is he just more of a figurehead? Taskin is back in, shorter. Malan drops it down onto his own foot, and it goes down to backward point for no run. I mean, this is half the problem with English cricket. You never know quite who is actually at the top of the decision tree.
Well, I think one thing, speaking about Surrey's work, where they worked together for 9 years or so, what he did was A, he employed Richard Gould, and B, left Richard Gould alone to do his job.
That's key, actually. That is key. Pick the right people. This is what Tony Bloom said at Brighton. Pick the right people and let them get on with it. Taskin is in again. He's finding a good length, and that's outside half of the bat. Two men in that 45/backward point area. They converge and cut it off. And England, not their usual ODI start, 7 for 1 in the 4th over. Some areas of the ground.
It's a good field placement for Malan, because he
does
likes
like
that shot. As
he does like the rundown.
The rundown, yeah.
Sort of default shot, isn't it? And they're stopping him sort of ticking it over.
Indeed, he's a 1 off 4. Taskin's in again. Right, I'm over to the left-hander. Oh, that went through. The keeper's gone up for an appeal. Pretty sure it's off the pad. Umpire agrees. That did seem to just nip back in and cut David Malan up a little bit. Taskin's asking the captain. The captain's shrugging his shoulders. No one seems to know what to do. They've got 2 reviews. I wouldn't. I don't think there's any real indication that hit the bat.
Yeah.
And Tamim agrees.
I wonder whether Taskin is the Stuart Broad of the side.
He's having a bit of a chunter about that.
Mind you, contrast that with the India-Australia Test match, where I think they didn't review the first
ball I read, yeah.
And then they didn't review another one later on that was also out.
That's flicked the thigh pad of Malan.
Yep, no bat.
No bat. He was probably going over the stumps for an LBW. Impassioned appeal from Taskin.
He was very enthusiastic about it, wasn't he?
Yeah, bulgy
10 out of 10 for the appeal.
Bulgy eyes there. He's in again. That's wider and a little bit fuller, and it bounces in front of the wicket-keeper. There's no run. As I was saying, some area this always happens. 5 seconds of silence, and then we both talk at once. Sorry.
Yeah, this is quite weird because Test team would probably have about 30 by now. The ODI team's got 7.
Yep, it's a complete role reversal. As I was going to say, that some areas of the ground look quite well populated, but some others, which they're trying to keep the cameras off, not so much.
Sparse.
Yeah, Malan lets that one go. It just tails away from him after it passes the bat. There's no run. Taskin's got another chance to bowl the maiden. Last time it was a single off the last ball. But he's only gone for 1 in 1.5 overs, as England make a circumspect start in this chase of 210. England squeezing in this one-day series, trying to get as many ODIs in as they can before the World Cup. They're still playing 3 T20s, which seems a bit... You'd think they might skew it more in favour of the ODIs. Malan again drops that one down into that area we were talking about, straight to the fielder behind point. That is a maiden that time. It's 7 for 1 off 4.
Krista Quire says, this top order sounds like a cooking shipping forecast. Jason Fitzroy, Phil R. Seasalt, David Malan Head. Any more suggestions? I'll wait for Twitter to catch up with us. PJ Mead says, I'm back with you. The innings break was just a little too short for me to see all of the new season of Mandalorian. I just missed Roy getting out. And Jay Grover says, I confess to not having much experience with company hierarchies, but letting people get on with it seems to me be a wide failing in any job that thinks it means middle management.
Well, yes, that's half a lot of the problem with British industry, is it's middle managers trying to occupy their time and create things for them to
justify
do.
The existence.
Exactly, yes, yeah.
Micromanaging.
Yeah.
The great disease of micromanaging.
Oh, so glad I've been out of that for a long time. That's onto the pads, and it's flicked around the corner. Maybe bat, maybe pad. The fielder tumbles over, but he gets up in time to throw it back in. I think that is going to be a leg bye. Malan indicating something to Salt there, not quite sure what it was. Looked like a pretty standard Shakib arm ball, just went down the leg side.
Well, he's just asking, is he turning in, get anything? Well, you were out there for 50 overs, you could have watched the England bowlers,
yeah,
where Rashid was getting substantial turn.
Making those hand gestures, the international language of batsmen at this level. They try to tell each other what's happening through a kind of puppet show. Could just talk to each other.
Far too simple.
Shakib is in, and that's a big bit of a hoik from Salt. It's gone over square leg and didn't get much reward for that risk because there's a man out there and he'll only get 1. That was Malan, actually, sorry.
Yeah,
not typical of him.
In that instance, he didn't go through with the shot, and if he had done, he might have holed out. So.
He might have been. It's not typical for Malan, perhaps because he's been stifled in that backward point area. That's another quick single to mid-on, but again, it's fairly comfortable. Always helps when both batsmen go straight away.
Yeah, it was a tight enough one that if you didn't go straight away, you might have been struggling.
Might have been, yep. Certainly committed to it.
He was well in.
Unlike the New Zealand batsman who was almost by the crease before he hadn't landed anything.
It's Bracewell. He didn't have the best game. He did some good things, but also some bad things. That one is clipped out to a deep, I can only describe as cow corner. There's a man out there, and that's another single.
No, there's something wrong with your running technique if you almost got to the wicket and you haven't put something on the floor.
He just forgot that he hadn't put either bat or pad on the ground. Of course, these days you only have to put it on the ground in the crease. You can bring it back up again.
Yeah.
England ticking over a bit better this over. 3 singles and a leg bye. That's also going to be at least a single. The fielder dives on the edge of the circle at cover. He's got a hand on it, but that should allow him to come back for 2. He might argue that he saved 2 there.
Oh,
Firmly hit
if
by
he hadn't
Salt.
got anything on it, that would have gone for 4.
Well, certainly, but I think for all the fielding statistics that they have now, have to have a judgment call as whether that was 2 saved or 1 let go. I think it might have been 1 let go for me. I think he should have fielded that cleanly. But England finally starting to cut down the dot balls. That one, though, is back down the wicket to Shakib. It will be a dot ball, 6 off the over. It's 13 for 1.
Messages informs us that Khawaja is now out for 60 in indoor. Australia are 20 ahead at 125 for 3, and it's that man again, Jadeja. He's got the 3rd wicket, so he has 3 for 49.
Well, how things can turn around for no apparent reason. I'm sure all the narrative merchants will be thinking of something, but sometimes shit just happens.
Well, I'm not usually one to champion the Aussies, but I'm quite happy for them to win that match. It would serve India right for producing a absolute slag heap of a pitch.
Yeah, I don't know what you can do about that, really. I mean, if they're not going to demerit the pitch that England could have scored 1,000 on in Pakistan, I don't know when they are.
Well, that's equally a problem, isn't
yes,
it?
It is a problem the other way. Yeah,
between bat and ball, don't
yeah,
you? And
yeah.
If it's not one way or the other, then that's not right. Particularly in a 5-day test match, because you either end up with one that lasts a day and a half, or one that you could play for 3 weeks and not get a result.
Yeah. All right, Taskin's back in. Length again rises a little bit. Might have caught Malan on the left hand. Goes down to backward point. There's no run. Bowling quite a tight line and length here, Taskin.
Yeah, he is, and the pitch. I think we saw 1 or 2 in the Bangladeshi innings that got up rather more than you might expect. That's a nasty whack on the fingers. That's just the sort of thing you don't want.
Yeah, came up just barely short of a length. Malan faces up again. And Taskin is in. And that's again outside half of the bat, to backward point. Hurls the ball in to keep Malan honest. Good backing up, good cricket from Bangladesh, sorry. It's the green, and I was just talking about Pakistan.
Yes, we had a problem with them player identification earlier, because they've all got 2-day stubble and caps and dark hair. I think we're going to have something similar with the Bangladeshis to some extent.
Malan, 3 of 12. I think a watchful start. Taskin is in again, and Malan again dabs it down. This time he has beaten wide slip, but they've also got a 3rd man down there. They're really packing that area, and he'll just get a single.
Yeah, I mean, Malan 4 off 13 balls is nothing unusual really in ODI cricket. Sort of 5 off 14 is much more unusual, and it will be interesting to see how long he can rein himself in.
Well, I don't think he's faced Taskin yet. He's just taking his guard, and that may well be the case. It seems to be much more the vogue now on TV to have the camera on the batsman until the bowler's almost up to the stumps, and I don't really know why they do it. You used to just get a wide shot, so you could tell when the bowler's coming in.
The other thing, of course, is that every time they swap a batsman, one or the other will stand all over the other one's guard, pretty much.
Taskin does it. Oh, you got a side shot of Taskin this time. And Salt. Good shot, nice firm shot. Net shot, though. It's to the fielder on the edge of the circle at cover point. There's no run.
Yeah, that's a net 4. Actual no runs.
4 for the batsman. Bowler says, yeah, fielded that. If he doesn't say caught for some reason. Bowlers. Net bowlers with their 22-man fields like in the 19th century.
Dear.
Why do you always end up needing 10 off 2 at the end of your spell?
So also something they used to do to me, and I said, I open the batting, I don't usually need 16 off the last over, I'm normally out by then. In fact, I'm always out by then. I don't think I've ever batted through an innings opening, except chasing a low total. That one is clubbed away by Salt. That field's quicker than you think, and it's beaten the fielder, and it's going to be 4.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
He did quite well to find the gap there. There wasn't a lot of room.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shovel. It wasn't really a full pull shot, but he's beaten Mid-on's right hand, and the ball just accelerating away from Shakib, who's maybe not the quickest anymore.
Yeah, he was never going to catch it.
Perhaps seeing as the ball can't actually accelerate while it's in motion, it's more likely the fielder was decelerating.
Yeah, he decelerated just slightly slower than the...
I would do that on occasion. If I didn't want to throw it in, the slower the ball went, the slower I would go behind it, so it went for 4. Taskett is in, it's punched back, and cover is in to save it, and there's no run.
The confessions of Andy.
And I even used to do it. Well, I used to do it more when I was younger. Never could throw a ball. That's the end of the over. Nothing on Twitter. Anything on YouTube?
Just have a look. Yep, Melissa Armani Gucci. My mate Luke has a poster of the bear in his bedroom. He adores him. Just wondering if the gorillas do meetups. We do. We haven't done one for a while. In fact, not since the COVID crisis started, pretty much.
No, we would occasionally have people to give us money on Patreon and come in for the whole gorilla experience. Maybe we'll start that again. Now, as you say, we can do that a little bit more.
End of season or Christmas meetup as well.
Tajul is coming in from the Mr. White detergent end. That's a pretty shameless sponsorship.
Yeah, we've discussed this before. Tajul goes like this.
You got to fight. You got to win.
Still left arm spin though. Malan covers that one up to mid-on. There's no run.
That's enough of that. That one goes on forever.
Much like that songs of that genre tend to do. Moen faces up again. He's down the track and he's hit that better than Jason Roy hit his. Is that going to get all the way for 6? Yes, it is. Over the umbrella. And that's 6 for David Malan.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
You can just imagine Shakib saying, well, that didn't happen to me.
Didn't happen to me, no. A little bit slower, Tajul, and I think there was a hint of premeditation there. Malan was going to he came down the track just as the bowler released the ball.
He is pretty good at that.
And again, looks like the same ball, but he just plays it up too long on for a single.
He's a lovely clean hitter, Malan.
He is. That's helped him a lot in his belated in his own career, white ball England career.
6 to 1, every spinner's nightmare.
And every commentator,
no chance to have any comeback.
Every commentator's dream. Every TV commentator, that is. Tajul suddenly finding things a bit more difficult. The 2 men out are at long off, and I should imagine deep square. Yes. Gives Malan all of long on and deep mid wicket. Oh, this is Salt, of course. He gets an outside edge. Mustafizur is after it and just reels it in, so they get at least 2. Yeah, they got back for 3. Yeah,
they ran well.
Gary points out on Twitter that the ball can accelerate on the outfield if a ground is crowned, i.e. it gets a bit downhill towards the boundaries. Maybe the case here, because 1 or 2 of them have just seemed to run on.
And you often get crowning when it occurs when you build up your square because of the...
Build up your square too much, yeah, I've seen a few of those, yeah. You're bowling and you've suddenly got a ramp as you get up to the stumps.
Yep. We did our laser levelling on our square at the end of the last season for that precisely that reason.
It's quite an expensive business, isn't it, as Malan plays it back to the bowler for no run?
Yep, it's about 15,000
Yeah, I was going to say 5 figures, yeah.
There's a local cricket club near me that has that situation.
Onto the back foot goes Malan. He puts it in the gap between point and cover point, and he'll pick up another single. That's the end of the over. More expensive. That's gone for 11.
And the other thing, just to finish that off, is that unless you do lots and lots of work the following season, it's always pretty slow and not great wicket.
Yes, major wicket.
The immediate season following the work.
It takes time, yeah. Both batsmen on 12 off 18, which is pleasingly symmetrical. And England are 29 for 1 off 7, a steady start after the loss of Jason Roy. Just signs that they're starting to open up a little bit and might try to make the most of the last 3 overs of this power play. Is Taskin going to continue? We'll get a look. We're looking at no, he's not. It's going to be another spinner.
It's going to be the off-break bowler, this man.
I'm really very sorry, lady, but I'm a different Mahady.
Oh, that's right. There were 2 of them, weren't there, which tend to cause havoc in betting markets.
Which is why he's got the moniker Mahedi Masatan Miraz.
Yes, they found a way to do that. And so it's a very fetching lime green boots, which match his trousers quite nicely.
He's got the superstar boots on, has he?
He's going to come into Malan. I should imagine he's bowling round the wicket, off spin to the left-hander. He is indeed. There's a slip in place. No noticeable turn though, and that is punched past backward point, and that one's going to run away as well. It's going to be 4.
That's a lovely shot.
Nice back cut from Malan. Really just pushed that one, and again, once the ball beats the infield, it's running away more than you might think.
Just timing again, really.
Yeah, that looked like a faster ball to get his arm working, and he just picked up on that and just glided it.
And Bangladesh showing some good club cricket captaincy. They're obviously moving a ball across to where where it's just gone.
Chase the ball.
Chase the ball. And then he's in again. It's Fuller and a bit of turn there. Oh, and that was very fortunate from Malan. He was turned away from, got the toe of the bat. It was one. He was very fortunate. Almost 4. Very fortunate that it went in the direction of the fielder who was set back, because they often stagger them a little bit, and rightly so. And that, if that had gone to one of the other 2 fielders, it would have been an easy catch. But it just didn't carry. I'm not sure if the fielder really attacked that as well as he might have done.
It was always dying on him. That would have been a heck of a catch to dive forward to get, I
It's
think.
Shakib as well, the oldest player on the field, and who's, well, probably, I'm guessing, who's been more in the action than he would like.
I
They
think
did
Malan
pick up
played
2
too early at it, did he not?
He did, and then it also turned and stopped a little bit, and again he didn't really commit to it. Fortunately for him, just didn't carry, even though it looped up agonisingly for Bangladesh. That is Fuller, and that's an edge.
Oh, beauty.
It's well bowled. It's more of the shoulder of the bat, and Malan's just got enough of it that it didn't go to slip, and he's had a bit of a smile. And is that Al Donald? Which camp is he in?
He's in the Bangladesh camp,
I suppose he would be. I hadn't seen him before in an England box.
Oh, that's a beauty.
That didn't turn as much. Malan wants a run. Salt absolutely unmoved. Down to backward point again. Malan almost doing that gesture. Come on then, that you do to a 10-year-old who you want to not run you out, ideally. And England have moved on to 35 for 1. This is going to be the last ball of the 8th over. Tossed up. Oh, and that one is bowling well, Mahedi. There must have been an inside edge onto the pad there, I think. He's troubling both sides of the bat.
Decent over in the end.
Yep.
And Jake Over says he gets most worried if the two countries' sponsors expand their market and the Tapple Tea and Mr. White cleansing overlap. Mind you, Tapple Tea is a bit teeth grating, isn't it, when they try the forced smiles as they sip
I haven't
their tea.
seen that one. Oh, do they have to sit and drink it and pretend it's nice?
Yes.
Because Mr. White has more of a reservoir dog's air.
Yes. You have some poor, unfortunate person sitting on a chair in the middle of a room.
Yeah. Which one was Mr. White? I'm sure Twitter can tell us.
Mr. White was the boss.
And who played him?
Oh, God. Is that Mr. Harvey Keitel?
That might be my guess, yes. Anyway, Salt's back on strike. And Tajul is going to continue again. He's got the deep square and a long off, so big space enticing Salt to go over mid-wicket. Let's see what he does. Tigel is in around the wicket. He's bowled him! Salt stepped away and the ball maybe zipped on just a little bit, held its line. Not a great look for Salt. Leg stumps out of the ground, and that's another wicket.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you.
Oh, excellent mixing on the wheels of steel there. It's actually, I think that was a bit unlucky there, actually, Salt. It was going to miss the stumps, but it's flicked his pad and gone on to leg stump. Still wasn't a great shot. But he could count himself a little bit unfortunate, but that can happen when you miss the ball.
It hurried on to him a little bit, didn't it?
Yep. I do wonder who comes in now, though.
And what are the options here?
Butler, Moen. I'd be tempted to go with Moen, actually, to counter the left-arm spin.
Well,
but then he got
maybe. Is there no one else?
A right arm over on the other end. I can't think of a specific number 4 in the side. That doesn't mean there isn't one.
Well, a lot of the candidates for that position, Root and Brooke in particular, not playing because they were just in that test series. But yeah, it will be interesting. So who's the other bat? Oh, it's Jacks. You said in the green group you thought Jacks would come in 6.
I think Jacks would come in at 6, yes.
So England got a lot of their hitters. Oh, it's Vince. Oh, we totally forgot Vince. Okay.
The forgotten man. Let me just...
And literally, yes. Well, that makes more sense.
And he goes like this.
And well, yes, you can see that clearly flick the pad of Phil Salt. But he did go across and then moved again. It was a second movement. He wasn't sure quite what to do with that one. 2 slips in for Vince. He tucks that one to backward square leg. They think about a run, but wisely think better of it. And Vince is one of those players, he's got to do an awful lot, given the batsman queuing up for these kind of spots in the England team. He's got a lot to even make that World Cup squad, I think.
Time is not on his side either.
No, 20 ODIs at the age of 31 kind of speaks to his kind of backup role. Covers that one up, and it dribbles out into the offside for no run. And not a particularly great average, 29. Still got a World Cup medal, it's more than we have.
Yeah, I'd take that.
Tigel's in again. That one is down the leg side, and Vince this time gets it in front of backward square leg, and they'll pick up an easy single.
Yeah, we've already seen enough from the Bangladeshi spinners to suggest that 209 is worth a few more than it looked it was.
Had 3 spinners already. Do they have another one?
Mamadullah.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me if they could bowl a lot of spin today. Be a good test for England. You know, obviously the World Cup being played in India. And that one's back down the wicket from Malan. Bowler is across, loses the ball in comedy style, but there's no run.
Although, to be fair, Mamadullah's spin output has declined appreciably as his batting has got better.
Yep, but he's still an option if they think more spin would help. If this man, Tamim, thinks more spin would help. Chewing on his thumb a little bit as he decides what to do. Tigel's in again, short into the offside by Malan. Again, it's 2 points left hand, and they'll pick up an easy single. 37 for 2 off 9, just 1 over to go in the power play.
Jago says, Tapple tea is fine. I'm sure their smiles would be shinier if they drunk Mr. White Mind.
Yeah, cause it's a detergent, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And quick look on YouTube. And no updates on YouTube.
The England card has Butler, Jackson, Moen in that order. If you can read much into that, that might be how it goes.
I think Butler's definitely 5 in that list. Whether Jacks or Moen bat in that order probably depends on the match situation.
Which one would come in if England lost 2 more relatively quick wickets?
I don't know.
Well,
I think Jax is probably more secure, but Moen
Moen's
has
obviously
more experience.
A ton more experience, yeah. Mehdi continues. That almost looked like a 23-yarder to me, but Malan played it back to him for no run. Is Malan going to have another dart last over the power play? They've got a long off, and I should imagine a deep square. Camera obligingly pans over, and that is the case. Oh, I thought he was going to go at that one, but he pulled out of it and ended up just hitting it back down the wicket again for no run.
I think he'll be very conscious of the fact that they've lost 2 wickets.
And not the biggest total to chase. It's certainly tempting him, Mehdi. Once again, just bounced a couple of times before it got to point, slightly outside half of the bat. Going to have a change at the end of the over. Is Hendo going to join us?
Yes, I think he is.
I don't know. I'm not officially on air, but I think...
That one is played past slip, but again they've got a lot of cover in that area, and short 45 is round. No run again.
It'll be Besichez and someone else, I think.
Might be Gary, I think, is lurking, but I thought I was on the next spell as well.
Yeah,
Punched into the offside that time, and goes to the man on the edge of the circle who fumbles it behind him, but again there's no run, and Mehdi's almost got through a maiden.
I think I'm easing into your seat, Andy.
Have you seen the rotor, Hendo? I thought it was me, though. Tossed up that time, is beaten cover. I'm sure long off is going to come round. In fact, he was there already, really. Afif. Pick up a single, 38 for 2 off 10. And why don't you stick a little rotation jingle on Jason until we figure out who's doing what here.
Me.
Jason, I need you to ask me to start my video. I'm sorry, you must have had to cut it off before.
Jez, you're not supposed to be on, are you?
Yep.
He is apparently.
So it's supposed to be John. Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm not. I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry, I'm not. I've started my video and I'm not supposed to be here.
So I just forget I was ever here. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Who was that?
That was Messi.
No, that's my joke.
Who was that? Sorry, okay, sorry.
Class.
Over to you, John.
Wonderful stuff. Thank you, Hendo. Well, 38 for 2 at the end of the power play. Not altogether convincing from England. And the first ball after the power play is played out square of the wicket on the offside to the man on the point boundary. And they jog through for a single, 39 for 2. Where do you see this is at, Hendo?
Well, it's an interesting game, isn't it, now? Losing Phil Salt like that. I thought that was a lovely piece of bowling, actually. I know he was a little bit unlucky with regards to the pad, but I mean, there were plenty of revs on that, and whether that's that natural variation, or whether he in some ways was disguising the ball, it just went straight on, kept going at him, didn't it? And caught him.
Well, I think it skipped on a bit, didn't it? I think that's what undid him, really.
Yeah, and I think
expecting it to come through that quickly.
I'll make a point about that after this ball.
Oh my word! That kept low. That kept very low, and Vince just about got some bat on it. But
I thought Vince did
that
brilliantly.
Didn't bounce at all from Tajul.
No, he did really well to get something on that. He was absolutely.
Oh my goodness, he'd have been absolutely stone dead if he hadn't.
Yeah, Moen Ali apparently managed to sneak in a couple of games in the BPL recently.
That one's outside the off stump and left by Malan.
And he was talking about how dangerous Bangladesh are on their home turf in ODIs, and how they underspin the ball so well so that it skips on.
Here's Tajul again, and down the wicket from Vince. Lofts it between the two fielders on the fence, and away for 4.
It's me, says she. It's me, says she.
It's a very typical James Vince lofted drive.
That's a lovely shot. It is very good placement. Got down to the pitch of the ball. Just used the angle.
Here is Tajul again, and that one keeps low as well, and is punched down to deep mid off, who's outside the circle. Allows him to go through for one more. 44 for 2. That's 2 balls in this over that have not bounced very much at all.
Yeah, you'd be sort of a little bit wary of going back on this pitch, I think, wouldn't you?
Well, you would now, I think, having seen those two, because you know if you miss the ball, you're dead.
It's fine as long as you don't stand too upright. I think it's a bit of a myth sometimes that you can't go back when it's keeping low.
It is cut by Malan, out to the man on the point fence to give us a seventh run in the over. That's 45 for 2 at the end of the over.
Couple on YouTube. Steve Pettiver, morning gorillas, dropping in for my very irregular fix, seeing as I have a nice brainless task to do for work this morning. Hooray, work. Josh Cooper, it's a sign of how seriously we're taking this that A, Butler isn't opening, and B, we're playing Vince. Butler isn't going to open.
Butler hasn't been opening in one day
ODIs.
cricket. No, he's been
That's
opening.
A bit of a strange one.
Well, he has, but not for a while. He normally comes in at 5 now, doesn't he?
Well, Vince playing is a bit of a function of obviously having to pick a separate squad.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that England. I think England are taking this as seriously as they can. It's a World Cup in 6 months.
Yeah, I think they are. I agree. So, and this is a good experience for them, and there will be plenty of people in this team who will be playing in that World Cup.
Yeah, they'll certainly be in the squad, won't they? So, and this is something akin to Indian conditions, isn't it? So, it'll serve good purpose. Malan plays this very late, dabs it down past slip, but the backward point fielder gets round and cuts off any chance of a run.
Could be an entertaining World Cup if India prepare pitches like they have done in indoor today.
They're not going to do that, are they? You would hope.
A disgrace. A disgrace to cricket.
Is it a disgrace? I mean, I watched a little
bit. It's an absolute and utter disgrace. Shameful. Shameful. Should be heavily fined.
Well, hang on. Australia are 140 for 3. Hang on, John. They're 140 for 3 in reply. Is it really that bad?
Ooh, I think it's pretty awful.
You still make a judgment based on the eye test, really.
Almost
bit of turn there.
Past the edge.
Yeah.
That's a super ball. This is a stiff examination for Malan and Vince. Malan just plays that one back along the pitch. No
changing his angles. He's bowling from 22.5 yards. He came in very wide on that one. He's all the tricks.
Yep, using the crease. Here he is. He's in again, and Malan just pushes that forward. No run. I think they thought that was going to sneak through the defences as well, but it didn't quite.
He's got an inside edge on that one.
Inside edge. I thought at first I didn't think he'd got anything on it. Then I thought, did it hit his bat?
Malan just pushes this one out to short cover, and that's a maiden over, and a very good one from Mahedi.
Yep, going to be a good test for England.
12.
Good test for England. This Rich Turner. England require 4.2 and over, and they're going at 4.3. Could be worse.
Yeah, I mean, this might be a particular case where England, and they haven't gone off at a storming rate, and this might be a time when, they're aware that the run rate is relatively, or should be relatively, gettable, and they're just doing enough at the moment. Yeah, well, it's good to see something different. Every match can't be 3:30 plays 3:30, and I'm sure it's not going to be like that in the World Cup all the time anyway.
No, you would think not.
Some big scores when the ODI World Cup was in India in 2011.
Yeah.
Think about that
320
tie between England and India.
Plays that one out on the offside, no run. In again. Vince advances and is stumped. Well, that's just dreadful from Vince. Utterly brainless cricket. And a third English wicket goes.
I mean, it's a dangerous shot when on a pitch where the ball's turning this much. We saw Roy earlier go down, and I think Andy was saying didn't pull out the shot when perhaps he should have done. I think Vince was really overcommitted to this one as well.
Kitchen sink
He
on
did,
that
didn't
one.
he?
Yeah.
I don't think he had a chance of pulling out of that because he was so committed to it. And it's good bowling. Good bowling, you know, using the conditions well. There's plenty of turn there. There was plenty of turn for the England bowlers, the England spinners.
There's enough in this pitch without England pressing the self-destruct button, which really both Roy and Vince have done. So,
well, Roy's a kind of walking wicket at the moment, as we talked about the fact that he got that 100 in South Africa, and if that didn't give him any confidence, which it didn't seem to, you kind of worry for his future, don't you? Really? Well, he should have pushed on from that, and he didn't.
Yeah.
He looked just as bad. He looked just as bad as he looked for about a year in the 2 innings after that.
If you're having technical problems, which he has, you can be as confident as you like.
New batsman?
I suspect he's always had technical problems of
but
some
even
degree
more
or
so,
another.
you know,
he
managed
done
to
well
work with them.
Disguise them. But
managed to work with them for quite a while. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that art is eluding him at the moment. He probably shouldn't have been in the team to make 100 against South Africa, but because he probably should have been left out already. But that was just awful.
Because we found someone Butler. Okay, he can't spell Joss, but he also can't spell Butler. Joss Butler. Just because he is Joss Butler.
Here is Butler facing his first ball, and he just props forward and plays it out to cover. Well, he may have to play a very different sort of innings today, with England in trouble at 45 for 3.
Yeah, but maybe 60 off 60 help them get over the line.
Well,
there's always two ways of looking at it.
Plays the reverse sweep to his second delivery, and it's fielded about 2/3 of the way back to the boundary.
No, it was a straightforward lap.
Orthodox sweep.
Oh, it's a lap. Yeah, of course it is. What am I looking at? Just discard that last thought. I'm so used to him playing it that I just assumed he played it, but he hadn't, in fact. So not being unconventional yet. Anyway, well, here's Malan back on strike, 22 from 40. He just pushes that one back to the bowler. No run.
I think perhaps they've got to look to try and pick up more singles, get it just moving a little bit. This is what we've had now, 1 run from 11 balls.
Plus it's the end of the power play and there should be more singles around.
Yep.
And
there's one of them.
Here is one of them, which is pushed behind square on the leg side by Malan. Well, Malan and Vince had started to do that. They'd taken 3 or 4 sharp ones, and then it seemed to sort of dry up again, and Vince played his brainless shot. So 47 for 3 off 13 anyway.
Gary says Brian Lara could play back when it was keeping low. Mind you, he could do anything. I think my point is, in club cricket, the received wisdom is don't play back when it's keeping low, but I would really say don't play back and then swipe across the line when it's keeping low. If you play straight, you'll be fine.
Well, yes, unless it's really though, when you can't get your back jammed down and you've got your legs in front. I mean, that's...
Well, again, don't get your legs in front of the line of the ball. It's other technical problems that we all have in club cricket. If you and I had people saying, "Oh, it's too low. You just got to lunge forward at everything out there." Well, how are you going to play a shot? How are you going to score a run? If you just whack your pad miles down the wicket.
Here is Mahedi. Oh my goodness me! My goodness me! What happened to that?
Well, it just turned and went over middle stump.
Angled in, turned away.
Bounced as well.
Bounced. It's gone right over middle and off.
don't think
Keeper
it did
couldn't
hit his
take it.
shoulder. Jason was motioning it hit his shoulder, and I know it looked like that for a second, but I think it was all turn.
And it was taken behind him.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Here's Mahedi again, and Malan this time does get down ball, and it goes out square on the offside for no run.
I mean,
209's looking very big now, chaps.
It's looking tricky. I wouldn't say it's unattainable for this England team.
Here's Mahedi, and Malan drives that one down to deep mid off. Takes a single, 48 for 3.
No, I'm not. We've used 4 bowlers so far, haven't we? 3 of them spinners. Taskin's the only pace bowler. I'm just trying to work out who their other bowler. I know you mentioned Mamadullah. Afif, does he bowl? I don't know anything about Afif Hussain, is it? And he may be another seam bowler, or he may be yet another spinner. And I think, actually, bowling spin from here on in is going to be the biggest challenge for England. I don't think they'll be quite so worried about medium fast.
Should
they'll
England
be bowling as many spinners as they possibly
Well,
can.
should England think about for the World Cup for some of the venues playing 3 spinners, and if so, shouldn't they do it in
Butler
some of these
drives
warm-ups
this
as well?
first ball of the next over from Mahedi, but back to the bowler, no run.
I do think though that the Indian pitches are much less like this in general for something like a World Cup. They tend to have some quite pacey pitches at times.
This is driven by Butler down to mid-on for a single.
And also because India have, their pace bowling stocks have increased and improved over the years, haven't they? And got better and better. And they've got so many good pace
in
bowlers as
theory,
well.
India aren't going to prepare the pitches in the same way that England didn't prepare the pitches for the previous World Cup.
Yeah, in theory.
Malan pushes this one into the covers. They scamper through for a quick single, which raises the 50 for England. 50 for 3 at the end of the 14th.
Right, let me catch up on some tweets. Jay says, John scares me when he starts shouting disgrace. He's got the hair for the Salem witch trials and all. Mog says, Malan averages 55 in ODIs. And Jay also says, John, your eyes are blinded with the soaked regretful blood on thy lids. You never got over Gatting in the final, have you? He's talking about reverse sweeps.
Oh, right, yes.
And Warren says, morning all. The the way cricket reacted to that reverse sweep. I mean, you could argue it lost a World Cup final, so it was quite consequential.
Well, also because the reverse sweep was such a rarity in those days.
Yes,
really,
and it was off Border, who was really quite a part-time bowler.
Although he had one incredible bowling performance, didn't he?
Tajul.
Well, every spinner has in India.
Yeah, true.
I mean, didn't Root take 5 for 5 in India or something?
And Michael Clark 6 for 9, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tajul again is in, and this is driven by Malan and not fielded cleanly by the man at cover, and so therefore they can take one more. 51 for 3.
Yeah, they have got to try and get some more of these singles, because I don't think it's not that easy if you're going down the wicket and it's turning as much as it is. If you don't quite get there, you're a walking wicket, aren't you? As stumping.
No, not going to be so many sixes, I don't think.
No.
You're going to have to run them. Butler, a bit inside edge-ish, out to the mid-wicket region, and gets a single.
Yeah, I think he was
2 for 3.
I think he was playing for more spin than was there on that occasion. That's why he got thick inside edge. Actually worked to his benefit to a certain extent, because it went off in a rather strange direction and allowed them to come through for the 1.
Yeah, so a couple of consecutive singles. Can they keep it ticking?
Oh,
Malan's gone for a big swing at this one. I think he's cleared the ropes. He has indeed. It's a big 6.
Well, I think it's a safer shot to try and hit a 6 over square leg with a sweep than it is to come down the track and try to hit one straight.
Well, exactly, because he could play it from the crease. He just took a stride forward and
you're playing with a spin as well.
Swept it square, yeah, with the spin. So there's a big shout for LBW
Oh,
there.
it's a very enthusiastic appeal.
Looked high to me.
Didn't really look right.
I think that's going over the top.
I mean, it was straightish, I think, for sure, but I think it was going over the top. Tamim
There's a debate going on.
is asking his wicket-keeper, I think. I don't think he's going to...
And his wicket-keeper's not
he is.
giving him an awful lot. He decides to go upstairs.
Last minute.
I don't think that's going to be out. In fact, I think it's going to miss and they're going to burn a review.
Well, let's see.
In the meantime, Leah says she thinks India are still drunk from celebrations after retaining the Border Gavaskar trophy.
Yeah.
I don't like this retaining. I mean, with regards to... I mean, it's the same in the Ashes, obviously, but...
You mean retaining with a draw? A series draw? And India haven't won the series yet.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean, yes. Absolutely. That's maybe a little bit lower than I thought, but there is plenty of bounce in this pitch.
Usually if the ball goes upwards off the pad, it's usually a sign that it's...
Top of the knee roll.
Yeah.
Has he got? He's got a reasonable stride in, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
It's going to be fine on impact.
No,
Ooh,
missing.
clip to the corner of leg stump.
Doing too much.
Well, it wasn't really doing a lot.
Too much
I think
angle.
Exactly, the angle of it. So it was a bit better than I thought, and they haven't lost a review as a result. TV umpire, SIS Kaikat. Saikat, was that?
That's a good name.
It is a good name. I like the SIS initials.
Yeah. I think you're right. It was closer than I thought, I must admit, certainly in terms of height.
It remains 58 for 3. Well, let's face it, I think I was on comms earlier when we all thought one from Rashid was absolutely stone dead, and it wasn't. So they've gone up again.
That's outside the line.
For an LBW, but that's outside the line. And so that will be the end of the over. So mixed bag there for England, a 6, but a shout and a stifled shout.
Yeah, quite interesting, isn't it? Tigel's gone for runs. He's gone well over the asking rate. He's gone at 6 and over, 5 overs. But he's picked up 2 important wickets. So, I mean, if you can call James Vincent an important wicket these days.
Well, Josh Cooper on YouTube, it says exactly that. He says, "Rest my case, re Vince."
Well, I mean, I think it's difficult for Vince because Vince knows that probably 5 or 6 players would have to go down with dysentery for him to get a chance in the World Cup, and. It's not going to happen, is it? He's just a man to fill in when they're one short, and he's a good player for Hampshire, and he's a franchise cricketer now as well, isn't he? So that's where he's going with his career.
Here's Mahedi. This is swept, and swept well.
Good shot,
it's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, you can hardly begrudge him being a franchise cricketer in the English winter. I mean,
I'm not begrudging him at all. I'm just saying that it's now cut out for him to have that kind of a career. He's probably not going to get another chance at the Test level, although you never know.
Seems unlikely.
But it does seem unlikely, and he's just filling in, really. Unless he was making an enormous case for himself by, hitting hundreds here, there and everywhere.
Would England have been better off trying out a younger player, given that he's given all of what you just said?
Here's Mahedi again, played to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, it's possible.
Just give someone a go.
Well, they were going to give Tom Abel a go, weren't they? But he's pulled out because of injury. And I was kind of surprised that Will Jacks wasn't in the squad to start with.
Mahedi to Butler again, who turns this around the corner.
See, that's what I'm saying. Wouldn't actually having Jacks in the squad instead of Vince to start with made more sense, maybe?
Yes, I think it probably would have done, yes.
Yeah, it would. It would, definitely.
Because he's not going to tell you anything new, James Vince.
No, whereas Jacks potentially needs games to make his case.
Make his case and just get experience, really.
Yeah, and get experience, absolutely. 63 for 3 after that single. So it's Malan on strike again to Mahedi, and he Again plays this sort of soft hands dab shot. Square of the wicket, no run. Heady in again. Malan drives that one up to the fielder at mid-off outside the circle. Allows them to cross for one more. 64 for 3.
I mean, this is the perfect over for England. You get a 4 at the start of it, and then anything else is a bonus, really, isn't it?
Yeah,
what
just
they say.
milk a couple of singles. Yeah.
Target the first and last ball.
Here's Butler turning this one again round on the leg side. The fielder comes in off the backward square boundary.
That's kind of what I'm talking about. Butler's gone back to a ball that's possibly even a little bit full of a length, but he's in line, he's watching it carefully, he's playing it with a straight bat, just tucking it round the corner.
Well, I think actually if you go back to the India Test tour of a couple of years ago, that Dan Lawrence, funnily enough, was the best player of spin out there, I thought. He allowed the ball to come. He was almost playing it from outside leg stump, and he was letting the ball come to him, and wasn't going sort of chasing it, pushing his hands out of it. Not sure that he's developed as well as we would have hoped from then on, but also, yeah, I mean, you know, certainly in Test cricket, you'll see Joe Root going back to spin the whole time.
Yeah,
he likes to play it off the pitch.
Used to give you and the Bear kittens, but
it does to a certain extent.
You're used to it now.
It does.
I mean, how often has Root been pinned LBW going back like that?
I understand, but I think if you're a really good batsman, you can get away with it because you have the skill to adjust. But I don't think that not everyone does have that skill.
Here's Taskin.
Change of bowling, isn't it? We're back in.
Running in.
Oh.
This is edged and out. Well, that's the end of Butler.
Not sure what he was trying to do with that.
No idea. Well, it's
hanging the bat out to dry, wasn't he?
Well, it's a really clever change of bowling, isn't it? He's just getting sort of settled against the spinners. Brings Taskin back in, and maybe that just extra pace has just surprised Butler a bit.
Well, it was an attacking shot. I'm just really not really sure where he was trying to play it.
Maybe it just bounced a bit on him, I don't know, but it looked a pretty awful shot. And England are in the soup.
Silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh.
I like in the soup. Haven't heard that for a while.
65 for 4. England at the start of the 17th over.
Well, they haven't really sort of covered themselves in glory, have they?
No.
4 wickets have gone down, and you'd have to say 3 of those have been partially donated, if not completely donated. Maybe Salt was the one that got the quicker ball that just...
yeah, Salt probably has some...
mitigation?
Mitigation, yeah, but none of the others at all.
No.
Three people who've got themselves out. And on a pitch where the spinners are always likely to produce something very good, you can't afford to be donating wickets. That's the problem. Yeah, this England team under Butler doesn't seem to have an awful lot of durability about it.
Stickability?
Yeah, stickability. Just that sense of,
well,
I'm going to stick my hand up.
Well, the other thing is, I would say that certainly in South Africa, and the 3 they played in South Africa, Root was not selected for that, wasn't he? He was given more time off, and I think, you know, if you want stickability, Root is your stickability. You know, in a way, there are the players we've got here. I mean, Malan, perhaps to a certain extent, is similar in staying out there and having a look, but
well,
Phil Salt, I mean, as I said about
to play that role, isn't he?
Yeah, but I mean, I've always said about Phil Salt, he's 3-4s and out, as far as I'm concerned. That's basically what he does, and every now and again he gets lucky and gets 8-4s and out, and you know, and a couple of 6s perhaps thrown in. But generally speaking, I don't think he's the answer up there. But again, he's another man who's really probably just filling in.
That's the thing. I mean,
do you think the scoreboard's astonished, by the way, because they've just put up 65 for 3 and it's 4?
It's 4. Are we reasonably sure that Stokes is coming in for this World Cup?
Well, no one can be reasonably. No one can be sure. I mean, I think.
But is that the plan?
I don't know that it's a plan. I mean, unless people are privy to the thoughts inside the England camp, I don't think anyone knows. I think people suspect that he might well come out of retirement, but.
Well, I think England should know at this point, so they can make plans for it.
Well, maybe
even
they
if they
do
don't
know.
make it public.
Yeah,
I think
maybe
they
they do
should know at this point.
Well, yeah, but we don't, because we don't know. We can't really.
Is he fit enough to play that amount of cricket?
It's a World Cup. They'll inject him with stuff. I'm not even joking. They will. Yeah. It's only a game every 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, a lot depends on how he feels after the Ashes. I would think how much that takes out of him. The IPL takes out of him. Yeah,
I don't think he's. Oh, I don't know. We'll see. Warren says, FFS, I have 3 subscriptions to get cricket on TV in the US, and this game is on none of them. Isn't this game on the ECB website as well? Yeah.
Can you get it in America?
Taskin in and bowls and a shouldering of arms.
Well, you probably can with a VPN at the very least.
The new batsman
is Jax.
Opportunity for him.
It's probably Will Jacks. Yes, Will Jacks.
Yeah, he probably didn't envisage when they were chasing 210 that there'd still be nearly 150 needed when he came in at 6. But
hasn't been watching England ODIs lately if he didn't.
Oh, dear me. That's inside edge. One hand off the bat. Goes down to fine leg.
Taskin has looked tremendous today. Got that one to move back a long way off the pitch.
Did.
And he's bowled with a real ferocity, I think. I mean,
he's got some aggression about him. You can tell that just by his whole demeanour, and he's a star appealer. He was very vehement earlier, so he certainly strikes you as an aggressive character.
And you've got to say, it was a good move to bring him back so quickly, really, by the Bangladeshi captain Tamim.
Here comes Taskin into Malan, who drives this one up to mid-off, but there's no opportunity to take a single because mid-off's inside the circle. So there's no run.
I don't remember Taskin having such short hair. I seem to remember him.
Well, maybe he had a haircut.
I've got a feeling that they all seem to have had. They seem to have had a bit of a team haircut in the Bangladeshi side, quite cropped short.
Yeah. A number 3 or whatever you call it.
That's what he got on his back for sure.
He's in again. Oh, this is down past the outside edge. It's a beauty from Taskin. Malan kept his bat and pad together, but it whistled past the outside edge. Really good delivery. A better delivery than the one he got the wicket with, but that so often happens.
I think that if the ball's still relatively hard, it's coming off the pitch quite quickly, probably a bit more quickly than the batsmen are expecting, and I think that's the first ball that Butler had received from him. I think he was just done by the little bit of extra pace.
Yeah, surprised by it. Here's Taskin into Malan, who comes off the inside edge and goes up to mid-on. No run, very good over. I think 1 run and a wicket.
Yeah, he's bowled really well so far.
66 for 4.
Well, it's a real battle for England, actually. I mean, I thought they would. I thought they would find it easier. My thinking was that they would go off quickly in the power play, but I think you put on a spinner in the power play when there is turn, and you've got someone as lacking in confidence as Jason Roy. And Phil Salt likes pace on the ball as well.
Creates an element of doubt.
Yes,
doesn't it?
yes.
Yeah. Puts question marks in your head.
I mean, there's still a bit of batting to come. There's still Moen, there's still Wokes. And Moen's been playing, as we said, he managed to sneak in a couple of Bangladeshi Premier League games. Certainly that bypassed me. I didn't know that he'd done that until I read about it yesterday. But,
If this was club cricket, you'd think they don't have a fifth bowler and they're trying to bowl us out in 40 overs. And if they don't do that, then they are, as John would say, in the soup. But
Yes.
I'm sure they do have a fifth bowler. They're just doing it in that way.
They're just choosing not to use them yet.
Not just yet.
Well, I guess if they feel like if they can get England 6 down, then the fifth bowler will be fairly irrelevant. Won't
Yeah,
they?
top load your bowlers, yeah.
Yeah. If you're defending a score which you may think is a little bit shy, then it's not a bad tactic, really. Here's Shakib, and that's sort of pulled round to mid-wicket from outside off stump, and they jog through for 1, which takes Malan to... Oh, Jacks to 2 and brings Malan back on strike.
I guess England will be looking to Milan to kind of anchor this through.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's just got to bat long, and the rest have got to try and bat round him, which will suit David, or it should do.
Well, I can tell you that
Here's Shakib, and Malan pushes that one out on the onside, and the fielder has to make some ground, and they take one more.
I'm guessing the fifth bowler will be a mixture of Mahmudullah and Afif Hussain. Afif has only bowled, let me see, well, he's only taken 3 wickets in ODIs in 22 matches, so he's obviously not a regular bowler. He's taken 9 wickets in T20 internationals.
Shakib, and Jacks is forward, playing out to cover, no run. Yeah, they are going to make do and mend a bit with their fifth bowler, it would seem. But they might not need to do a lot, particularly if England keep donating. Again, Jacks is sort of half forward, playing out on the offside, no run.
I do find it quite entertaining just to watch English batsmen on these kind of wickets against spin, because actually... Break off.
Yeah, Jacks drives that one back past the bowler, but... mid-on is in tight enough to prevent them taking a run.
I think it is a sign of how little very good spin they face throughout the county season.
Indeed. Shakib, this is a bit short and it's cut to the man out on the cover sweeper position.
Well, of course, Duckett is another player.
59 for 4.
Duckett is another player who's been in the Test match and is in the frame for ODIs, and he's a very good player of spin.
Very good player of spinner and very good sweeper, and probably sweeping is what you need on this pitch. As you say, it's not so easy to go straight down the ground and commit yourself to dancing down the pitch. So
yeah, Duckett's got to be in the squad with the World Cup being in India, I would have thought.
I suppose it depends how big the squad is. I mean, it depends if it's 18
15,
or 16,
isn't it?
is it, or is
Are
it
they
15?
going to extend them a bit this time?
15 doesn't seem enough. I would say that's 16 or 18. I'm not sure, but I don't know. I actually think that you see the ball turn more in very good standard club cricket, actually, because the pitches are not as good.
Well, people are bowling slower as well.
And people are bowling slower, and you do actually. You sometimes wonder whether going down to the.
Hey, look, there are guys in the 3s and 4s who turn it a lot.
True, yeah.
Haskin to Jacks, who plays that one up to mid-on, no run.
But I think when you get to the top level in domestic cricket, you find that there isn't. The ball isn't turning a great deal. Pitches are too good, unless of course you're Somerset, who might occasionally operate a system.
Plough the wicket.
You know how much many of the Somerset mafia listen to this.
I know. I'm teasing you all.
Yeah. Annie will be on to you, Hendo. Oh, that's an ugly slog from Jacks. He completely misses it. Goes through to the keeper. No run.
I'm trying to
see again. That would have been another donation. It's how much was wrong with that shot?
Well, I think
moving on the shot, head up in the air, across the line.
Kept a little bit low, and he played over it. Having said
other than that, it was great.
It ended up looking very ugly.
It did.
I think
Here
it was a safe ball to play the shot on, though.
Coming in again to Jacks, who Gets that one square of the wicket. Fielded by the man at point.
Yeah, he needed that to go a yard either side, and that was away to the boundary, wasn't it? But
yeah, it would have been 4.
Just straight to him.
It was a very full ball. But yeah, just literally straight at him.
You know, players got to keep their nerve here. They've got to realise that they probably can't play all the fancy shots that they're used to playing.
The run rate's not an issue. They've just got to bat the overs, really.
Keeping wickets in hand is pretty important.
Yeah, Taskin into Jacks, who swings at that as well. It goes from bat onto pad, but doesn't go onto the stumps. That was a pretty unconvincing shot as well. Yeah.
He's not really throwing the full face of the bat.
He's nearer to the pitch.
Well, he's closing the face, isn't he, all the time? I think you see a lot of batsmen doing that these days.
That's ugly.
If you're playing an off drive to a ball that wide of the off stump, you need to keep your bat following through the line rather than coming across the ball.
Yeah. Not being convincing at the moment, Mr. Jacks. Here's Taskin again, in, and Jacks this time settles for dabbing it down to third man for a single, which is probably a better ploy. 70 for 4. One ball of the 19th to come.
Yeah, I mean, they are just getting a little bit behind the rate now, aren't they? The rate's
it's about 4.5 though. I mean, 4.5, no big deal.
Well, it's not a big deal.
No, but you don't want to let it rise.
You don't want to let it rising, and you know, you haven't got so many wickets in hand. 4 down, 4 important batsmen gone, and you could argue
we're back to your point from earlier, Hendo. That they need to manufacture more singles.
I think they do. Yeah, absolutely. I'm much happier to see Jacks playing that last shot than what he did before in this over.
Indeed, I agree. Here's Malan facing the last ball of the 19th from Taskin, and he just dabs it down in front of him. He starts off for a run, which is never there. Taskin picks up the ball, throws it, hits Malan.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what
Malan hits Malan's bat, and in the end, there's no run at all. So
I'm not sure what he was trying to do there at all. There was never a
70
run.
for 4 at the end of the 19th.
No, Warren's managed to find a YouTube stream. I like being able to watch the games, but sometimes you need a doctorate to figure out how, or you need, to be on the high seas, shall we say?
Oh my word!
I've tried to use VPN for football in this country, which you can't get during on a Saturday, but it never seems to work for me. I've given up. I've had I've joined 2 VPNs at various points, and it's never worked. So I'm not quite sure whether I'm doing something wrong or whether it doesn't really work.
Farong's our man on the ground in Bangladesh. He says it's
no, he's not. He's in Bangkok now.
Yeah, but he knows Bangladesh. We're close enough. Sorry. He says again he knows that it's half an hour till sunset in Dhaka. England should have gone a bit harder when the ball was reasonably new. Plenty of overs. Wickets the issue. Getting close to squeaky bum time. Second match is also in Dhaka on Friday, and the final one is from Chattogram. Surely it means Chittagong.
Is that not the new name for Chittagong?
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
okay.
I think so. I may be
Into
wrong.
Jacks, who cuts this one away, and it's gone all the way to the fence for 4.
Jason's taking a very extended toilet break, so I'll just step across and do some jingles.
Yeah, he got a little bit lucky there, I think. Went a bit finer than he was intending, actually, but to his benefit. Maybe I'm being a bit unfair to him. Maybe.
I think that was fairly intentional. To be fair to him.
Oh.
Here's Shakib again, and this time he just props forward and plays it out on the offside. No run.
Well, there you go. That's the 4 from the first ball, and that's now when you have to work around these singles. This is when you work the singles.
Some singles. Yeah. Here's Shakib again, and he shows all his stumps there in playing out on the offside. No run.
I think he's trying to hit a 4 there as well. He's trying to get it through pierce that offside field. And I think maybe placing
really need to do.
Placing it would be better if he can.
Here is Jacks again. Oh, and that's right off the inside edge. It came back quite a long way, that. Spun back into him. Inside edge. Down to short mid-wicket. Yeah, he would have been gone for all money without that inside edge. Here's Shakib again. And Jax drives this one down to the man at mid-off. Takes a single, 75 for 4. I think we're due for a switcheroo after this ball.
Oh yeah, I better find out who's on next.
I'm pretty sure it's
Find
me.
the rotor, somebody!
Yeah, in the meantime, I'll get us up to date with tweets. Or are we going to bowl this ball? No, Jay hates us all because we keep saying different things. Can't make the rate rise, can't score too quickly, can't play rash shots. We need some aggression. I think that's okay if different people are saying different things. If the same
That's
people,
wide.
If the same people are doing different things, that's more of a problem. Yes, it is indeed one of these.
Definitely my favourite wide jingle on Guerrilla Cricket, that.
Haven't seen too many of those. Been quite disciplined bowling from Bangladesh.
No, they've been better at that than we were, that's for sure. Anyway, here is Shakib to complete the 20th over. Malan goes back and plays it up to mid-on. So 77 for 4 after 20 overs. 30 overs left. England requiring 133 in those 30 overs to win the game.
Just below the rate, but it's more worrying, I think, is the wickets have fallen.
Well, we have a match, don't we? We have a match here. I still think it's about 50-50, which is what I thought at the interval between the innings. I do think England's extras may come back and bite them on the bum. That was only the second extra that Bangladesh had conceded, and I think England were around 20 extras, were they? Something like that? That's a lot in an innings of 209.
Yes, it is. Can you shut your video off, John? So
I will
nice
bid you farewell, gentlemen.
Thank you. See you again soon. And the nice people can see Gary.
Yeah, I've just got a reflection, really, and I know regular listeners will know that for all of his talent and now set of achievements, I do find Jos Butler a bit of an irritating cricketer to watch. And he did, I would suggest, two things in his dismissal. One, I think, is forgivable, the other one less so. And you kind of feel the team are a little bit like this as well. He is the new captain, and obviously he wants to put his mark on the team. And Owen Morgan was such a strong personality that him coming out of that role is going to see changes in the kind of team culture, the team ethos, the team attitude.
Well, should it? It was all working quite well.
Well, let's see. That ball goes through to the keeper and it is no run. He did two things. The thing that's forgivable is he stayed leg side of the ball with that dismissal. He didn't get across to cover it. He was never going to be on top of it with the ball bouncing. But I understand in white ball cricket you often have to stay leg side of the ball in order to free your arms and be able to play the shots. But the other thing, and I'm sure of this, although I don't have any proof, and it's a bit of,
as usual.
I'll be traducing him if
you say it's a dubious point made with hyperbolic conviction.
Well, I'm not giving it the full conviction because I'm saying I'm not sure of it. That ball is defended, there is no run. I don't think he thought that the fielder was there. And you see this with England.
You definitely have no proof of that.
I definitely don't. But you do see it with England. The only proof I've got is a kind of deduction, is that you do see players hit the ball straight at a fielder and then sort of look surprised that they're out. And some of it is a kind of macho thing that they can hit it either over or through the fielder with such power, as Malan goes back to a half volley. A strange kind of Gary Balance type shot there. It goes out to deep cover and they go through for a single. I think it's a kind of macho thing that the fielders don't matter because I'm going to hit the ball over them or through them. So it's an almost kind of not seeing them deliberately, a bit the way if ever you've rode a motorbike, you have pedestrians stepping off the pavement right in front of you because somehow they've screened you out of their kind of mindset, out of their perception. And I wonder if that's the case because you do see it quite a bit with England.
I'm not
ball
buying.
straight at a fielder.
I'm not buying it. Every team hits balls straight at fielders.
Yeah, well, that ball was only going to that fielder with the shot that was played. As he goes back, does Jax, hits the ball hard the way he
I
does.
did
goes
say
back to cover, no run.
I did say I couldn't work out where Butler was trying to hit the ball. That certainly, yeah. Anyway, we've actually have the mystery fifth bowler has come on.
And it's Mr. Fazua. He's left arm over, and he's into Jacks, who gets a full ball and hits it very hard straight back at him, and I think that's a dropped catch, although it would have been a very sharp take in his follow through there. It wasn't a bump ball, I don't think.
Well, that was nearly very good for England, because if he'd busted his fingers, where was the fifth bowler going to come from?
He did hit the ball back hard, and it sort of hit Mr. Fazua. And that's, part of the premium from hitting the ball hard. In fact, Mr. Fazua was really protecting his face there by getting his hands up. So, I mean, that's the counter to the question about hitting the ball straight at the fielders. If you do hit the ball as hard as cricketers do these days, it does take some catching. Jack's on 9, and that's a better shot, but he picks out the man at backward point, and no run ensues. 21 overs gone, England 78 for 4. Your tweets?
Farong informs us that Chittagong is the colonial name for the city and region of Chattogram. Chattagonian is its own separate language, as is Sylheti. People in Kolkata can understand Bangla, for example, but not Chattagonian. Bangladesh have made 100 more runs than India, and the Bangladesh Rickshaw Union is very happy.
Well, I was going to say, so it's like a Kolkata thing.
Yes, very much so.
Okay, yep.
Chennai,
Bengaluru.
Yep.
Jay Grove says, I'm sure of it, but I don't have any proof. Please, God, don't give Gary a radio show in the US. He'll be running for president.
Well, yes, quite. It's a bit of a 21st century thing to assert,
well,
I agree.
Certainly, the only way is up, I think, for politics in the US.
I had an observation about Taksin as well. Or Taskin, I should say. I always want to call him Tax.
So do
Taksin,
I.
But it's Taskin. Yeah, so it's Taskin. He's not bowling, so the observation won't be quite as effective. But to me, he looks like somebody's taken Usman Koala and sort of pumped some stuff into him to make him taller and wider and stronger.
You put him on the rack.
Yeah, he definitely has a look with the new haircut of Usman, who was obviously Usman Koala is player of the day, albeit not in this match. But to make 60, it's pretty damn good opening in the India-Australia Test match. Huge appeal! Huge appeal!
Not the worst shout, but I don't think it's done quite enough.
And what these guys are going to do when they get a good appeal? I mean, they're going to start doing somersaults when one's actually out.
Left arm over to the left-handed Malan. I don't think it was the worst appeal in the world, but
no, but it's not a great look when you appeal like that and then don't take the review.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we know that appeals are theatrical rather than based in evidence. We also know, and this was, I think, a surprise to a lot of people when DRS was introduced, as he's in again, is Tajul, and Malan is playing quite fluently now. Gets a single to deep square leg, through for 1. Is that the players themselves don't know. They don't know if they've edged it.
Michael Vaughan still says they do, despite all the evidence to the contrary.
I remember, I think it was Sangakkara and Jayawardena, arguably the greatest wicketkeeper first slip combination that the world's ever seen. And quite early in the days of DRS, they had a long conversation and decided not to review what was then proved to be an edge to short leg or something. And, you're thinking, well, God, if those two can't tell, what help the rest of us with? We're seeing here the delivery on Hawkeye, and it was indeed both high and wide, so a little too much turn there. So Tamin got that one right. He goes over the wicket as the left arm of Tajul, and Jacks goes back, and he is leaving his stumps exposed on a pitch that you can't trust the bounce on. He's going to be bowled, isn't he, soon? He is.
I think that short leg thing is more okay for slip and keeper, because they're unsighted by the batsman generally.
Yeah, I think they would hear it. He's hit that beautifully as Jacks. There is a man sweeping at extra cover, but they're through for 2, I think.
No, good fielding kept them down to 1.
It's a great shot for only 1.
Yeah.
But it's a superb piece of fielding by Shanto, who is round like a
Whippet.
a whippet, and let go like a rocket.
He's round like the electronic hair that used to go round Wimbledon dog track. He was circling the boundary there. No longer is there Wimbledon dog track, of course. There is a new Wimbledon AFC Wimbledon Stadium, I should say. This ball is just pushed back by Malan. England still aren't in any particular trouble here.
Oh, I think I disagree. I think they've got a lot to do from here.
Well, the rate is still under 5. It shouldn't be impossible for two set batsmen to take singles like that one, because Milan's just touched that round the corner, set off quickly,
I'd argue
got a single.
There's only one set batsman yet.
No, Jax doesn't look particularly set, no.
If they do get set, what I'm saying is that they could afford this rate to go a little bit higher even than it is, because if two batsmen get in, it shouldn't be impossible to go at around about a run a ball. If you're taking the singles, the problem for England is that they don't have many players who have Morgan's wrists to be able to sort of get the ball into those little gaps.
Yeah. A slight chiding message from Leia. She says, if you insist on calling him Koala, Gary, you have to call him Susan Koala. Which is what the president of his own state association called him in a congratulatory text message. Yes, autocorrect did it, was the excuse.
Well, I've had some strange autocorrects.
Well, it's better than calling Chiteswar Pujara, what was it, Steve?
Yeah, I think
which
so.
Was not really acceptable.
Not a great look, no.
I mean, Usman Koala is just such a perfect name for him, though. That's why I like it. I don't want to get all George W. Bush about it, but I've always enjoyed a nickname or two. So I'm carrying that over from.
Oh, of course. So
life.
American president's well known for inventing nicknames for things like teddy bears.
Yeah, very good. Yeah. As that ball is pushed, and that's the kind of single that set batsmen can take, because the fielder was slightly on his heels mid-on. There was no risk at all in the shot. He just dropped the bat on it, did Malan. But Jax now understands his partner. He was coming through straight away. Malan knew he was going to the danger end, but he knew exactly how hard he'd hit it, and therefore how much time he would have. It's good cricket from England. Good cricket, as Jeffrey would say. 82 for 4 now, the target 210. The required run rate is 4.6. 6 wickets in hand, and quite a deep batting order, as left armer Mustafa Zua is in again, and that's deflected to Jonty Rhodes' position, and there is no run. A little shout out to a person that I used to work with, Michael Pym. Michael, if you're listening, I know you're working on the farm at the moment down in Kent, I believe, and Michael was a fine cricketer. He played with Dan Christian in league cricket about 10 years ago, and I hope that you're enjoying life at the moment, Michael. As enjoying life is Will Jacks, because he's got one in his own half and he's hit it high and handsome. I think that's all the way, isn't it? Is that all the way?
Just. I'm not sure about handsome. It got there, though.
Yeah, maybe not as handsome as it could be, but there's always room over.
It's more skewed off the outside edge than a genuine hit down the ground.
Well, I tell you what.
But it's one heck of an edge.
It's a heck of an edge, because it has gone for 6. He's a strong lad, is Will Jacks. We've all seen him miss-hit 6s at the Oval, and even with the boundaries they have there these days, it's still a very decent hit. So I think I'm taking that all day long. If you're going to go inside out, go more, if you like, off the edge, than the outer edge than the inner edge, because always room over extra cover.
The best thing you say about it was hitting into a relatively safe area, as long as he gets enough bat on it.
So here is the left armer in again, and Jax is beginning to look confident because he's hit another 4, and that was a good shot. He got a ball on middle and off, and he waited for it a little bit, and then he kind of just used his wrists, the way I was asking between the overs, to find the ball a gap at mid-wicket, and he hit it hard enough to get it to the boundary. That was a good shot, gentlemen.
Yeah, that was a much better shot. Even with 2 runs less, that's a much better shot than the 6.
Yeah, 92 for 4 now, England. How do you like that 50-50 now? As Mustafa Zua is in again, and Jax goes back and he hits the ball again hard, but to the point area, and they walk an easy single. So this over has gone 1.641, 12 from the over, which punches quite a big hole in the target.
It does, yeah, it does, to be fair.
It looks like a tactic as well to target Mustafizur.
Yeah, I think right.
On the basis that anything he bowls is going to be easier to play than the spinners.
Yeah.
And it puts them in the bind to work out what they're going to do with their fifth bowler.
Yeah, I think it's almost forcing Tamim to go back to spin now, which they may be able to work around into gaps more easily than medium pace that they can't necessarily trust the bounce. As if to make that point, Malan plays underneath this delivery from Mustafizur. That wasn't a very good shot, and he admonishes himself accordingly. It's the end of the over.
O'Neill Harris on YouTube says, on batting tracks where they can slap the shit out of the ball, England teams will do well away. But on low-scoring wickets, they struggle. Root is essential.
Well, they won the World Cup on tricky wickets.
Yeah, and Maurice Aman Gopal also says, this is a worrying performance ahead of the World Cup on slow tracks, which... but then this is very much an England 1.5 11, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, particularly the batting. Yeah.
Yeah. The plain fact is that England are the holders of both World Cups, both T20 and 50 over cricket, and the reason they are that is because they are blended a positive attitude to scoring runs with two things that are also critical, which is talented batsmen who play with confidence,
being good,
and a range of bowling options in every 11, so you're never short of a fifth, sixth, and often even not even short of a seventh bowler.
And indeed, you have good batsmen coming in 7 and 8, much better than most of your opponents.
Yeah,
and
so that combination means England can win on any pitch. Of course, India will start favourites in a home environment, but England won't be far off.
That's how it was last time I looked at it. India favourites, England second favourites.
I would suggest.
And having the good batsmen coming in at 7 and 8 allows you to be more aggressive up at the top. You've got to bear that in mind as well.
Yeah, I was saying that for many years when I would be extolling the importance of a number 8. It's not just the runs the number 8 scores. It's the fact that it's an insurance policy for losing 2 or 3 wickets up top, so you can go hard in the power play. Knowing, I think Chris Wokes about 10 years ago made 96, didn't he, at number
95 at number
win a match, I think,
8 to tie a match that he's never tied in a million years. Leah says,
as Tajul starts the next over, he has figures of 2 for 33, and that's a long single taken out to extra cover. Go ahead, Jason.
Yorkshire should have called Pujara Ernesto after a South American diarist and motorcycle enthusiast with a similar name. You might have heard of him.
Nope. So I doubt even more that Yorkshire cricketers have heard of him.
But of course, that is Ernesto Che Guevara.
Yeah, Che, one might say.
I didn't know he was called Ernesto.
That's a big old hoik there from Malan. Attempt at the slug sweep.
I think he's just got away with that. That's just outside the line.
Yeah, it was turning away down leg, though. The ball was there to be hit. It's a length ball from the spinner, and if it pitches anywhere near off stump, it's going to turn past them. So it goes back this time, does Malan, and plays a ball that went pretty much on with the arm. Makes the sweeper run, and there's 2 there. But, I mean, ever since we said England were getting a bit clogged up and should be worried about the rates, they've scored off pretty much every ball, including a boundary. So this is what set batsmen can do. Here is Tajul is in again, and Malan doesn't get a single that time round the corner. Slightly as annoyed with himself with that ball because it was going down the leg side. The left arm over to the left-hander. There's so much that's going down the leg side, which essentially is a free hit. See it again as this one's going down the leg side, and he just tips that round the corner again, does Malan. He knows where the scoring areas are, and
so he does know where the fielders are.
I think he does know where the fielders are. Yeah, there are some players who do, and some players who just hit at them and through them. Ian Bell would consistently turn the ball round the corner to a waiting leg slip and be caught out and be amazed at it. He did that at least twice and possibly 3 times.
Yeah, but I'm sure that's more amazement. I can't believe I've done that. To not, I didn't know he was there.
That looked like a deliberate edge to me from Will Jacks. and because there's no slip, he gets 4 for his troubles. He has 26 and 28. He's playing a little gem here. At England, where they might have expected to be on the rack, are not being tortured in room 101 because they're 101 for 4. Your tweets?
We don't have any at the moment.
So it's not the halfway mark, and England are almost halfway to their target. I think they'd have taken that all day long when they set off, wouldn't they?
They'd rather not be 4 down.
Well,
no, I mean, Jax has come in and looked very comfortable so far.
He didn't look comfortable his first 15 balls at all.
No, but suddenly he's clicked into gear, and when he does that, he will score runs quickly.
Yeah.
If he stays for any length of time, he's a fast scorer. And and they're having a big discussion now. I think Mustafizur is trying to work out where he can bowl to Jax, where he won't have a decent shot at a free shot at something.
Remember, there's a counter narrative here, or a narrative in an alternative universe, as in Everything Everywhere All at Once, a film that I did not like at all. In another universe, I'll break off as Malan just defends a ball, it took him up a little bit, no run. We'd be saying, well, England up against it here, they've lost 2 quick wickets, it's going dark, the lights are taking effect, the ball is moving around. We'd be giving it all of that narrative, but England haven't lost 2 wickets, and therefore we're not talking about the ball moving around and the effect of the dew and the lights and all that palaver that people do talk about in a kind of confirmation bias way, because England are actually going well.
Well, it's one I very much try to avoid doing that, but you're right that a lot of people do.
That one has gone along the ground, really. Decent take by... why can't I remember the wicketkeeper's name?
Mushfiqur, not Mustafizur.
Yeah, it's because there is Mustafizur and Mushfiqur. But Mushfiqur Rahim has been in this side for about 15 years, so I should be remembering his name, really. Back with the gloves on. He sometimes has the gloves, he sometimes doesn't. Litton Das sometimes has the gloves and sometimes doesn't. But
I think Das is now the T20 captain.
Alright. Left arm over again, and Malan gets one on leg stump. And he picked out the fielder there, did Malan. The last 4 or 5 overs with deliveries like that, they've managed to miss the fielder, but he got the fielder there. Oh, we're just seeing an edge.
Didn't carry though, did it?
Did it not? No, it didn't carry. That's right. It was the one that died a little in the pitch, didn't it? So England need 109 off 25 and a half overs.
Yeah, they've done very well, this pair. They've picked the scoring rate up without looking too risky. I think they've done really well so far.
That'll be a wicket. But I do that all the time. So pots and kettles. Malan goes back to try and cut that and missed it. And what he's got to realise now, Malan, is that he's bought himself a maiden here by the previous 4 or 5 overs going for plenty. So if this is a maiden, and that was a good ball, it was a cutter from Mustafizur.
It's wrapped out of the back of the hand. That's a very handy little ball to have in your armoury.
So if this is a maiden, there's 2 balls left in the over, then England should just take it, grit the teeth and go again. Not much damage done. More damage if you try and manufacture a shot. And that's what Malan does. He gets the ball...
No, that was there to be hit.
Well, it wasn't there for that shot, I would suggest, because he was tucked up a little bit. Maybe it was there for the pull, but he was through it too early. There was just a touch of anxiety in the shot.
Yeah.
It was short. It did deserve to be hit, but he couldn't get any timing because he was tucked up a little.
This is good work from Mustafizur, who's mixing his pace up nicely and his length as well, so they're not quite sure to set themselves for what they're about to receive.
Yeah, just a nice little single now will do to finish off the over, and to be fair, that's what Malan does. He gets a ball down the leg side, he just clips it backward at square. 1 from the over, England 102 for 4 at the halfway mark. They need 108 more.
James Wilson says, to be fair, the Indians get criticised for producing shirt fronts. I prefer a happy medium than a raging Bunsen. Admittedly, but if I had to choose it, I take business over a shirt front. I think that's a Bunsen over a shirt front.
I think that's what he says. And India haven't put too many flat wickets up that I can remember lately.
No, that's a Pakistani preserve, isn't it, generally?
Yes, yeah.
What I think about wickets, and I just can't understand with the amount of science and information and metrics and everything else that's available. I think there is a broad consensus amongst cricket fans and amongst cricket players that what they want is a true surface that has plenty of pace and bounce and that deteriorates over 5 days. For the one-day game, you just want that first day. You want the pitch that's true and got pace and bounce. So I don't know why it's so difficult for them to find these pitches, and that so many pitches around the world are either too slow and dead as a doornail, or become too dusty, or become susceptible to the indentations that can produce variable bounce on 3rd, 4th and 5th days.
And
it shouldn't be impossible, should it? As Mahedi is in round the wicket to the left-handed Malan, who goes back into that mode of stroking the ball into the gaps, and he gets a single out to Afif.
Well, it's a question of whether you want to do that. I'm pretty sure India don't.
Well, that may be the case.
No, that clearly is the case, Gary. Let's not sugarcoat this.
Well, I don't know. India's strength over the last 10 years has been in their pace bowling until perhaps a year or so ago, and in their batting. So why they wouldn't want to have wickets that give support to the stroke makers like
India wouldn't. India's
Rohit,
pace bowling was not strong 5 years ago at all.
Jasprit Bumrah.
5 years ago, mate. You said over the last 10 years. I don't know where you get that from.
Over the last 10 years, India's pace bowling has been a considerable strength of the team. As this ball is flogged, but picked out the man at mid-off, and there is no run. I would say it's about 10 years that India's pace bowling has been strong since the start of Mohammad Shami coming in.
Maybe you argue they're wrong to want this, but clearly they do want to produce spinning wickets and not the type of wickets you're talking about.
Well, that is, I think, a point as the ball goes to short mid-wicket and there is no run. I mean, certainly when England won that first test against India and Joe Root got the double century, there was a distinct approach to help the spinners in the next matches. And Malan rocks back to a ball that was a little bit short, and he's held out at deep square leg. Mahedi Hassan has his wicket. Malan, who was stroking the ball into the gaps, he was tied down a little in the previous over, and I think that the benefit of the 5 dot balls in the previous over has been shown here, because Malan did do what I asked him not to do, which is try and manufacture a shot. It was a length ball that would have hit middle stump halfway
agree,
up.
that was short.
Was it a little bit short?
Yeah, he didn't quite get hold of it. It was on him just a bit too quick.
Didn't get hold of it.
Yeah, and it was...
Sorry, it's Jack's.
No, it's Jack, so I do apologise. Yes, it's Jack's. God, the delirium of commentating overnight and then getting up early this morning has got to be... It was Will Jacks. And yet he would definitely back himself to hit the ball over that fielder, and he didn't. So, yes, I do apologise. Jacks then... Maybe he's been starved of the strike because Malan took
maybe he just
5
didn't.
dot balls.
He just didn't pick it up properly. Do we have to create a narrative for everything? Anyway, it's a wicket.
We don't. But that was an attempt to hit a 6 in a situation in which he did not need to hit a 6.
But I am going to push back against this. If he felt that ball was there to be hit for 6, if he starts thinking, oh, it's a situation where I don't need to hit a 6, he's just going to get caught in 2 minds.
Yeah. Well, I get the feeling that's a piece of good bowling by Mahedi. He's actually pushed that one through just a little bit quicker, and he caught him just a tiny bit late on the shot.
But we all know that pacing in innings is important, and we all know that because we do use confirmation bias sometimes. We do say things like the last 4 or 5 overs, indeed we said it 4 or 5 overs ago, we're going to change a plan from England here. They're trying to hit more boundaries. This is a time when England could easily go... I mean, there's huge gaps on the leg side. There's only one man in the ring on the leg side. Could easily just knock singles around 4 or 5 and over and leave that shot for the last sort of 7 or 8 overs when maybe 40 are required. As this ball is defended first up by the new batsman, and he takes one of those singles that's on offer that I was talking about.
Yep, this man, the new batsman.
Our beards shouldn't touch Move over, Amlo. I like it too much. Move over, Amlo. You're one hairy dish I love unconditionally. It's Moeen Ali.
And Afif, who took the catch there, literally did not need to move. He literally just sunk to his knees catching the ball. So he was placed there for that shot. Because the other way of looking at it is as this ball is going through to the keeper from Mahidi. Does Mahidi want Malan to play? Jacks to play that shot at that time? I would suggest he does. He doesn't want him just to knock it for a single and rotate the strike. So do what your opponent doesn't want.
Yep. Joe Jake's got a view on this. You won't be surprised to say we're doomed. Jay Grover says, Little and Das always sounds like a knockoff tea to me, but that's probably because I'm now one of Tapple Tea's pod people. Neil says, Gary,
104 for 5, sorry.
They can't dig up any more pitches because they find Jimmy Hoffa's body.
Talking of film, did you like The Irishman, Gary?
I liked it. I didn't think it was the masterpiece that some talked about.
I saw it a couple of weeks ago. I did enjoy it.
Oh, I enjoyed it too. I felt the aging with CGI was a little bit sort of tricksy.
Yeah, it always is, really.
And
more Joe Pesci is what it needed. More Joe Pesci is great.
Always so chilling. Always is, yeah.
And Farong says, half of the English innings completed, lost 4 wickets, 5 now, but only 108 needed for 150 balls. Jackson Malan have played plenty of BPL. Moen to bat next to the 2-time BPL champion with Camilla. Interesting stage as the sun has set already in Dhaka.
Yeah, the sun has set. It looks a little misty out there. My picture ain't so good. And Moeen plays this one down to third man by that shot which I think KP is the man who says it. And I don't like to praise KP's commentator, but he does know his batting. He talks about waiting for the ball and then knocking it on the head.
Gooch used to say that, yeah. No, I think you're right. We've obviously got a clearer TV picture here, and it does look a little bit fuzzy for some reason. It's maybe the lights and, I don't know, some dust in the air or a little bit of mist.
Andy, your points about creating narratives are good, and I always find the kind of astringency of your views important, as this ball is down the leg side, and that will be called wide as England go past the halfway mark. With that, now 106 for 5. Because I think one can get carried away, particularly...
Some of us do.
I'm particularly vulnerable because I'm often writing pieces after events. So
well, that's your job to create narrative, yes.
By instinct, you're kind of looking for narrative, where sometimes things just happen.
Oh, absolutely. Sometimes shit just happens, yeah.
Yeah. And Mustafa Zur is in, and that is short at Malan, and he rolls the wrists on it. So he knows there's a man out there and knew not to lift the ball, and he gets himself a single. But a single will do. England go to 107 for 5, Malan on 45.
Malan's
this is a real Malan pitch, I think. I know people talk about Malan playing better on the bouncy wickets, but it's a pitch in which England need an innings of 75 off 100 deliveries, and nobody's better positioned than Dawid Malan to make 75 off 100 deliveries on a pitch like this.
Yeah, it's what we used to call either a trot wicket or a Sangakkara wicket.
Yeah, Moeen plays a ridiculous shot, but he does do that too often, where his 2 feet stay completely stuck to the ground, and he kind of half topples over as he tries to get his hands to a ball that's outside off stump. I always wonder why batsman's muscle memory isn't to move towards the ball instead of to stand still and move the hands towards the ball.
That really didn't miss off stump by very much. That almost a coat of paint, I think.
But in half an hour's time, his feet will move to that ball. So why does it take half an hour for the muscle memory to kick in? But he's not alone in that. Plenty of batsmen are like that. That's more on his body, and therefore he's able just to make that half movement with the foot, drop it and run, which is clearly Moeen's tactic. He's come out to bat saying, I'm going to drop it and run, and why not? He goes to 3 off 4. But why is it that the muscle memory goes against you in so many batsmen need to get the feet moving? I think it was Robin Smith and Alex Stewart used to do a lot of kind of dancing on the spot, didn't they? Both on the way to the wicket and at the crease, just to get the feet going a bit. You'd think that would be the default rather than something you had to sort of input into your cognitive system. As Malan rides this one, gets it to cover for a single. He goes to 46. I mean, Andrew, you've done lots of netting and stuff like that. Do you feel that in the nets that you need to get your feet moving?
Yeah, certainly when I've batted. I mean, I don't know how much we can extrapolate poor club cricket, in my case, up to international level. But yeah, I've always struggled to get my feet moving at the start of an innings, and a lot of batsmen will tell you the same. Maybe you can't explain why. Maybe you're just a bit nervous and you're focusing on the ball, and your movements have to come naturally.
Yep, I mean that's a challenge for me as well. I used to have a life coach as a skipper, and I had a session with him, and the one thing he got me to repeat in my head as a bowler was coming was fast feet, fast feet.
Yeah,
yeah.
Interesting point. Graham Thorpe used to say, "Watch the ball, watch the ball, watch the ball," didn't he? That was his mantra. He reckoned everything would be all right as long as he was watching the ball.
Well, it's a good start.
Mustafa Zur is in, and he's taken on the pad is Moen, and they get the single. It'll be a leg by, I think. No, it's a single, so it must have been a little bit of an inside edge. So Moen's come out to be busy and take the runs on offer. Sensible work, I think, from the experienced both international and franchise player these days.
Jay Grover's got a couple of tweets for us. He says, creating narratives versus making shit up, and then he comes in caps and says, "Oh look, they're the same thing."
Well, the last time I did an ODI, I think, was the one England lost in South Africa. Oh, they lost that series 2-1, didn't they?
Yes.
It was one of the ones they lost, and I was on with David, and he said, England are struggling in ODIs because of a lack of leadership, and I had to ask him, how do you figure that out? What makes you think that? And he couldn't really answer it. Couldn't explain to me why the struggles were down to a lack of leadership.
It's the projection of his thought processes onto the match.
Exactly. That's the thing. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to play tonight at the Drayton Park Arms. I'm not sure what it's about, but spending as much time at the theatre as I do. I'm going to Watford.
Right, yeah. I thought you said you were going to play. I thought you were going to play
No, I'm
cricket.
going to a play. Now, I'm going to Watford, I know, on Thursday night to see a version of The Merchant of Venice set at Cable Street during the insurrections there in the 1930s, which sounds interesting, as Moen just nudges that ball from the Haiti.
That sounds more than interesting. Yeah, I don't know how they're going to work that one.
Yeah, well,
it's always a tricky one these days, The Merchant of Venice.
It is. It's a great play with some great lines, but obviously it needs a stance taken towards its content.
Yeah.
As that ball is left alone by Moen.
It's not actually one of my favourites, but I generally prefer the tragedies.
Well, Othello was probably number one for me in The Merchant.
Also not one of my favourites either. I would go King Lear. No, I might go Macbeth, King Lear, Hamlet.
I like Lear as well. This ball is hit to square leg, and they get the single that's on offer there.
Yeah,
if these singles keep getting picked up, then Tamin's going to have to bring some fielders in here, because England will just kill them with singles. 111 for 5.
It's not often done, though, is it?
It's not often done, because
not until it's too late.
Jacks did.
Yeah.
So going back to the point is, I enjoy a narrative. For me, films, plays begin with a strong narrative. This ball is pushed to, driven, I suppose, to the man sweeping on the cover boundary and through for a single. Now, you might think, well, isn't that what plays and films are about? But particularly these days, you do have the feeling that they start with a theme, or they start with a stance, and then they build a narrative around it.
Films in particular really now start with a political stance a lot, and it doesn't work at all.
Well, wait till you see some theatre that's being produced around the country.
I can imagine,
these days.
yeah.
This ball is pushed into the offside, and there is no run.
You're saying they've got spin in the PR sense of the word.
Yeah.
This ball is on the pads of Moen, who was trying to hit it into the offside. It might have been better just closing the wrists a little and getting it into the leg side, but it's a dot ball. They won't hurt England at the moment. England 112 for 5. Milan within sight of his half century on 47.
Well, with no tweets, I'll expand on that a little bit. Sorry, there's one. It's fine to subtly work a political stance into a narrative when you have an existing narrative that stands on its own. It's not really fine to start with your stance and build the whole film around it. What I particularly resent, and I think what a lot of people particularly resent, is taking an existing franchise and you're sort of buying an audience and then putting your political stance
Yeah.
front and centre.
When it doesn't fit.
Doesn't merit it, no.
Well, I read I don't often read press releases, and I certainly don't read the whole of press releases, partly because if I'm going to see something, I like to go
How
in
could you give an honest review if you actually read some stuff about it to start
Well,
with?
the tabula rasa, the kind of blank slate, is what I like to go in to a play with. So I don't read much in the way of press releases, but you'd be amazed how many start with statements like examining the key issue of trans rights in the UK, or looking at the issue of users of food banks, and you're thinking, I want to know what the story's about. As this ball is hit to the
that would have been out.
point, and that would have been out all day long. There, Malan was too anxious to take the single. Moen was never going to get there. He only had one stump to aim at, but that's what they practice at. Ricky Ponting didn't miss very often.
And he had such a
England
long
get away with
time
one.
as well to think about it. He was
hesitation-
not even in the frame.
Hesitation from Moen, who probably should have called no rather than but Malan kind of ran straight at him, and
Well, he was
that was
5 yards
That would have been reminiscent of the Brook run out.
Yeah, and there's some talk that Tom Blundell came up to the crease in the wicket keeping in order to be able to take the throws that were coming in, and this is another thing. If you've got a really classy keeper, even someone the place of Taskin, you can have the keeper up and therefore able to both keep the batsman in the crease and affect the run out. As Moen plays and misses there from the I nearly said the Usman Koala on steroids, but I'm not implicating that there's any performance enhancing drugs in Taskin. He just looks like someone's taken Usman and just photoshopped him to be much bigger than he actually is. But he's bowled well here, Taskin. His figures of 1 for 9 off 5.2 overs are thoroughly deserved. He's beaten the bat consistently, and he's been hostile when he needs to be. Moen on 5 from 11. Most of those 5 were scored just after he came in as well. There's that hostility. You do have to bend your back with a ball that's nearly 30 overs old in order to get it high enough for the batsman to duck under it, and that's what Moen did. You can see that the lengths that Taskin has bowled have been challenging lengths on or about a length, the odd short one to keep the batsman honest, but there aren't many long hops in there.
Jacob has got a point for you. Says the amount of times I've walked into solid rules suggests my keeping an eye on the ball would be a fool's errand. Also, Gary is a fountain of self-reflection compared to Brooks. Brooke.
Well, look, I'll take any compliment I can get.
High praise
Moen
indeed.
gets another one of those balls which I call the Saywag delivery, which is up in the armpit and means that the batsman can't really do much with it other than sort of lay a bat and get it down at his feet. So
Well-
more good bowling from Taskin.
We're all products of our experience. I mean, 10 years of professional gambling taught me to almost view everything as in terms of probabilities and not to be result oriented.
Yeah.
Whereas David, to be fair, has worked a lot in TV and radio covering cricket, and that was his job, to create narrative.
Yeah, very good. This ball is pushed with a vertical bat, but he's a tall man. Well, it's actually Moen, who is taller than he appears on television. That happened about 5'11".
No,
They
he's
all
about
are.
6'1", 6'2".
They're all
6
bigger than you
4.
think, yeah.
Well, he walked past me at Edgbaston, and he was a lithe, cat-like presence walking past me. I don't think he was taller than me, and I'm just on 6 foot, maybe a little above. But yeah, they are all tall. Sam Curran is 5'10", 5'11" at most. The way you hear people talking about him, you think he was sort of 5'7", but no, they're all taller. KP, likes him, enormous. But here is Moen, last ball of the over. It's been a good one as ever from Taskin. And he finishes off with a dot ball, so that's a single and 5 consecutive dot balls. So England are using up some of that credit that they built up, which is their privilege. 29 overs gone, 113 for 5. They need 97.
PJ Mead says, thinking of Gary's play preferences, is much Brecht produced these days?
Is what produced?
Brecht. Bertolt Brecht.
Brecht, yeah, I do see a bit of Brecht now and again. I've seen a few productions of Mother Courage and Her Children, for example. It can get a little bit irritating if they go for the full sort of banners between scenes and stage hands at the back and everything. But the I saw a version of the Caucasian chalk circle last year at Richmond. It wasn't entirely successful, that one, but I've seen one or two good ones beforehand. So there's always room for Brecht because he spoke to universal human themes, if not always full of laughs.
Yep. And Jacob says, if I go to amateur art exhibitions, films or theatre with a tabula rasa, I always get the intentions totally wrong. I assume they're taking the piss.
Well, you can have context, but perhaps not too much built up beforehand. As this ball is pushed back to Mahedi, and there is no run. I remember commentating at Guerrilla Cricket when Mahedi was a thrusting young 18-year-old, and I liked him, the Bear didn't. This ball is pushed back to Mahedi. Whether I've been proved right or the Bear's been proved right is open to question, but what is clear is that he has held his place in the Bangladesh side. He's getting better and better with the bat, although perhaps he doesn't quite have the penetration, especially away from home with the ball. This is hit by Malan slightly uppishly to short third man, and this is a lot of dot balls in a row now. 3 in this over, 5 in the previous one. Malan's just got to be careful now. If the ball's there to hit it. If not, take the single. And you see, he steps back and tries to manufacture a cut from a ball that was too close to him. I think the narrative there is that he's worried about dot balls and is that he's trying to cut a ball that's on about a 4th stump line. So I think there's something in that. I can't hear you, Andy, but this ball is just touched by Malan, but some good work in the field means man runs round from slip. And we've had 10 dot balls in a row, and Mahedi is about to finish his over. I'm about to finish my time on the mic, and we'll have a new set of gorillas coming for the next set of 10 overs. And that is a maiden, well bowled Mahedi Hassan. England have got some thinking to do. 113 for 5, 97 off 20 is the equation.
Yep, also goodbye from me for now. I'll be back for the 3rd ODI, and in the meantime, I'll stay and watch the rest of the game, but after that, it's more assembling flat pack furniture for me.
Oh!
Before you go, Andy, I just want to say thank you so much for taking my stints yesterday and giving me a sleep in.
Well, everyone quite enjoyed me sounding like I was at the bottom of the sea again from at home, so that worked well.
Well, hello there, Messi. Yes, we meet again, as we are doing on a daily basis at the moment.
Absolutely. Although I should say editorial decision has been made not to do daily summaries of white ball cricket. We're going to save that for test matches at this stage.
Very wise decision, if I may say so.
Thank you. Yes, but it was good fun in Wellington, I must say.
Oh my God, wasn't it just? Okay, so meanwhile, back in Bangladesh, England 113 for 5 at the end of the 30th. Taskin comes in, start of his 7th, digs it in short. Moen has a hook, misses, and the umpire signals that is 1 for the over, but not a wide. He looks rather like Tom Bombadil from Lord of the Rings, I would say that. Umpire, if you know your Tolkien. Waiting for
yes. I hope he's a little taller.
Well, maybe. Hendo is no. Tom Bombadil wasn't actually a hobbit. He was a rather mysterious creature who nobody could fully identify. It takes no particular role in the overall plot, but that's part of Tolkien's charm, of course. But, in again comes Taskin, 1 for 9 off 6.1 overs. That's marvellous bowling. Moen. And the runs have all but dried up. That's played out for a dot ball on the offside, but Moen's 5 off 17. Malan is fair enough. He's anchoring the innings. It's a small target, but so he shouldn't be too concerned. He's got his eye in. His job is to be there at the end. But certainly. Hello, Hendo. How are you going?
40. I'm a little bit the worse for wear. But
yes.
Is that thanks to the chocolate biscuits, is it?
I've gone through another packet.
Well, long may the sugar high continue. That's played back by Moen. Taskin does his own fielding. The stranglehold, the tourniquet that Bangladesh are applying is getting ever tighter. England now need 97 of 117, which doesn't sound a great deal by ODI standards.
Well, they've gone nearly.
But how are you reading things? Why is it so difficult to score on this pitch, Hendo?
Well, there's certainly. I mean, for the spinners, there's a lot of turn, a lot of bounce, sometimes low bounce as well. So it's variable bounce. Taskin, I think we've got to say about Taskin after this ball.
Taskin in again. Right arm over, quite fast. Full in the block hole, and Moen digs it out. And Taskin does his own fielding. Yes, carry on, Hendo.
Yeah, Taskin. I mean, we thought that Archer bowled reasonably well after a difficult start. I mean, he was overstepping the mark a little bit, and a bit inconsistent with his line. We thought Mark Wood bowled pretty well, Wokes as well. But actually, their performances have been put in perspective by how brilliantly Taskin has bowled. I mean, nearly 7 overs, 1 for 9. And he's been aggressive and quick and accurate from the word go.
He has been absolutely marvellous, isn't he? He's the chap who burst onto the scene about 10 years ago, wasn't he, with a fantastic YouTube performance that did the rounds. Okay, so that one's dug in again. Whether it's a wide, we wait to see. Moen, no, it's just the second one for the over. Our Tom Bombadil behind the stumps.
I think that was approaching a wide. I'd certainly like to see that from side on, which we're going to. No, fair enough. It's just above the helmet.
Borderline, on the cusp.
Yeah,
much less clearly a wide than the penultimate ball of the Test match yesterday. Have you?
Yeah, but
how are you seeing things 24 hours on? Have you come to terms with it?
I thought. I mean, it's difficult to say. I mean, New Zealand to have got themselves out of that position, you've got to say it's a fantastic effort, and England had the opportunities to win it and didn't take them. I'll come back to that.
Indeed. Taskin, last ball of his 7th over, again very full, this time a little more on leg stump, so Moen's able to flick it away, and in fact it's gone all the way for 4 of these.
Well, they needed that desperately, didn't they? But going back to New Zealand, I was thinking, well, it's a bit unlucky. We probably England should have had a tie with that penultimate ball, and then it could have all been different. But, when you look back on it, have they really had payback for 2019? And I don't think they have, even though they've beaten England a couple of times in Test matches. They hadn't had payback in a similar way with a really tight match that they just managed to win with a little bit of controversy in it, and that really is a sort of reversal of what happened in 2019. So when I look back on it, I think, well, they deserved it. And you've really got to say Neil Wagner. I mean, okay, England's batsmen did rather do what he wanted them to do. But this is a man who was conceding 110 or 14 overs and 116 or 14 overs before, in the 2 innings before that. So to have come back so well and cleaned up that England lower order and tail was a remarkable effort, really.
Terrific spirit in that New Zealand team. It looks like Mehdi is coming back on. Messi, anything happening out there?
Jay Grover says, hooray, Forthy. Obviously, hooray, Metters and Hender. Also, fuck Tolkien, in case Mog's slacking.
Yeah, I've never been a Tolkien fan. I've never read any of it, to be honest. So it might be brilliant, but I just can't be bothered.
I'll tell you what, it is. Well, it's brilliant prose, quite apart from anything else. It's not trash. It depends whether you can put up with lots of elves and goblins and hobbits and trolls.
No, I've never been big into elves and goblins. No, definitely not for me. Oh, it's not going to be Maria-san. It's going to be this man.
Shanto time.
Great jingle. Good in a panto.
It's probably best if he sticks to cricket.
What panto can you see Nazmul Hossain Shanto in?
Ooh. Sorry, say that again.
What panto could you see him in?
Well, he starts off, whatever panto it might be, he starts off with a rank, loose, full toss outside the off stump. But not taken advantage of there by Malan, who just manages to get it out. Have you got something in mind?
No, I'm just offering it out there. I'm going to have to think about that one.
He's got lots of face paint on, all that makeup. Maybe it's a widow
Second
Twanky.
ball in, and he gets his line and length a little better this time.
Widow
Played out
Twanky.
by Moen.
What's Widow Twanky? Which particular pantomime is that from?
I think that's Aladdin, isn't it?
Is it? Widow Twanky? Aladdin?
Is it? I don't know. Dick Whittington? I don't know. I'm terrible on pantos. I'll be absolutely honest with you. We never took the kids to pantos when they were small. Oh, that got a bit of turn to Moen, and it's slightly surprised him, but he managed to fend it down to the man at a sort of deepish gully. Dot ball.
Yes, it is Aladdin, and I recall that because at the age of 15 I went to see Cliff Richard and the Shadows at the Palladium doing Aladdin, and I think Arthur Askey, I think, might have been Widow Twanky.
Arthur Askey, excellent.
Arthur Askey, goodness gracious. He's getting a little bit of quite fast turn, if I can put it that way, Shanto. SF Barnes style. If that means anything to the younger listeners.
Doesn't even mean much to me.
Not.
I mean, never having seen the SF Barnes bowl. He was.
Only Messi amongst us might have seen SF Barnes bowl. No, I think
even
Messi, I'm not that old.
Even Messi hasn't seen him.
He did. Well, that was a single, by the way, and that is also played out and will be a single into the offside. He did play. He did play to a ripe old age, SF Barnes, I think, didn't he? Apparently, he was a real grumpy old bugger.
He did, and that's 50 for David Malan.
Yeah, but even his last Test match was in 1914.
Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, you've 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
I think...
and that was defended by Moen out on the offside. England can afford to still be circumspect. They need 90 off 108. It's still under a run of ball, but at some point,
I reckon Messi...
they will have to step on the gas.
They will. I reckon Messi, you might have seen him in a previous life.
Well, he died in 1930, so it definitely would have had to be one of those.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you sure? I got the feeling he played SF Barnes. Okay, well, you've got
Sidney
the data at
Barnes.
your finger.
Yes.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Any tweets?
Yes, from Jay. Thank goodness. Why is it difficult to score on this pitch? Let me mind meld with an Australian. Bloody doctored, mate. Disgraced Bradman trick that were fucking dirty. I think I know the answer.
I mean, it's turning. It's turning a lot. I mean, it's turning. If this was the first day of a test, you would say this pitch wasn't fit for it, or you would say it's highly dubious. But what the pace bowlers are getting out of it is quite interesting. I mean, there's been real pace and real fizz with the new ball, but someone like Taskin has managed to keep that going throughout his spell of 7 overs now.
1
through his
for
2
13.
spells.
Yeah, it's remarkable, isn't it?
It is a tremendous effort from him. I think it's
real knowledge of local conditions, and hopefully perhaps Moen can bring his local knowledge, because he's been playing in Bangladesh Premier League, hasn't he?
Well, he's snuck out for 2 games by all accounts. I mean, that's the other thing. I was sort of moaning about the fact that Rashid, not Adil Rashid Khan had managed to get ended up in the semi-final of the UAE tournament after being knocked out of the South African one, and he just went there and played.
Joke.
And he went and played 1 game, and this is the same as Moen Ali. I can understand him wanting to go out there because he'll get a bit of experience of those conditions before playing in this particular series. But when you get that, it really takes the biscuit for franchise tournaments, doesn't it? I mean, you've got the notion of a
taking
team
the piss. It really
has to be
is.
there, doesn't it? You have to have the notion of a team. To bring in a man for the final or a semi-final, it's just a real lack of integrity to the competition.
Yeah, it is, and it's interesting when you read cricket or football biographies, and the guy who you thought was all about the club was anything but, and he just saw it as a contract, and it comes as a bit of a shock. Well, why should it? We all work for contracts as employees, but there's a limit, and that sounds like it's gone beyond the limit.
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, when you get to that situation, I mean, why not just ship in a completely new team for the final? If you take it to its logical extreme, and it just becomes meaningless. But then a lot of that cricket is meaningless anyway, in my opinion.
Couple more tweets. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Couple more tweets from Jay. Bazball Pyrrhic victory. I think there will be more revenge. And he says, no, Forthy. Speaking of the Lord of the Rings, it is not good prose. Well, I read it in 1970 on my 28-day journey from England to Australia. I actually enjoyed it at the time, although I didn't spend a lot of that journey sober, I must admit.
Yeah.
I think you were seeing elves before you read about them, weren't you?
Look, he was, emeritus professor of English literature at Oxford University. For what that counts, he could turn a sentence.
Yeah, but
again,
I hate all this fantasy stuff. I really do. Game of Thrones and geez, it just.
I think
if you're going to have history, have history, but have something historical and base it on something. But
true, but
mock history stroke fantasy just does my head in.
Well, that would rule out things like Homer, Virgil, Dante.
Well, to be honest, I've never put my head between the covers of any of those books. Although I did clearing out the cupboard, clearing out my mum's cupboard, I did discover a very ancient version of the Iliad loitering in the back. So I might have a little look at that. It's a bit dusty at the moment, but I might have a look at that before the time is gone.
In English?
I'm guessing so. I'm not sure. I haven't actually looked inside it yet.
I'm afraid I've read it in the Greek. It's not my favourite book.
You would have done, wouldn't you? I'm afraid I read it in the Greek. I'm so sorry for reading it in the Greek.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Okay, Mehdi, back to Mirpur, where Mehdi is round the wicket.
Not good enough to do it in English, just to make it even more confusing. I'll read it in the bloody Greek.
Oh, dear God.
Also, it wasn't just Attic Greek; it was Homeric Greek, which is quite different. That was, and that's tapped down. That's tapped down by Malan, I think it was. Yes, for a single down to mid-on. He moves on to 51 off 94. Moen takes strike, and Mehdi can be a lethal bowler, particularly in Bangladeshi conditions, as we know. And as I say, the 2 in a K is tightening all the while. Mehdi round the wicket and drops that a little shorter. Moen's able to get onto the back foot and finagle it, if that's the verb, into the gap on the offside. There's no immediate mid-wicket, and they come through for a single.
You're emboldened by your reading in Greek of the Iliad, aren't you? to use words like finagle.
I must admit, I am tempted sometimes to make a list of all the words for the bat hitting the ball, because sometimes I run out.
Oh, yes.
There's only so many words. Oh, that one is smitten. There's a word. By Malan, and it's disappeared over the 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's a really good shot, actually. He's just stepped back, he's given himself a bit of room, and then he's given it just the exact elevation it needed. And next ball.
Nice inside out shot, and there's another one, another 4 of these.
Well, no, I think that's gone all the way.
No, 6 of these. 6,
yes, it has.
6 gone all the way.
Enough of that, it's too long. How about this one?
Oh, I say, chap, give me any lip.
Yeah, I think that was better
My
than
feed isn't totally reliable, but that looked like a good straight swipe. Is that correct?
It was a beautiful shot. Actually, 2 really glorious shots in succession. Just got to settle down. Don't give it away now, Dawid Malan. He's begun to bat really beautifully. There have been moments in this innings where he has batted beautifully, and he's shown a lot of common sense as well.
He's played that one out sensibly to the man at mid-off. That's the end of the over. Malan moves on to 61 of 97 and England to 132 for 5 at the end of the 33rd. Messi.
Jay says, Pantos used to give me the fear. They were not a childhood treat. Yeah, I think a lot of kids are affected by that. And he says, I read it, I presume he's talking about Lord of the Rings, when I was 8. It was the greatest thing ever. I reread it when I was 18. Jesus fucking Christ. Tolkien were not out to do with English literature. And somebody, who shall remain nameless, has said, things you expect to hear on Guerrilla Cricket number 333. I'm afraid I've read it in the Greek. Forsyth's fears are manifold. And David says, nice to hear, Hendo, especially call all of fiction nonsense.
Oh, that's not essentially calling all of fiction nonsense. Goodness me.
Well, I mean, it didn't happen, so...
Yeah, I know,
where do
but
you draw the line at things which didn't happen?
Change of bowling.
How about, anyway, here we go. Mustafizur, if I pronounced that correctly, which I probably haven't, and that's a hook from Moen round the corner. He comes through for a single. He moves along to 12 off 27.
Here's his jingle.
It's hard to be prescriptive about it because something like The Handmaid's Tale by Margaret Atwood, which is sci-fi and speculative fiction, but raises interesting questions about today. Well, that is Swished At by Malan, and it beats the outside edge. A little bit of movement, lucky not to get an edge. Dot ball.
No, it's fantasy. I just can't. I mean, obviously, not all fiction is fantasy. I mean, it is to a certain extent, but it's what the genre of fantasy is completely different. And I kind of got annoyed because the other day they were showing The Never-Ending Story again. I mean, they showed it at Christmas.
That was dug in a little shorter by Mustafizur. Malan not to be tempted. He is, as Hendo has prescribed, playing it sensibly as far as we can tell.
And basically, the thing about that, I mean, it's obviously famous for the... And we had this argument before. When it was on before, I mentioned about the fact that bloke was riding on the little boy riding on the dog, and people wrote in and said, it wasn't a dog. It looks like a dog to me. But, hang on, is the BBC going to put that on every 2 months now, for some reason? I don't know. Maybe.
No, we don't get it. Me and Messi don't get it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, that's a very nice shot by Malan. Clips it off his legs, wide of the man at mid-on for 4 more of these.
The Never-Ending Story.
A leg stump half volley, but well dispatched.
The Never-Ending Story is a fantasy film.
Oh, and all right, I do remember that.
Yeah,
yes.
and it's an enormous... It looks like an enormous dog. It looks like an enormous Bichon Frise or something. And this bloke rides in the sky. This little boy rides on it for
Yeah, I took my kids to that a long time ago.
But it's been on twice in 3 months on the BBC. What's going on?
Well, the Shawshank Redemption's on every week.
Oh, that's true.
And that's fantasy if ever was it. Was.
Mustafizur strays onto the leg side. A slightly ungainly shot by Malan. Manages to get it down to sort of deep square leg. It comes through for a single. I think the thing about Tolkien, to be fair, was that he was trying to create a mythology for England that didn't have one. And he felt that the Scandinavian countries and other countries did. And he conflated all the great mythoses from Northern Europe into one great mythos for England. It's called Middle-earth because it's meant to be halfway between it is meant to be Earth. Whether you subscribe to that at all is very much up to the individual. Some do, some don't. That one is pitched short, and Moen, I think it was, manages just to ride it down to the man at third man for a single. At the end of the over, by the look of it, England still need 71 off 96. They're 139 for 5.
Jay refuses to believe you. He says Tolkien were not a professor of English literature, and the Inklings were dubious drinking companions. Chris Acquire says, I think the God of the Old Testament must have been a bowler, as he was prone to smite the smiters, allegedly. And Jay says, one question, was Forthy brought up in the church? If you were in that literary tradition, Tolkien is an easy read and washes over you. Yes.
Well, My mother actually did used to take me to church on a Sunday. I fairly quickly noted that it didn't seem to make much sense at all. I didn't want to upset my mother, and
Yes.
kept going for longer than I should have done. But I did quite enjoy Sunday evenings with just a few old biddies. It was very relaxing. Mahidi back into the attack, pitches it right up, and Moen smites it down to long off. Were either of you two chaps brought up in church?
I don't recall the old biddies of a Sunday evening, I've got to say. Yes, I was, very much
I think
so.
we went to Sunday school, but I think that was just because, my mum wanted a couple of hours of freedom, really, from us.
I had 5 years at a Catholic boarding school run by monks, which was...
it's better than nuns. Nuns are evil. All the people I know that went to schools run by nuns are severely affected by it.
Yes, well, quite.
Yes, I know the same. Yeah.
Getting a little bit of purchase now, coming a little wider on the wicket. He's by the standards of some of his colleagues, he's 1 for 34 off 9. He's been a bit leaky, but the standard of any normal ODI, he's bowling very well. And in he comes again. Oh, and that's a more extravagant shot by Malan, but just gets it out to the man, the sweeper on the offside, comes through for a single. He moves on to 67.
It's all about Malan, isn't it? Really remaining there, I think.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if Malan's there at the end, or we're in 10 overs time even, we'll win though. Ooh, a false shot by Moen, but there's nobody in short on the onside to compound the error. He flirts with a run, but then decides better of it. Dot ball in the end.
Also, because he started off to run as well. That was what worried me. Was that he was going to get caught mid-pitch.
Yes, he did have a little flirt.
That
was right up in the block hole, which is dug out by Moen. Oh my goodness! Malan's come halfway down the pitch, but there is no alarm in the end. Some miscommunication between these two.
Yeah, I'm just sensing the comedy run out. It's moving ever nearer.
Direct hit would not have seen him out on that occasion. Oh my goodness, he's gone. Right through the gate. Mahidi has bowled Moen for 14. It's I'll get my expert colleague to commentate on whether that was the arm ball or natural variation. But England now in deep trouble at 141 for 6.
It is deep trouble. I'm not sure. I think it was the arm ball. Just kept going, and he's played for spin. And it's just competent. It's looked horrible. And I was just thinking to myself, and just before Moen played that previous shot in the air, I was thinking to myself, yeah, Malan's got to stay there, but because you can pretty much expect Moen to do something stupid, and there he is. He's done it, and he's gone for 14 from 32.
You could have driven a bus through that gap, couldn't you?
Absolutely, that was pretty poor.
Beautifully bowled,
Well, I think it's going to be this man at the crease next.
Works his fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net, found this way that his heel had healed, passed the test, and he went to the team.
It's going to be Chris Wokes. He's going to have to help Malan if England are going to get through this. I would get 15 overs still to go, 69 off 90 balls. If you don't do anything stupid, you should do this. It's just don't lose wickets, really.
Absolutely sure. I have the same feeling as when Leach and Folkes finally came together 24 hours ago. At least we've got two sensible men at the crease, and I slightly feel that way about having Malan and Wokes. I mean, anything can happen, of course it can, but they're experienced, they're sensible. We'll see.
You wouldn't have known that Moen had been playing in Bangladesh for a couple of games, would you? From that innings, it was again another of those. We've seen a few of them today. It's just sort of quite scratchy knocks, really.
Yeah, they were scratchy. I mean, when was the last time this team sort of played together? It's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, another change of bowling. It's coming back into the attack.
Time.
Is this man?
Shakib, 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 Shakib.
He hasn't played for Worcester for ages.
Shakib, Al Hassan played for Worcester.
Enough of that because it's silly now.
And heaven forbid that our jingles should ever be thought of as silly.
Goodness me. That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it?
The comedy tracks, the yellow submarine of the battery we've been today.
That was Mehdi Hassan's last delivery, wasn't it? That was his final delivery. He got the wicket.
Yeah.
What did he end up at? 2 for 38 or
something like that. Yeah.
Very good performance from him. Back to Shakib. There's a think tank with Mehdi.
There must be a holding tasking for the death overs.
Yes, if they're needed.
And actually, you're absolutely right, Messi. That was a perfect ball to go out on. Faster, clipped the top of off stump, big gap. And Moen looks back in despair.
It was almost like a, what do they call it in 10-pin bowling? A strike, wasn't it? It knocked down 2 of the stumps.
Yes, yeah. Is it unfair to characterise Moen's batting and falling off the cliff a bit over the last few years? I mean, he can hit them like really hard, but he's played some pretty shit shots.
I think the thing is he plays so much shit cricket in terms of, he's playing so much franchise cricket these days. That you see, you kind of feel that he gets out a lot, but because you're seeing little short innings from him, and every now and again he'll get 50 or 60, and you think, oh, that was beautiful to watch. But he seems to be getting out a lot in these games because it's the nature of the beast in a way.
He does tend to come in at around 6 or 7 these days as well, which doesn't help.
Yeah, although I think in the IPL last year he was batting quite high up. On his day, he is still a lovely batsman to watch. But you always feel that there's a sort of slightly mad error just around the corner with him.
There was. And, when you actually look at his stats for England as a bowler, they stand comparison with some of the greats, which always seems quite surprising because I think we remember perhaps the latter part of his career when he had a pretty awful time last time he came down under for the Ashes in particular.
Yes.
There's a bit of a pause, and we're having a look at some old wickets. I'm not exactly sure why. We're having a drinks break.
Should we do some tweets?
Okay, we shall do some. Brendan Weber says the clues in the name, Hendo. It is a never-ending story.
Oh, that's true.
It's
not called. It's a 2-monthly story.
Yes.
That will be
Jay says I cried so hard over the never-ending story film. My mother had to hit me 4 times harder than usual. God. He also
harsh.
Chris Sequire says these must be the boring Middle Earth overs.
Oh.
If Hendo's ranting about the never-ending story and Forthy is critiquing Tolkien.
We're back live.
We are back live. Okay, right. Yes, first ball to Malan, and that has been reverse swept off Shakib for 4 of these.
Really good shot.
Beautiful shot. Yeah, Malan just needs to stay there. You picked the gap beautifully. Straight past the Mr. White hoarding on the boundaries. Mr. White, some sort of...
He's a detergent powder.
Good local knowledge.
Well,
that one's Butler and on middle stump and directed to mid-wicket, no run.
He's even got to sponsor an end. He's now called the Mr. White detergent powder end.
That is played up slightly in the air. Dot ball on the leg side. I'm a secret R. White drinker. Do you remember that?
I do indeed.
jingle?
Absolutely. Secret lemonade drinker, yeah.
Right, but do you know what Father and Son Act recorded the actual jingle itself? Come back to that in a moment. Shakib into Malan, who manages to get it down to long on for a single.
Well, that's a good
it was, in fact, Elvis Costello and his dad.
Was it? Who was Elvis Costello's dad?
Well, someone McManus, because he's Declan McManus is Elvis Costello's real.
That's his real name.
I can't remember.
That's quite a good name. I don't know why he would have changed it, to be honest.
Yeah, stay with Declan McManus.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be Elvis.
No, I suppose in those days, when he was coming through, people could still remember Elvis. The real Elvis.
England needing 64 off 86. Shakib in for the 5th ball of his 6th over. He's on 1 for 26. It's been a very good and economical regime from Bangladesh. Bowling comes round the wicket. Oh my goodness, to Wokes, and that's a beautiful classic leg spinner to the right-hander that beats the outside of his bat.
Yeah, lovely ball. Right in the spot.
And that one's a bit fuller and right up on middle stump, dug out by Wokes. That will be dot ball. That'll be the end of the over. England 146 for 6 at the end of it, Messi.
I was just going to say,
Gary.
Sorry, I was just going to say we see you know how difficult it is for someone like Malan who's been out there for a long time, and I think when you lose wickets, it becomes even more tricky because it's hard for a new batsman, especially one not of the top class. I mean, Chris Wokes is a very good batsman, but not top class batsman. It's very difficult for them to score against this kind of turn from the word go.
Yeah.
Sorry, Messi.
Yeah, it's
Gary says.
Yeah, sorry,
I care not for fantasy in general and Tolkien in particular, no sex or even desire, but I find the science fiction of Philip K. Dick is in my mind every day. His reflections on humanity, consciousness and technology are profound, to which Tony Bishop says Gary doesn't fantasize, but Dick is on his mind every day.
Oh, good one, Tony.
Gary likes some Dick, there's no doubt about that. In comes Mustafizur, number 27 off 5, and gets Malan a bit tucked up. Yes, Philip K. Dick wrote Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which what was the film? Blade Runner was based off.
Yes, indeed.
He's very good sci-fi writer, but a complete alcoholic and absolute mess of a human being from memory. Philip K. Dick.
Oh well. We're all broken in some way.
He's a great cult writer. I think Total Recall, the film, was based off a Philip K. Dick book as well, wasn't it? That one's run down off the face of the bat from Malan. He moves on by 1 to 73, down to the man at third man, the score to 147.
Well, if we're talking this genre, I should say that, much to my surprise, The Last of Us is extraordinarily good television.
Oh, is it?
I never thought that I would like it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll have to put it on my list. I've been trying to avoid it because it's a little bit sci-fi, a little bit fantastical.
If you can put aside the flesh-eating zombies, Hendo.
I'm not a big fan of zombies in films.
Nor am I. But in this case, they're hard to get a look in, to be honest.
The only zombie film that I actually did enjoy was the one with was it Brad Pitt, World War Z or something. Something like that. World War Z. Someone will put me right on that. I think I enjoyed that one.
In comes Mustafizur again, and Wokes takes a backward step, makes room, and slushes it past Gully. Rides his luck for 4 of these.
Yeah, it wasn't that far away from the man at backward point who put in the dive, but there's no one down at third man.
No, it wasn't. Now, do we think, Hendo, this is the correct tactic for Wokes to give it a little bit of long arm within reason or not?
Well, he's a very good driver on the up, is Chris Wokes. So if it's out there, he might be worth playing those shots.
Mustafizur in again, Wokes again, makes a little bit of room for himself, tries to run it off the face of his bat, misses completely, dot ball through to the keeper.
I should say, Hendo, that I did notice earlier on today you referred to him as Chris Woke, which I thought was rather flattering to him, to be honest.
I didn't mean to. He's written a number of really good columns for us, hasn't he? On the Maximum, which is available if you become a Patreon, patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, and you'll get the latest thoughts of Chris Woke.
Mustafizur in again. Tucks Wokes up a bit, who gets onto the back foot but manages to avoid the man at mid-wicket with that shot. And they scurry through for a single. Wokes moves through to 5 off 5. I think I've got an article coming up this week, haven't I?
You have. It's been kept in suspended animation for about 3 weeks.
Suspended animation. There was a very good John Carpenter film called Dark Star in which the captain is kept in animation. It's one of the funnier sci-fi outings, an early one of John Carpenter's. In comes Mustafizer. Oh, and this one is a very good hook shot actually by Malan. Really swiveled on top of it, got right on top of that textbook hook, and it's gone all the way to the mid-wicket boundary with 4 of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Yeah, it's a really good shot. 2 boundaries off that over, which will help England's cause very much.
Gary says that Moen bats like a gifted 20-year-old. Dave Wood says, I thought you'd approve of Shakib's jingle, Hendo. It's historically accurate, at least. But like me, it's a bit dated. Farong says, departure of Moen should have the Tigers slightly ahead of the Lions. Plenty of balls left to chase the total, however. It's all down to Malan, I agree. And Jay says, silly gorilla jingles, outrageous. I wanted the live version of Ghostine. And Leah says, Dick is overrated. You can take that any way you like. Read some Gibson, Shirley, or Sterling. And Josie Oak says, wasn't Mick McManus Elvis Costello's dad? Oh, it's probably true.
Time again. Get back to Elliot McManus again soon. That one's floated up by Shakib. Tempts Wokes, but he keeps it under control. Manoeuvres it down to give Malan the strike. Gets the single down to the long off. Sensible batting from Wokes as we expected.
Yep. He's a very intelligent cricketer, isn't he? Whatever else you say about Chris Wokes, he's,
Well, for a man who comes from Birmingham, sworn enemy of the natural Coventry and in the commentary box, yes, I will accept he's an intelligent man. That one's played out by Malan on the offside, dot ball.
I hate to disappoint you, but Mick McManus only had one son, Tony McManus.
Oh, actually, if Hombre Nuevo's listening to you, I might have to drop you an email fairly soon about Ash's merchandise, if you're up for it.
Oh, good idea, yeah.
Shakib over the wickets and manoeuvred off his pads by Wokes. No run to the man at square leg by the look of it. Dot ball. England need, look, who are we going to call this one for at this stage? England need 52 off 75 with 4 wickets in hand. It's pretty well on a knife edge, isn't it?
I think it's all about Malan. I mean, I don't think Wokes can do it with the people that are left, but I think Malan can.
Commit. I'm going with England winning this.
Wokes plays a slightly more extravagant shot, gets it past the man in the covers, but there is a sweeper out there deep and just comes through for the single. He moves through to 7 off 7. And it's very evenly poised. In comes Shakib again. Textbook forward defensive from Malan. He's been at this rodeo many times before. He knows exactly what he's doing. Dot ball. We hope he does. Shakib, and again, last ball of the over, strays onto the leg side, manoeuvred down to the man at deep square leg. Did they come through for a single? I imagine they did.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
They did.
Yeah.
Okay. At the end of that, at the end of 38, England 160 for 6.
Gary Nader says Dick's biography reveals a very damaged man whose drug abuse helped fuel an over-fecund imagination. His short story Human is available online and a manual for how to recognise goodness in life. Ravi, you've really got them going. Oh, come on, Hendo. World War Z, really? Have you never watched Shaun of the Dead or even Zombieland is better?
No, Shaun of the Dead's pretty good, actually, come to think of it. But, I mean, they're totally different types of zombie film,
it's more a comedy.
That's a comedy, yeah. I don't know, maybe I was just in the mood for World War Z at the time. I don't know, it just grabbed me on that particular occasion.
And Jay says Dark Star is mint, Dan O'Bannon, the writer. And Leah says, oh, for fuck's sake, Forthy, Dark Star is Carpenter's very first movie. It has the guy who wrote Alien in it.
I thought I said Carpenter, didn't I? What did I say?
Change your bowling, by the way, chaps. Would just
I don't know.
Shake off the excitement about
title time.
It is. Let me find his jingle. Oh, no, it's too late.
Renueva confirms yes, he's up for it, Hendo.
Oh, great. Excellent.
Nigel in again, first ball of the over, and Wokes has managed to get that out, do the sweep from the boundary, and that's correct, isn't it? Sorry, my feed just...
No, it was Malan. It was Malan. You're just kind of guessing now, aren't you?
It's a bit of guessing.
Quite a good effort.
The YouTube feed is an over and a half behind. So
oh my god!
You need to refresh it. I keep having to refresh mine because it keeps dropping back. But just go to live.
That explains it. That's why I'm going off the Gorilla feed, which is notable for its jerkiness. So I do miss the odd ball. My apologies, listeners. England needing 49 off 71. Nigel in for the second ball of the over. And
it may be science fiction, Forthy, but I do believe there are things called televisions available now.
oh, you jest. Oh, good. And that one is pitched well up, doesn't really turn, hits on the pads, but clearly going down the leg side. They're not going to review that. You know, Lord Reith said that the word television would never catch on because it's a portmanteau word, half Latin and half Greek.
Oh my God, we're back to the Greek.
Portmanteau not being a portmanteau word itself.
I don't think it is. That's a very good spot, Messi. A defensive shot from Wokes, who can't do anything with Nigel in this over very much. He remains on 7 off 10, 3 dot balls. And the pressure shows as the ball is scooped up way into the air. The fielders are hovering, and presumably it's been taken.
Yeah, I think I've given it away, haven't I? I'm a bit ahead of you. Yes,
it's okay.
It was horrible from Wokes. He tried to turn it on the onside. He got a horrible leaning edge, which just looped up to mid-on. Got himself really square on, and horrible miss-hit. I mean, I'd rather it was Wokes out than Malan from an England perspective. Decent diving catch by Tamim at mid-on, but just a little bit of horrific timing from Chris Wokes, I'm afraid, and he's on his way.
On his way for 7 off 11, England 161%.
Go OUT the window, go OUT the window, go OUT the window, 'cause OUT spells out.
Oh dear. On the subject of wrestlers' offspring, Dave Wood says, and Pat Bobo Roach has been surpassed in terms of fame by his son Kumar. Did Declan McManus ever work down the chip shop, says Chris the Choir. Tim Walls says, Shaun of the Dead is as Romzom.com.
Romzom.com, blimey.
Perhaps out on its own as a classic in this unique category. Isn't every category by definition unique? Sorry, pedantic.
Fair point.
I think it's unique. It's in a category of one. There aren't any other rom-coms. I think is the point being made.
All right. Leah says, Werewolves said was crappy, but what do you expect from something that involves Damon Lindelof? The book written by Mel Brooks' son was pretty good.
Well, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. It was fun. It was, I don't know, it was quite exciting. The first half an hour or so was pretty full on, I thought. Anyway, Rashid is out there. I'll jingle him up in a minute.
Rashid time. We'll just pause while a very full ball right up in the block hole. Rashid flicks it away quite nonchalantly to the man at short mid-wicket, no run. And that's the end of that over.
And a Rashid on the 45. 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 And you can turn it both ways. And you can turn it. And you can turn it both ways. And you can turn it. And you can turn it both ways. And you can turn it on the 45.
It's made me think, Leah saying World War Z was crappy. Maybe it's because I don't like zombie films that I liked it. Maybe if you're a zombie aficionado, it falls short in some way. But I found it quite entertaining. There you go.
Well, I actually tried watching The Walking Dead for the first time this week, and I didn't like it. So zombies are shit.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much you can do with zombies. I mean, they're a bit of a sort of, one-act play, really,
They
aren't
are. I think they came in, I think I'm right in saying, in the 1950s as a metaphor for the country being taken over by communism and all of that kind of thing. Rashid facing a new over from Shakib. Takes it off his legs, and that's a dot ball down to square leg, and we're seeing Wokes, who got bottled up for a few balls and really couldn't read the pitch at all. So having a look at his dismissal once more.
That's a very tight game, this, isn't it? I mean, it really could go either way, and it's so much of it depends on Malan and Rashid just being able to keep in company.
I'd say probably with that wicket, Bangladesh have become favourites, but
yes.
England not out of it yet. Rashid defends down on the leg side because they rattle through a few, and spinners will do this, and before you know where you are, it's the 42nd, 43rd over, and the run rate's getting up, and all of those things happen as well. But we'll see. Shakib in again, and that's a forward defensive from Rashid. He's obviously under instructions just to stay there at all costs. Malan knows what he's doing. He's none off 3. Shakib in again, 4th ball of the over. And again, Rashid lets it go through to the keeper. England still only need 48 off 62 at the moment. It's not a huge problem, but it will be in the due course of time. And that was a good ball, actually. Tried to cut it, Rashid, and didn't really get anywhere near it. Rashid's managed to get that one away. Well done him. That's gone away to sort of cow corner. And that's 4 of these.
With the super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, super shatter.
4th, I should get this one in before I go. Jay says 4th, he definitely did say Carpenter, because that's why I reminded peeps that Dan O'Bannon wrote it. So I probably got the emphasis wrong on Leah's tweet. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, okay. No problem at all. I know if somebody's saying for fuck's sake, I usually have misheard or misread something. Anyway, it's quite possible. That is the end of our stint together. We are going to swap over our roles, me and Hendo, I believe.
This is right.
I'm going to start summarising from now on. Any final tweets there, Messi?
Okay, well, Diana Patterson, who I trust absolutely on these things, given her depth of knowledge, says portmanteau is a portmanteau word. Port
is it?
Liquid. Right. Manto, what do you spill it on? And Josie Oak says, well, 2 classic England collapses in 2 days just to offset Bazball. And Leah says, I generally don't like zombie films, Hendo. Who is on tweets? Is that you, Jason?
It is.
Josie Oak from 1 minute ago is the next one.
Yeah.
Well, of course, Leah.
Thanks,
I mean, I was just offering a potential suggestion for why I liked it and other people didn't. But maybe people disliked it for many reasons. Maybe I'm the only person who likes it in the entire world.
It sounded a bit Police Academy there for many reasons.
Many reasons. I was going to say many and varied reasons. Malan is the key to all this. He's 81 not out from 116 balls.
Farong agrees with you. He says Malan gets 100, England win.
I think you're absolutely
not quite
right.
Squeaky bum time, but getting close.
It's a little bit squeaky. He's a little bit puckered. Tijel round the wicket to Malan, and he drives this over the top of mid-wicket. But there is a man back on the boundary. Well, about 15 yards in, and it wasn't actually that short of him.
No.
So just a single, 167 for 7. I think at Rashid, he gets so few opportunities to bat, but he's got these incredible wrists, and this is not just a stereotype about Asian batsmen. He really has got the most incredible wrists.
He does hit it into very unusual places
and
where
of course,
there aren't normally fielders.
No, and you would expect that of a man who can spin the ball both ways. There is a slip in. There's a mid-wicket, a mid-on, a deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square, almost round to long leg. There's a man at backward point. There's a man at extra cover. In comes Tijel, bowls to Rashid, and he strokes this back to the bowler. There is no run. Yes, Forfey.
Well, my important question is, does squeaky bum refer to flatulence or sweat?
Oh, please. Neither, just sort of tension, I think.
It's Sir Alex Ferguson, isn't it?
I suppose it is more flatulence.
He's the guy who said it. Yes, in the first
driven by Rashid, up to long off. He will scamper through for the single. He goes to 5.
Is it what's coming out of the nether regions, or is it the noise that you make as you slither around on your chair because it's so sweaty?
I think it's a bit of both, really, isn't it? I think, yeah. I mean, it's squeaky bum. It's yes, it's the kind of thing that makes us laugh. 42 required off 57 balls. Malan on 82. Round the wicket, left arm orthodox from Tajal, and it's clipped up to a wide long on by Malan for another single. So singles off 3 of the 4 balls in this over, I think. 169 for 7. They need 41 off 56 balls. And Rashid is facing Tajal in bowls, and he gets right forward and watches it well, defends it. The slip moves round to his right to field.
Yeah, I think they've quite correctly diagnosed that. Don't worry about the dot balls. Just the odd boundary will appear,
and will
it's
help.
under control.
Short and pulled again by Rashid. He doesn't get it as straight, possibly, as he wanted. He's pulled it a bit further square, and that means he can only get the single. He'll keep the strike. England are 170 for 7 off 41.
Speaking of zombies, Josie X says zombies end up commentating on the cricket for Channel 9.
Hey,
ba-boom. Leah says, yeah, but he called it one of the earlier carpenters when referring to Dark Star.
I didn't. That was Fourthie.
It's the earliest carpenter, I do believe.
I think it's debut. I think.
I thought the films of Karen Carpenter were particularly good.
And Gary Nell is keeping count of the sundries, and he says the extras count is currently 26-3 in not England's favour.
Yeah, well, they did bowl a couple of extra overs, didn't they? Although that said, they did get Bangladesh out in 47, so they only actually bowled 49 in the end. Anyway, it's going to be Taskin. Oh, it has been left to, well, not exactly the death, but quite close to it. He's got 3 overs remaining. A brilliant figure so far of 1 for 13. How will Rashid cope with this extra pace that this man has got?
It's more the fact, I think he's gun barrel straight.
And he's gun barrel straight. And he just fizzes it. He fizzes it more than Mustafizur. Here he comes, running in. He's got a wide-ish slip. Back goes Rashid and plays that nicely through the gap in the offside. He'll take the single and say to Dawid Malan, I've done my bit. Time for you to take over. He's on 83, Malan. 171 for 7.
Carpenters have always been a bit of a guilty pleasure of mine, I must admit. I very much enjoy melancholy carpenters.
Nobody really doesn't. No, there can't be anybody who objects to the Carpenters, can they? They're just so smooth and lovely.
And she was an underrated drummer.
Oh, she was a drummer as well, wasn't she? Yes, absolutely.
She's a much better drummer than people gave her credit for.
But yeah,
there's a very good cover of Superstar by Sonic Youth I can recommend.
And there was also a really good sci-fi song called "Calling Occupants," wasn't it? Of interplanetary craft. Yeah, that was good.
Great song.
Yeah, it was a good song. 171 for 7 back at the cricket in Bangladesh. And it's going to be Taskin bowling to Malan, the left-hander, who's been there pretty much from the word go. He dabs this down to third man for another single. 172 for 7. It is somewhat like Ben Foakes trying to get over the line yesterday or whenever it was.
They literally had all the time in the world.
They did, yes. So they didn't have that added pressure. Poor old Ben Foakes, he batted so well, didn't he? With Jack Leach, and he kind of deserved to win it. I was trying to work out
the odds today of a team both following on and winning by 1 run in the same match.
Yes, incredible. Outside the off stump, left alone by Rashid. I mean, actually, it's quite interesting that that was the 4th example of a team following on winning, but actually only the 2nd example of a team winning by 1 run, which you would have thought was more common.
It's like 1 in 1,000.
Yeah, but you would have thought there may have been a few of those in the history.
But together, it's probably like 1 in 3,000.
Yep.
1 in 2,494, in fact.
And there you go.
Test matches.
Taskin again, halfway through his 8th over. Rashid waiting, And he's in close to the umpire. Bowls a short one. He gets a top edge. Could be in trouble. No, it's going to fall short of the man at long leg. It's just a single to Rashid. I had a horrible flashback to yesterday. Then when he played that shot, it was sort of up above his head. Wasn't totally in control of it. Very difficult to when you're using slightly vertical bat to play those shots to reach them.
Good bouncer that's
a good bouncer.
No, he's just lucky that he hasn't got the full bat on it, otherwise that would have carried down to fine leg.
It would. Taskin 1 for 16.
The scorecard for when the first instance in 1894 of the team following on, but Australia had 48 to get with 8 wickets in hand and managed to lose it in that match.
Oh, that's fun. That's always good fun. I wouldn't be surprised to see Australia just completely capitulate tomorrow morning in the test against India either. This is dabbed down again by Malan, who's doing all the right things. 174 for 7. He's moved to 85. England need 36 from 49.
Adil Rashid in the Jack Leach role.
Yes. He's got a few more shots than Jack Leach. Yeah.
But as long as he doesn't flog a pull straight up in the air and get caught by the slip running back.
Yeah, I hate those dismissals. They really annoy me. Pulls off the front foot. It's a blasphemy, if you ask me. Anyway.
Although Tom Graveney used to pull off the front foot.
Did he? Well, I never liked Tom Graveney. Flicked away through mid-wicket. We might get 2 here, as the man on the boundary, Afif, has had to make some ground to that, to his left. They do get back for the second. Rashid is into double figures. He goes to 10. Malan has 85. England 176 for 7. 8 overs to go. They need 34.
Tim Moore says, squeaky bum time presumably refers to the noise you make as you squirm in your chair whilst watching sports. I think that's probably the best description we can come up with. On YouTube, Jeff Perkins says, the Romans crucified at least one carpenter.
Very good. Very good.
Very good, yes.
And I'm trying to look at some of the other ones. He also says zombie cricket wouldn't have any trouble covering matches in difficult time zones.
That's true. Oh, someone's enjoyed World War Z. It's O. Harris. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Never watched The Walking Dead. Can't say whether it's good or bad, just not for me. Yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah.
Tajul has 1 over to go. He's got 3 wickets and he's conceded just the 46 runs. He's coming in to bowl to Malan. Malan's gone for the biggie. Has he got it all? I think he has. That's a hell of a shot. Over cow corner, all the way back for one of these.
That buys a lot of time.
That does. Now the rest of the over is all about dabs. It's all about
You would
dabbing.
say that puts I would guess that puts the equation back into England's favour, that shot.
Not completely sure, but I mean, I still think. The thing about this England tail is it could just disappear in a puff of dust. That turns into him, but was a little bit short. He waited for it and then flicked it out to deep square. Afif again in action. They'll get the single. Malan, 92 off 122. England need 27. They've got loads of time. 46 balls. It's all about keeping the wickets intact now.
Yeah.
Yes. Rashid should be entirely content as he is to.
He just needs to run singles and let Malan do the heavy lifting, if there is any heavy lifting to be done.
You can see Tajul off if he wants to. He goes back to this one and chops it straightish towards extra cover. And there is no run.
He even needs to do the chop. In fact, I'd rather prefer that he didn't, because you can get it under.
He's gone back to that. He's forced it to the left of the extra cover this time. He'll get a single. Afif is being kept busy out there.
Yeah, his game plan is easy. He can play risk-free cricket almost.
Well, yes. And, we're looking back on England wickets, and some of them weren't pretty. But then it's been that kind of pitch. Some of the Bangladeshi dismissals weren't that pretty either. Tajul to the left-handed. Malan eases it up to mid-on. There's going to be no run.
Yeah,
I do have some other good news from tonight. The reason I was a bit late, I was at a trivia night, and in fact we triumphed, so that was good news.
Oh, well done. were there any questions about zombies? This is played back to the bowler, and that will be the end of Tajul. He's seen him off. He's finished with figures of 3 for 54 from his 10 overs. England are 184 for 7. They need 26 from 7.
Jay Glover is making lemonade. He says, bloody typical. Someone of subcontinental extraction who spent his entire life in England gets called Risty. I spent years in India and just get called a wanker.
Well.
And Messages says, my mind is now imprinted with the image of Tom Graveney pulling off his front foot and then hopping everywhere. Thanks, Fourthy.
Thing about Tom Graveney, I mean, I've no idea what he was like as a batsman. I mean, all the talk is that he was very graceful and elegant. And
yes, he's Colin Cowdy light.
Yeah, but all I remember about Tom Graveney is, apart from the fact that I played with his nephew, is that he was one of the worst television commentators. I mean, we think we've got some bad ones now, but he was utterly terrible. He would just repeat exactly what the commentator had just... absolutely no insight, which is sad. Shakib is back into the attack, so he's switching his bowlers around.
I get the feeling that he's using up his 4 main attack bowlers. If they get past those, then he has to go back to Mustafiza and Shanto.
Or Taskin. I mean, Taskin's just bowled one over and come off, hasn't he?
Including Taskin in that 4 mainline bowlers.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Shakib in, bowls to Rashid, who goes back, and I thought, ooh, just for a moment that might get through, but those wristy, wonderful hands of Adil Rashid get that through mid-wicket, and he'll pick up a single.
There's a great picture from Tim Wall, who sent one that says, how do cows know they should field at cow corner?
It's just instinct, isn't it?
Well, they don't field normally. They just sit down there and watch the ball as it comes over the rope.
Yeah, I remember good places in the West Country is good for grounds with cows just sitting outside the boundary. Now that one almost found its way through Malan's defences. He was thinking of turning that on the onside because it got a slight leading edge and got into an awkward position, didn't it? It skidded on.
Yeah, it was a bit of an arm ball, skidded on, and he did well to get an outside edge on it.
He goes back to that one. He finds the gap on the offside. He get 1. He might get 2, as Mustafizar was chasing that, but he leaves it to Afif on the boundary edge, and they've got back for the second. Malan will move to 94. 187 for 7. England need 23 to win.
I've been trying to sort of work out what I think Malan's face looks like, and I'll come back to it after.
This one he comes forward to and guides it off a thick outside edge down to the man on the 45 on the offside behind square.
I don't know what you're talking about, Fourthy. Do you mean his concentration face or his...
I was going to say, he looks like...
Oh, he's almost been bowled there. Hang on, we'll come back to you, Fourthy, in a minute. That one's got through his defences. I think it's wrapped poor old Raheem on the shoulder behind... I mean, but it's not very high up the shoulder on Mushfiqur Rahim because he's quite a small chap. But that really took off. Hit him on the pad. Yeah, deflected into Mushfiqur Rahim. He was appealing for LBW. I'm not quite sure why. It would have been way too high. Onto the back foot he goes and chops this away. Good shot. Is that got enough on it? No. Afif is round again and they'll settle for 1 as the throw is hurled in. That's the end of Shakib's 9th over. He's got figures of 1 for 39. England are 188 for 7. They need 22 off 6 overs.
Brian Barris is trolling us from the USA. He says, good day and good morrow, cricket friends. Can England blow 2 easily winnable games in 2 days in exciting fashion? Always nice to tuck into the end of a game at 8:30 in the morning. It's almost IPL-like.
8:30 in the morning, I remember that.
Yeah, that was about 6 hours ago. And Messages, our own Messages, says, talking of shit commentators of old, absolutely nobody annoyed me as much as Trevor Finn Bailey. Arrogant and ignorant. Not too far from war, to be honest.
Yeah, the thing about cricket nowadays is there's just a lot more of them around, aren't there? Because there's so many more.
Well, a lot more of them go into the profession now than they used to.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, and basically, if you're an ex-cricketer, you can get a job. Someone will give you a job.
To be fair, if you think Trevor Bailey was pessimistic and gloomy, try Don Mosey and Fred Truman in tandem. Oh my bloody hell, Christ, Jesus!
We've got yet another change in the bowling. Mustafizar is coming back. 6 overs, none for 37. This is his jingle. Good.
Who's sticking around, man? You go as hard as anyone can. You'll get a lot of wickets. You'll blow your own bouquet.
He's bowling to Malan, who's on 95. If he can get there, it will be a thoroughly deserved 100. Short keeps a little bit low as he whips it away down to long leg. It'll give him another single, take him within one blow potentially of that 3-figure mark. 189 for 7, 21 required of 35 balls. Good point though that Brian makes about England messing up 2 run chases in 2 days. 2 completely
Quite
different
possible.
teams. It is quite possible.
I was going to say, David Malan looks like the father with 2 badly behaved teenage children as you're queuing to get off the plane, who's trying to control both of them. Recognises he's got to get through the whole of customs, organise the hire car, find the hotel, drive on the wrong side of the road, and he's barely keeping it under control. That's the look on Malan.
Batting for England is a bit like that. Short. Oh, lovely. Sorry, I'm going to have to say it again. Lovely wrists from Adil. They're thinking about a second, but he's sent back by Malan, and he says, OK, that's fair enough. But that was really beautifully timed. I think we've seen one better shot than that today. One of the shots that Will Jacks played, which was a lovely sort of on-drive come push, really.
He just leant into it very gently.
It was absolutely gorgeous, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, so Malan is on to 96, Rashid 13, 190 for 7, 20 required of 34 balls. We are live from Mirpur, and we will be live from Mirpur on Friday morning, and then we'll be in Chattogram. Mustafa Zar in, bowls. Oh, he has a little feel for that outside the off stump. I think he was fooled by the pace, which had been taken off.
Did he chop that down?
I'm not sure whether he actually got any bat on that at all in the end, but it was only 67 miles per hour, and that's what Mustafa Zar has been renowned for, isn't it? Those variations of slower balls that he's got. That's what really made his name when he came into the game at a very, very tender age.
Yeah.
Here he comes
From
again.
Melbourne to Mirpur to Sydenham.
Full ball on the leg stump. It's turned out to deep square. Afif is doing a hell of a lot of work out there, either at square cover or deep square leg, depending on which end they're bowling from. Another single, 97 to Malan, 191 for 7.
He's a designated whippet, isn't he? Yeah.
Designated whippet. Every team must have a designated whippet. And who would be your designated
It's funny to
whippet?
think, actually, when Randall and Gower first came into the England side, they were regarded as designated whippets on both sides.
They
before
were,
Gower
weren't they?
shot.
That's right, absolutely. In comes Mustafa Zar, bowls a slower, fuller ball to Rashid, and Rashid is wily as well as wristy, and he waits for that one and defends it into the pitch. He says, "You will not do me with your cunning tricks, your cunning plans."
Well, thou shalt not pass, rather like Gary Naylor at a school crossing. Thou shalt not pass.
Yeah. Do you know, I'm not sure I want Gary Naylor in charge of crossing my children across the road if I had any. I mean, to be honest, they'll all stop in mid... I mean, because he'd be talking to them, and they'd stop in mid-road, wouldn't they? In he comes again, Mustafa Zar, another variation on the slower ball, which Rashid has to wait for, and then just dabs into the offside. That is the end of the over. That was only 70 miles an hour. Mustafa Zar has 7 overs, none for 40, and the tension builds.
George McPherson on YouTube says, what has happened to the England team that took matches away from the opposition? This batting is poor from England, and with Malan being the main resistance. Well, I think it's because it isn't the first 11 that's out there in the main.
Well, it is. I mean, there's a goodly number of people who are going to be in the squad for the World Cup, but I think also these are difficult and different sort of pitches. I don't think I think England are to a certain extent they are flat track bullies, and they can play the most amazing shots when the pitch is reasonably true. But there's got more in it.
I think we shouldn't forget, haven't Bangladesh won their last 5 home series?
Well, they haven't lost a home series
10 of the last 11, I think.
they haven't lost a home series since they played England in 2016. So, everyone's found it difficult. I saw a quote in which Matthew Wade was saying that these are some of the most difficult batting conditions that he's ever faced in Bangladesh. And I think that's not just about the potential for losing your wicket. I think as much as anything, it's about the ability to score runs. On this sort of surface. Anyway, it's made for a cracking game, I have to say. A low-scoring game, but an always interesting one. Taskin is back into the attack. He's got 1 for 19. He's still got 2 overs to go. And Malan is facing. He's over the wicket. He bowls short and it's pulled by Malan. Has he got enough on that? No, he hasn't. He's hit it straight to Mamadullah, who is now out at deep square. So just a single for Malan. He's gone to 98 from 133. England need 18 off 29 balls. 192 for 7. And Taskin has bowled exceptionally well today.
If Rashid can get a single, great. If he can't, not too many worries. Taskin's on 1 for 20 off 8, so it's unlikely Rashid can go to town on him now. If he can get a single, that would be ideal.
Yeah, just knock it around. Just knock it around.
I should get some tweets in. Brian Barrett says, I spent last summer commentating cricket here in the States, and it turns out some of the best commentators in the league were 20, 19, 15 and 14 years old. Experience beats pessimism, I guess.
There's nothing wrong with a bit of pessimism. I'm very optimistic about my pessimism. This is played well by Rashid, down to third man. Off a thick outside edge, he'll take the single, 193 for 7.
Mike Taylor adds to that, oh my god, just listen to Tom Graveney's soporific voice. Almost nodded off and missed the end of the game.
So hang on, can you get Tom Graveney on YouTube? Can you find some commentary of Tom Graveney? Because it really, I mean, if you want an example of dreadful cricket commentary, you know, there are plenty of examples around today, but he was an expert in terrible commentary when it wasn't fashionable.
People in glass houses shouldn't really throw stones, Hendo.
No, I suppose not. That's true. That's true. Although if I was as boring as Tom Graveney, I would give up. And I'd expect you to tell me. So, you know, if I'm wasting everybody's time, I'll just go out and sleep. Taskin bowls flicked in the air, but through mid-wicket. There's a chase on. That might go all the way to the boundary. It is going to go all the way to the boundary. The man at deep square leg couldn't get round. Tamim couldn't chase it. And that is 100. A brilliant 100. A superb 100 from Dawid Malan. And for that, we are going to play you this.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
He just has to remember that the game is not done. He's got his 100, but the game is not quite done. 13 runs still required.
Oh.
But that
he's got the family to the rental. He's now just got to hook up the gas cylinder to the stove, and he's done.
Round the wicket, short ball, and he ducks out of the initial idea of pulling that one as it got a little bit big on him. It's just a little bit of anger in that one from Taskin. England need 13 off 26 balls. Fewest innings to 100. Fewest innings to 4 one-day international hundreds. Imam Haq is up there, would you believe, with 9 innings. Quinton de Kock and Dawid Malan 16 are second. Dennis Amiss is fourth on that list. Extraordinary. I would never have guessed that.
Rather random list. That's one of the more random stats, I would say.
Full. Yeah, he aims a drive at that one, and he's lucky not to get an edge through the keeper. There was perhaps a little bit of nibble away from the left-hander there. We're going to have a look at some of the shots in this innings. It's not just been an innings of good shots, though. It's been one of immense and intense concentration.
Yep. Brian Barish has got a new cartoon villain for you, Hendo. He says it's Risty Coyote.
Yeah, could be. Could be.
You know, Hendo, apparently one thing pessimists all have in common is that they're nearly always on time, whereas optimists are always late.
Ah! Well, that explains it. I'm always out there waiting for Tony as the car passes the bottom of my road.
Exactly how early were you here today?
I was here at 5 o'clock this morning. That's because I couldn't sleep. If I'd been sleeping, I'd have been here about 20 to 6. Pushed up to mid-off. He sets off early, and he will get there without too much of a problem. That's the end of Taskin's 9th over. He's still got good figures, 1 for 26. England are 198 for 7. Malan 103. Rashid 14. England need 12 from 4 overs.
Dave Wood says, I can see Gary explaining at some length how the children are crossing the road in the wrong way.
Oh, yes.
Followed on by Jacob saying, I put money on Naylor's ability to hold up traffic. He can execute several of his skill sets there.
Actually, to be honest, why do Extinction Rebellion bother with anything else. They might as well just get Gary Naylor in. That would stop the traffic, wouldn't it?
PJ Mead says, I think both of them was an awful commentator. That's often the case with very high-performing sportsmen.
Well, do you know, sometimes I think because they were high-performing and they get given a really big salary because of their name, they don't really try that hard, do they? And you didn't get a lot.
I mean, Butler was notoriously poor researcher beforehand. He just turned up, really.
Yeah, I think a lot of them do, and that's part of the problem. I mean, one of the annoying things about this series being so close to the Test series is this is tickled away into the onside. Shakib bowling his final over. Malan takes another single, goes to 104, 199 for 7. What was I saying? I've forgotten.
Poor researchers. I mean,
we haven't had time to really sit down and go through what Bangladesh have been doing over the last few years, because you always need to refresh your memory. And you know, so that we can impart more knowledge to you folk out there. You probably know more than us, to be honest. Flicked away to the man on the 45 by Adil Rashid, the man who often has a man on the 45.
Well, it seems that there aren't that many people emerging at the moment from their side. Their side's relatively stable.
This is cut through the offside by Rashid. He'll take a single. And you would feel that England are almost there. 200 for 7. They need 10 runs from 21 balls.
They can still screw it up from here.
They can, of course they can. Of course, they're England.
They can.
But even I'm relatively optimistic. And next ball from Shakib is defended on the front foot by Malan. And hopefully Malan wants a red inker to go with his 100 here. And this will be a very fine victory. But really, he's trying to play a little reverse dab, and it's a very clever reverse dab. Excellent control. Taskin is after it. He's not going to reach it, and that has rolled into the boundary to give him another of these.
Poor old Taskin there. He's looking very heavy-legged chasing.
He was. Yeah, he's put in a lot of effort today. But that was a really clever.
That was a slight surprise, though. That shot with victory in sight. If there was ever a shot which is, Adel hedged round with more risk than most, it's the reverse sweep. And I was surprised he got that.
I was surprised by that, and that's maybe the bowler was surprised. Full, and just turned to mid-wicket. End of the over, the end of Shakib. He's ended with figures of 1 for 45 from his 10. England are 204 for 7. They need 6 to win off 3 overs.
And Josie Oak, ever the optimist, says, I'm still predicting a 1-run defeat.
Of course you are. Of course you are.
And Brian Barris says, I won't name drop commentators that a mostly British audience wouldn't know, but that trend of well-performing players being crap commentators is an American thing too, but there are always good exceptions.
Yes, there are. I mean, I think Mark Butcher is one of those.
Definitely. Atherton and Hussain I regard as very good commentators myself.
Yeah, I think.
Atherton does his research, which is very much evidence when he did that spell in county cricket during the COVID lockdown.
Yeah.
And he and Hussain in particular, you knew that they'd researched all the players because it showed.
He's had experience as a journalist, and he knows that actually, to keep up with your subject, you have to do your research and you have to, read widely. Or at least, look at the headlines. Mustafa Azhar round the wicket, bowling to Rashid, and Rashid plays a little bit uppishly, but down to third man. He'll take a single, and let's not forget the role that Rashid has played here. He's been very sensible too. He's gone on to 16 from 24.
And he scored at 65, 70 runs, 100 balls.
And he's actually looked as comfortable as anyone, to be honest.
What we might have done with Rashid 24 hours ago instead of Stuart Broad coming to the wicket, that might have been a very different story.
Yeah, well, Adil Rashid. I mean, can you imagine if Adil Rashid had played his entire test career in Bangladesh? He'd have taken about 500 wickets, wouldn't he? Mustafa Azhar bowls full ball, scooped out to extra cover by Malan, who then inspects the toe of his bat. Another slower ball from Mustafa Azhar.
Oh yes, the deployment of the Shitehawk was just at the right time as
the Shitehawk.
Yeah, well, as Neil Wagner was just getting his mojo back.
Yeah, and actually, there was a bit of a Shitehawk the night before. I called him the Night Rider. That was Ollie Robinson. Played a horrible shot to get out the following morning. Mustafa Azhar smashed in the air over the top of backward point, where there is a third man in position. Shakib has been sent out there for the time being for being a naughty boy, probably. They take another single, 206 for 7. One boundary will do it for England, but will they do it in a boundary or will they do it in singles? I think in keeping with the game, singles would be about right.
2 singles and a boundary.
Well, yeah, even that. We're not going to have any winners of the GPL. You went far too high today. You will have learned your lesson and you will think differently on Friday, I suspect. He's in again. Bowles hits him on the pad. That's worth a shout. Big appeal. Might have pitched outside leg.
Just outside leg, I think.
Was probably going to hit. Are they going to review that though? I mean, they might as well.
He has.
Tamim says yes, absolutely. It might be. It might be.
It's a hey, you never know, but I'd be amazed if it didn't.
That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
Is there a twist? Is there a twist in the tail?
Meanwhile, whilst they're doing that, Tim Wall has sent us a tweet which says an exciting soundtrack for your next Centurion jingle is courtesy of Tank Chats number 134 from the Tank Museum YouTube channel.
All right, we'll have a look at
which
that.
I have subscribed, which I do watch it on now and again. It's very good.
The Tank Museum channel.
Yeah, talking about from Bovington in Dorset.
Okay, it's never something that I've thought of. I must go and look at the Tank Museum. Not that I know.
Well, I do like military equipment, so I do.
That explains it. That was well outside leg stump, actually. Quite a long way outside leg stump. Would have probably hit. That's not out. And Bangladesh, not that it matters much now, I've lost a review. He's going to come round the wicket now to Rashid. And Rashid drives. Pleasant shot, but straight to extra cover.
I understand the LBW laws more or less, and they are quite difficult to get your head around. What I don't really understand is the origins of them. Why, for example, if it does pitch outside leg, can't you be out if the ball hits your pad and is going to hit the
I
stump?
can give you the answer to that.
What is the answer?
The answer to that is in the 1910s and 1920s. It was a well-known practice to bowl outside leg stump to limit scoring, and it seemed very negative.
Still is. Full whipped. Oh, that was glorious wrist from Rashid there, and he played that really nicely. He hit it gorgeously, but straight to mid-on.
And
was it also not because people know you can't? It wasn't because they were padding away, because they still pad away, don't they? Yeah, I don't know what. Sorry. Yes, come on, batsman. I'm all for that. Make those bowlers tall, and why not? Because let's face it, bowlers get 6 goes at getting out every over, and if you turn up at 2 o'clock and you're out by 2:01 on a Saturday afternoon and you don't bowl, it's a hell of a crappy game. It really is. So quite right that batsmen should make those rules or those laws as they should.
A bit
be
like terrorists, bowlers only have to be lucky once.
Exactly. And I found during my batting years that bowlers were lucky against me more and more. Very lucky. In fact, probably every dismissal was lucky. Shanto's back into the attack. He bowls to Malan, and Malan just lays this out into the offside and trots through for the single. England need 3 runs. They have 11 balls. Can they mess it up? You'd almost like to see them mess it up from here, because surely no one can mess it up.
Well, the drama has almost gone out of the game now.
Yes, I'm afraid so. We'll have to start talking about zombies again before long. Shantu in again, one of many off-break bowlers, and that keeps incredibly low as Rashid tries to pull it. Pretty much hits him on the ankle, and there's an appeal for LBW, but I think he actually got outside the off stump. So
I think that was what Mushfiq's arm gesture was. It was no, outside off stump. Don't try.
Shanto in, down the wicket comes wristy Adil Rashid, and he wristies it through the mid-wicket area for a single, and England need 2 runs from 9 balls. Rashid moves to 17. Malan 110, not out.
If they get 1, is there a super over?
Here comes Shantu to Malan. Is he going to go in a blaze of glory? Smack that, and that is it. It's all over. He's got that wide of mid-on. That has gone down to the boundary for the final one of these of the day.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
And England have won with 8 balls to spare by 3 wickets. Incredibly good batting by those two. I mean, Rashid gave brilliant support to Malan, but Malan, well, he's just batted beautifully. He's batted with incredible common sense. He's hit the ball when he thought it was possible to do so. He's worked the ball around. He's stuck in there when he's needed to, and I think that's one of the best innings I've seen him play because of those elements. You know, it wasn't spectacular, but it was a very, very good
it's
innings.
very workmanlike, very
I think it was more than workmanlike.
professional. I think
it's very professional, but also, you know,
Yeah, I thought it was a real masterclass on a difficult wicket. You only have to
Yeah.
have a look at the rest of the England batting lineup. A slightly skittish Will Jacks with 26. The only other player who really got going to any extent at all. Nobody else did.
And in the Bangladesh innings, it was only Shanto, wasn't it? Who I can't remember what he got. It was like 50 something, 60 something, was it in the end?
58.
58.
He got,
yeah. So
Mudullah got 31 as well, but it was difficult to score on.
Very difficult. There was there was a lot of spin. There was quite often there was variable bounce.
It was just a very good innings in terms of shot selection and choosing your risk, when to take risks,
yes,
and trying to play safe shots into risk-free areas as much as possible.
Yeah, and yet when there was a ball there that he thought he could take on, he took it on, and he played. He must have hit 2 or 3 very nice sixes.
Yeah, but that's the point I was making. I mean, he hit them for 6, but there were 6 areas where he wasn't likely to be out if they didn't go all the way.
Yes,
because they were to mid-wicket when there was no mid-wicket on the boundary.
Yeah,
or it was up and over.
I think what was, the other thing that was noticeable in the match is that no bowler got collared, as it were. Nobody went for more than a run a ball because the batsmen just didn't trust chancing their arm against any of the bowlers on either side. So I think 5 points through. Just having a look down the figures, 5.4 from Tajul Islam and Najmal Hossain Shanto were the most expensive economy rates. It's unusual for an ODI and reflective of the pitch as well.
Yeah, and Tajul, of course, actually picked up 3 wickets. It was a little bit expensive, but he picked up 3 wickets. He got rid of Phil Salt, he got rid of Vince, and he got rid of Wokes. And the ball was, stopping a lot from the spinners, wasn't it, and turning fairly square. So I think, that's really how good that Malan innings was. And that last partnership, undefeated, was 51 from 59 balls. So it's still almost a run a ball.
You made a good point, I think, Kendo, that to a degree this England team are flat track bullies. Don't have to put it pejoratively, but we know what we mean by that. They're far happier on hard, fast tracks, which they won't get, of course, later in the year during the World Cup. So they might have to do some.
I don't think they'll get pitches. I don't think they'll get pitches that are spinning as much as this in India. I think we will get.
No.
We talked about that game. I think Andy was saying when they got that tied game in 2011 where they got 330 each.
But they won't get such flat pitches as they would have had, say, for somewhere like Nottingham, which is
had
the 2 of the highest scores ever on it.
Yeah, but then also quite often at Nottingham you get one very or relatively short boundary as well, which for international cricket isn't so good. Anyway, that is about it. We will have a little delve into your final tweets and read those out.
Red Bull Quarry says, whichever team uses the Mr. White detergent power end to their advantage will win.
Good point.
Well, it washes whiter, obviously.
Yep, absolutely right.
Tony Cook says, for what it's worth, in my experience as a sometime executive leadership development coach, that's a mouthful.
It is.
A significant majority of very talented people can't abstract themselves enough to describe how they do what they do that makes them extraordinary, and how they could share that.
I think that's right. I think there's a lot of talented sportsmen in particular are instinctive, aren't they, in the way they play.
Yes, well, they can't vocalise what they do.
No, they can't. Which is why you often hear this notion that coaches are not necessarily the best coaches, not necessarily the best players.
No. Leia says,
Try getting someone like Paul Gascoigne to explain what he did. It would be almost impossible.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah. Well, trying to get Paul Gascoigne to say almost anything is quite hard work, I imagine.
Yeah.
Leia says, talking about my military equipment fondness for, says, you should start also watch Perun and Laserpeak, Jason. I don't know what those are, but I'll take the chance and look at it. Yeah. Mike Tess says, I do like military equipment. Jeez, I nearly fell asleep again.
Well, we do like to we like to sort of soothe you towards the end of a match.
And Jacob says, thank you all very much. I have no idea what to do with the rest of the day apart from getting the fear envisioning Jacob and Leia talking about military ordnance.
Jacob? What's Jacob got to do with it? I think you mean Jason.
I think you mean me, yes. And on YouTube, just some final stuff. Scott Bates says, yeah, get in there, boys.
And Don Diego Silly Pants, who I love that. I just love to say that. Don Diego Silly Pants. So we certainly struggled after Butler went. I too was thinking we had lost. Milan was excellent and very patient. Yeah.
Jeff Perkins comes up with a very good zombie pun. He says, Dawn of the David.
Oh, Dawn of the David. Indeed, well, he certainly wasn't dead. He was live and he was walking around and he wasn't trying to lop someone's head off or anything like that or bite them. But he did end up winning this game for England almost single-handedly, really. A little bit of help from, as you said, Will Jackson, also from Adil Rashid in particular at the end.
And a
there.
little bit from Moen, although he didn't make a score of substance. There was a decent partnership.
Well, he was there for a while, I suppose, yeah. But yeah, very patient and a very sensible, and that's how I like my cricket sometimes. Rather than all this rushing around.
Can't always be bish bash boss. Sometimes the conditions just don't allow it.
Absolutely, and that is true. And it'll be interesting to see how similar or how different the pitch in the same ground is on Friday morning.
Well, I think it's the one that must be about 3 strips over that was covered with a mat today.
Right, okay. You expect it to
Otherwise,
be
why is the
similar.
mat there?
Well, true. Very good point. You would expect it to be pretty similar, but we shall see whether England, if they win the toss, will take on the challenge of batting first. We wait to see. I know Farong was saying at the outset that batting first is what teams should do here, but England have turned that on its head a little bit today. And
well, he said that the dew was not going to be as much of a factor as it would be otherwise.
Oh, because they were starting a little bit earlier
Yeah.
for the for what was a day-night match. Yeah. Eventually, a reasonably good crowd did come in, which is good to see. Anyway, I think that's about it. All I can say to you is, if you've enjoyed our coverage and you're still there, please make use of our website. Go to our merchandise store. It's quite easy. You just go onto the website guerrillacricket.com and find merch at the top. You can also help us out by becoming a Patreon, and if you pay us as much as $10 a month, you will get your name going around the YouTube feed. You'll spot yourself about once every 15 minutes, but it's good fun. I can see that now the Bear has already taken over the remote control of shutting us down, so I think that's about time to say our goodbyes. We will be back on Friday morning.
Presumably at 6 a.m.
Presumably at 6 a.m. God forbid. But until then, it's thanks to all of you for listening. It's thanks to all of those who have been commentating today at this ridiculous hours. And we will speak to you again on Friday morning. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Farewell.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla cricket.
It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara.